Yeah. And hey, what's going on, y'all? This is another series of it, part 5. Embrace being an independent thinking series. I would like to talk about. I'm going to show you a video clip, and it's a short live stream. And I know it's like 7:40 right now, so normally I don't usually come around this time and things like that. And the things is, appreciate that everybody came through yesterday on those. Shouts out to Absalom for coming through. This is gonna be a good one, and that's what. But it's gonna put this right here. It's not profit. Okay. Let me see the playlist. Playlist. Thinker series. Yeah, every other Monday. Done and done. All right. All right. So once we have the video played, I was telling you, and this is shows you. I was playing another clip for part 3, and we had that discussion. I think I was talking about Joey, and then this one like that. So we got the degenerate. He thanks, and I was giving him some type of off air conversation. We can continue to talk on the chord, so that's cool. And he's on our side now, so that's like my little coordinate. But shouts out to degenerate. This is a series that we talked about. I don't know what we talked about. And I think it was around the time when my head was spreading, and I don't know what I was talking about on this. I gotta see who was on this panel. I think I was by myself, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it was James, and that's it. I believe. I think I was only with James. Oh, I believe it's Sock Passe. Yeah, I was on Sock Passe and James on this one. Okay, this one I was with him. Shouts out to those two individuals. Sock Passe is the first time he came on, and that's just really cool. I'm gonna let y'all hear this and play it through. Enjoy it. I know it's 7:40 right now, 7:42. I'll be in the background, and I want you to y'all to see what's what. So with that, I'm going to just give me 1 second, and I know people is not coming through right away. Let's see. I know I'm streaming tonight. Some of my villains a message come through, and you know what I'm saying. And yeah, man, I'm gonna summon people too. So put this on the core where Dre is. Some people they said, "Oh, I got this notification." Okay, young. So let me get my shit set up. Right. All right. So we're gonna play this, and I'll be right back. Okay. And this is what we're gonna have here. So you know what I'm saying, and that's just part of it. And we're gonna talk about being an independent thinker. I'm gonna have my little spiel in. I'll probably keep this video up. Probably I'll let it play until when it gets down to the 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. Um, yeah, I'm going to end that, you know, but I don't know, unpin it. I'm gonna remove that. And let's see. Yeah. So we got that out of the way. Okay. We're talking about being an embracing independent taker. So we're gonna get it on the road. So folks, we're gonna watch this and we're gonna get this down. But once it gets to 30 minutes, I'm gonna let y'all hear it. And then I'll start talking in 30 minutes. All right. Continue. become an independent thinker, you just get it in and just like, hey, you have your own mindset and you just be out there, you know. And that's why part 2 was about. It was an hour. It was a good stream, but I don't know how long this will go. We'll talk about a lot of things and different things you can get into. So the stealth live streams is still in an effect, and I'll keep doing those periodically. Probably next month when it gets super cold, you know, I'll be bundled up and I'll be talking to y'all and doing my thing and shopping up my small audio equipment. For now, that's gonna be next month, and I'll sound pretty different for y'all if y'all can tell. Not right now, I sound the same right now, but I'll sound pretty different in the next week or two. What's going on, May? Salute, man. Appreciate you always. Keep up the great work. But yeah, man, I mean, I feel good. And what it is like, you know, I know the situation yesterday, or should I say, yeah, was it Sunday? Yeah, Sunday yesterday, and in the madness, I had like an invite from Sean's stream. I was watching the madness going down. It's pretty interesting. I'm not mad. A lot of super chats over my man. Shouts out to DJ Kuda. I know he's on right now, but I'm on my thing, and I'm not even worried about individuals coming through. Right. So the thing about it is, you got to have what you got to have, but it's just like the division amongst that little small circle. I saw it coming. I saw it brewing in I'll say 3 to 4 months. You know, everybody was on a little spiel then, right? But see, September from October, I was on a tear. Okay. I was doing content left and right, but October was my biggest because I was dealing with this person. I was just going on fire. And I felt like, and that's just what it is. And I did my best to maintain October. October was one of those months I felt like I had it and I was still having it. And it's a great thing, right? And so for me, I'm not even tripping over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, just being an independent thinker is like, it's great to think outside the box and not think like everybody else. And it just helped. It helped in so many ways. And I'm just like, okay. And it's just like, you got it. And I'm not really mad at anyone, or, you know, some people just look at it different. But that's how it is, man. And I'm not even saying in so many words. So a lot of people think it's a takeover. A lot of people think it's this and that. To me, it's not. It's just not going to last that long. I mean, yes, some people say the black is growing, black manosphere. Yeah, it's growing, and I would say the new black manosphere is growing. Shouts out to DS1TA game. Yeah, they're growing, but not the whole space, because half of them don't represent the space. So it's a shift. I've noticed what I saw yesterday. I saw what's going on, and it's not a bad thing. People learn a lot and build their channels. And I didn't really build my channel. I already had a channel. It's just now I'm doing this style to maintain above board, you know, because the last stream that I did last Sunday was something else. Man, oh man, I'll bring it back next week. This coming up next Sunday. And I'm going to do better than I did the other time. That one ain't going to happen again because that was just a petty thing. I'm going to talk about a few things Sunday, and Sunday I'm going to be on fire. I moved it up to 2:45 p.m. Eastern time, and then I'm going to start, and it's going to go into 3 o'clock, and I'm going to start talking and do my thing. It takes time. It takes time, but you'll see the difference what I'm doing in building my content this way, and then I start moving forward. Because next month I'm going to have fun. I will set up and have my things in order, because it's going to be a surgical winter, and I agree, and it's going to take time, and we're going to be fine. I'm all geared up. Get a few cameras if I have to, or not. Probably next month. I'll wait. We'll see what type of cameras we want. And the camera lenses is not an issue. You can get them for free or whatever. Just stick with it. Get a tripod stand or whatever. I'm not in no rush. I'm not in no rush because the content depends on what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And just make sure you're right. I'm gonna get some accessories 2 months later. Not this next month, but the next month. I want to get some accessories. I'll get a stand probably next week and suspend some of my microphones in the air. You'll see some differences and things like that. But for now, I'm just gonna be on fire right now. Just talk about a little bit of being a great independent thinker and just keep it in motion. But what you have is you stay with on your task. And I think BGS was starting to say it's growing this and that. Yeah, that's because PhDs, but a lot of people don't give a shit about them. They saying the same shit they said last year because of the pandemic stuff. People are tired of that shit. That's not growth. Growth is when you do something outside of it. So we practice it offline. Yeah. So that's not the issue. See, that's them conflating shit. The problem with these motherfuckers, they just want to be right all the time. That's the problem. That's where the dysfunction of the men are. And the women did a great job doing it. But it's not just the women. They're not women. They're modern women. So modern women are what? Harlots. They do what they do. You can't complain about them 24/7 if you're on panels and not doing shit and not doing content. And I kind of agree with Red Supreme on that a little bit. And they try to blame the channel holder. No. You got to blame your damn self from going on panels. It's the individual that go on panels and not listening to himself. What type of content you doing? You got to take the initiative not to follow everybody else. Now, if it's a group thing, we work as a group. Okay. That's the problem with people. They're too selfish from themselves. And then you worry about the wrong things in life. So yeah, time is ticking. We here. That's just how it is. Like I said again in my self live stream, I do this, man. Like, look, I'm here. I'm not tripping off of anything because a lot of people don't understand that you got to think for yourself. Thinking for yourself, it takes you a long way. You cannot get mad at what's going on about certain individuals. They just refuse to be stupid. They refuse to be stupid at this point. It just shows you that where we at as a people and things like that. So I don't waste my breath. I take my time, and I can't go on everybody's panel all the time and then they don't schedule a stream. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with that. You know, I got my own little audience. It takes time. I'm not trying to beg for nobody. That takes time because the replays matter to me. I can get a room. Problem is, you just got to look at it what it is. I'm not going to try to say the numbers matter and all that. No, they really don't. Because I look for engagement. Shouts out to Ramil. He said, all I can get is engagement. That's what I do. I engage versus getting view numbers and all that. Anybody could do that 3 to 4 hours. To me, that's overrated. Anybody can be a one-man show. That can be done, but no one cares about that shit if you don't got no substance of what you're talking about. I've seen that done. A lot of people tired of those versus panels. See, that's the problem with you niggas, man. Y'all want a one-man show. Stop trying to be like Mild Manner Man / Anger Man. Stop trying to be like Tommy. That's the fucking problem right there. When niggas always want to talk about one-man show, you ain't got the fucking talent. That takes talent. That takes skill. That takes durability. That takes effort to be the best you can be. See, I've done it multiple times. I did an hour live stream by myself or a 3-hour live stream by myself several times. And I've done, several times. And some of it by myself with the historical stuff, even by myself talking about it without the information a few times. And then I did 1 hour, 2-hour streams by myself. I was doing this prior in the spring and summer months. But you niggas act like y'all one-man show. Y'all ain't really doing nothing but bitch and complain about the same old shit we've heard months ago and last year. It's the same shit. I'm not with all that shit. That's y'all's fucking problem. If y'all don't like it, what the fuck you doing here? And I agree with BGS on that. That's true, but what the fuck y'all create them for? That's what hurt y'all. But y'all ain't got no content. That's what it boils down to. Content matters. Context matters of your content and what you're trying to produce and help somebody else around you. So I understand that people don't like the fact they don't want to do the work. And it's cool. And I see it. But you know what I'm saying? But I'll get to the comments. Let me go to his last comment. He said, saying that hoes are not winning, that just gives you proof that you know these guys just want to believe in their own delusion. Exactly, facts. And that's the fucking problem that I've talked about. I had a small rant what I just did. And I'm gonna read his next one. He says, some of these guys just don't have the personality or charisma. Thank you. I said that in this second part 2 of the stream, my old stream I did in August 1st. And yeah, they don't have the charisma and personality. That's the problem. These niggas think they have it, but they don't. A lot of people can't podcast. I'm going by personal experience by watching other different people, other races, and black men, especially that have gear and stuff. I'm learning about audio properly. Some people can podcast, some people can't. It ain't for everybody. They can broadcast, but they can't. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like when you actually podcast, you got to have a lot of people think you can have a whole show. You can have a whole show, but you got to have proper skills doing what you're doing. Some people you can say a one-man podcast, but you know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, they can, but you can't just be a one-man show. My issue with dudes saying that this morning, I was saying a lot of times people get upset when there's pushback, right? The thing about it is when we give them pushback, a lot of dudes just want to be heard and have an echo chamber, right? Now, me, you could say I have an echo chamber, but technically I don't. I do self live streams. I do these streams like to an hour and 50 minutes when I open it up. And sometimes I don't, if I'm saying something important. That's what I'm going to do this Wednesday. But tonight, I may open up in the 30 minutes or something like that. You know, just give me time because there's a few people kind of left. That's what I'm saying. Podcasting is not easy. It takes a lot of effort. I mean, I understand people like dynamic stuff, being professional, which is great. I understand that. But the problem is a lot of people think they can't. Most people can't. Some can. It's only like I said, it's like, I don't want to say 20-80. I'll say like 5%. Most people, to be fair, they can broadcast. Some people can broadcast. I'll take it back. Most people can broadcast if they saying the right stuff. Now, podcast is kind of like the limit or the requirement in professionally. Most people go, their max will be 4 hours. Because if you do an hour to 4 hours, that's podcast. And you're actually, and if you have decent stuff or dynamic stuff, whatever type of gear you have, and if you're saying something that's profound, like it can be anything. But if you're really about something, that's a short and long podcast. Now, if you want a shorter podcast, like 50 minutes to an hour, I see this a lot. I watch, not only I watch Gillian them and Devin and others, they can podcast. But the majority of YouTubers can't podcast worth of shit because they're not podcasters. They're broadcasters. They can broadcast a message for like 50 minutes to an hour. And some people broadcast 2 hours, the most. Or broadcast by themselves, have a topic. You know, YouTube, you got to remember, it's pre-recorded, and streams that are live is cool. Then it gets recorded, and then you get to hear yourself talk for like hours. But people forget, marathon streams is kind of like, I can't consider that podcasting, but I will consider broadcasting because you're broadcasting for like 24 hours. But what people would say, they could say that's podcasting in modern time. Now, if marathon streams like 10, 11, or 24 hours, yeah, you consider a long marathon podcast. You can say that if you have podcasting equipment. That's what they call it in the car, which is kind of like a podcast in a way. But most people can't do that because they haven't experienced it. Now, if you do a shorter podcast and had good numbers and great information, yeah, that you'll get a lot of people in the room and viewers and things like that. And I'm glad Ramil addressed this last weekend, and he said, I get engagement. Same here. I have the most engagement than I do a subscriber supremacy account. Shouts out to. Yeah. I was talking about things I saw in the months was it December, early December. I was talking about doing your own thing and little small podcast or streaming, whatever. But the whole purpose of that stream was is what I was observing before they sold his channel and all that stuff. But I was referencing what was going on. A lot of times, it's get easy to call on other people's platforms and things like that. But I decided with this series, it all started my very first one in the months ago in the summer. I did the first two in that summer, that season. I decided to put it back in the winter and probably spring months. And I'm gonna do these probably every other Monday. This is kind of like an exercise stream. Like I do these like Mondays because I'm gonna stream tomorrow and talk about something else because it was supposed to be streamed Wednesday because someone's having a birthday this week. So we're gonna be all right. I don't know how long I got time. I got like it's eight Eastern time right now. I don't know what time y'all at. I can go on probably longer. I ain't gonna do no 12-hour. I'll cut that short because I gotta get some rest. Because I might not be on it that long. I got to see what type of stream we're gonna go through. We're gonna keep on topic. We're not gonna derail for no hours. And if y'all have to go somewhere, that's cool. I don't know if I'm gonna open it up. We'll see where it's gonna go. But it's 8 Eastern right now because I don't see people coming in. But yeah, I was explaining you gotta have your own mindset, and then subject matter what you're doing in these type of subject matters. And one man show to me is cool, but to me it's outdated. I want to tell you a secret. I've seen it done multiple times on streams. In pre-records, I respect that. That's what it's for. You can't do that on a live stream. I mean, on a live stream, they want you to do a one-man show. It's good, but 9 out of 10. But if you're not talented, or I ain't gonna say talented, or if you don't have a clear message, people ain't gonna listen. Most people will listen if you have less people in the room. I get that. I understand people have different ways of looking at it, but you got to look at it from like this. What I was saying was you got to be efficient to what you're doing. You know, like besides talking about frivolous topics that we hear in certain spaces and things like that. Like yesterday, we talked about PTSD and CTE. That was a topic that I came from last Sunday, but this one I want to talk about. You gotta have balance in your content. A lot of it can be evergreen. I just dropped 2 pre-records. One was a response to an individual y'all know personally. The other one was response. They actually 2 response pre-records streams. One was from Sunday Madness. One was an individual y'all know. He came through my chat last 2 weeks. He threw a little disagreement, which is cool. I mean, I welcome it. I can welcome it this Thursday. You know, I don't have time tonight, apparently, because I'm going to be going somewhere tomorrow. Get some rest because this may not last long. Because I don't have to cut it. I may have to cut it short because this is one of those streams that it usually lasts 3 hours, the most. The next time I will have one, I don't know when I'm going to have one. It's probably next month, or I'll schedule in the week. So y'all give me time. But yeah, I'm gonna let this play for y'all. And I might skip it to I'll let it play when it gets to the 45 mark. Yeah. The top city for that reference. Subscriber supremacy. I ain't on that type of time. But what I found out about myself, man, it's one of those things that it's like sink or swim. But you got to maintain your confidence level. A lot of people get upset about you can do this and you can do that, but people don't have to understand. You got to think for yourself and do content. And yeah, the personality charisma is a big deal when you get in that field, and you just like, yeah, some people have it, some people just don't. They're just basic. And charisma is the key. Personality is there. Now, if you have personality somewhere else, you're good, but the charisma has to be there. That's a must. And he said, or just don't have it at all. They don't have it at all. That's the problem with these people. They think they have it, but really don't have it all. Not everybody's blessed to do this. They do other things. Some people pre-record and do a talking head video for like 15 to 50 minutes. You're great. You cannot cry about what's going on in the world, right? So you can't get mad at a certain individual doing the right thing. So in so many words, I'm not upset how this thing is going to play out. And I'm going to have a surgical winner myself and try to have a better audience and engage with them. Engagement is all I care about, because once you have the better engagement, you have the power and it just comes through. And I'm just saying, like, this is one of those things that you got to get used to. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. And that's what matters. But yeah. But yeah, being an independent thinker helps a long way. It takes you to the next level. So, and that's just what it is. And yeah. Oh wow. Appreciate it, y'all. But yeah. Shouts out to Nicer, man, with that anthem. I appreciate her with that anthem, the Villain Sphere anthem. That's awesome. She did a great job on that. You know what I mean? But yeah. So that's all I gotta say. But I'm gonna drop this just in case. But I'll get on my spiel in a minute because I know it's less in the room. So I'm not tripping. It's part of it. I've had worse. Had worse. But yeah, I'm gonna pin this real quick. And I'm not in no rush, because this is not something I would normally talk about, but I'm bringing it back for every other Monday. Let's just put it that way. Because this is part 3. I will do a part 4. I don't know how long I'm gonna do these, because I only do these in the fall and the winter. I'll probably It's a series I will do, and I always go reference back to what I've done. You know what I'm saying? I might do this one this month, next month, and I'll do 2 in the next month. But next year, I might cut back on the Monday streams and stick with every Sunday streams instead of Mondays. Think about it. Because Monday streams is like, yeah, you know what I mean? But if I had to have an Embrace Independent Thinker Monday stream, I'll think about it. That's only in the winter. Fall and winter. You ain't gonna see it in the spring. I'm gonna cut it out. And that's it. And I'll bring it back around. That's one of those things that you gotta embrace. You gotta embrace being different. You can't be like everybody else. You can't follow everybody else, especially when you're doing streams, broadcasting, or podcasting. You gotta think for yourself. And I look at everybody's different formats. Can't be like everybody else, because if you try to be like everybody else, they're gonna try to ruin everything for you. Yeah, I'd open up the floodgates and just keep it pushing. And I know people are tired. Yeah, man. What I saw yesterday was just a disaster. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And you just got to look at it for what it is, man. Like, I'll read what they say. Hmm. Yeah, man. I'm not really tripping off the thing like that, But shouts out to Cat for saluting me, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's just like, you gotta understand. That's just what it is, man. But yeah, I've been on a roll too. What the whole thing is, you got to be different than everybody else. But you can't complain about the same things you complain about. Like I said in my self live stream, that's the whole purpose, man. You just got to be good what you do and just be consistent. But you know what I'm saying? Like, in so many words, I feel like most people just want to be seen and heard and talked about, and they think they can have many prowesses, right? So, in so many words, I could say is, as a YouTuber, I've been for years, and a content creator, I understand the purpose of responsibility for others' actions. So again, you can have that or whatever, but like little drama won't hurt. I had a few on this channel, and we had some great conversations, but we counter people's points over here. We take accountability and we take risks. I don't risk my channel to be destroyed because I've been through that after 9 years. And I'm looking for 10 years in April. I'll see another year. If we do see another year, we're going to be fine. So we're going to be on fire. I don't know where this takes me. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes I'll be like periodically like that. And I'll do a stream here or there. You know what I'm saying? If I want to end the shit, I'll end the shit. Because I don't stream mostly like that. I'll do the content. And this is the fun I've ever had since 9 years. And prior to that, I have done a lot in streams. So yes, that's the only thing that I've done. So coming back from this year is a blessing to me. So what I've done so many times, I've done it so much, the content becomes fluid. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the biggest things I've learned about being a content creator. And doing this type of format is awesome. But some things I could say, I'm here for it. But yeah, but it's just like, when you embrace of being an independent thinker, man, you just got to think for yourself. Because I was in some situations as a panelist last year because the pandemic became the norm, and people just don't have any talent, and then they started their YouTube channels. So I already had a YouTube channel for some years, right? I should have did live streaming last year, but I regret it because I was following the politics of Trump and Biden. That fucked my whole shit up. But I was thinking I had to find a way to do different types of content. Once I did that, I flourished in that. That's what helped me in the long run. So when you do content, you got to build off that, so it helps in the long run. So yeah. So what's going on, villain?
Yeah, right. What's going on, villain?
Captain. What's going on, man?
What's going on?
Yeah, I had to watch an old classic, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
4 months ago, man. Yeah.
Man, it's been that long? Shit.
Yeah. I mean, I saw you over there, Kuda. I was sky watching. What's going on? What are they talking about?
Oh no, he was like, what the fuck? What the fuck happened last night? What the fuck happened yesterday? I was like, well, the villain Spears saw what happened, and we took action.
Yeah. Yeah. That's basically what it was. I mean, yeah. I enjoyed that stream. I mean, that was like 11 hours, almost 12, but I couldn't stay long because I wasn't streaming that day because I was focused on tonight. I mean, I'll stream this coming Wednesday before Thanksgiving because I know everybody's gonna do Thanksgiving streams. I ain't gonna be participating, just be on the fucking panel.
Shit.
Yeah, I know people ain't gonna do shit. I'm just gonna watch certain streams and just be sky watching. Don't give a fuck, But if I had to be on the panel,
I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna see. Oh, let's see who's gonna be fighting at the dinner table.
Right.
That's all I'm waiting on. Like I'm just waiting for the bullshit to happen.
Yeah, this is right around when Thanksgiving was about to pop off. We just had a discussion, and I mean, we're an hour in. So yeah, this is kind of like both. I'm just reviewing what we do and what we talk about. I think Joey was on the stream too. Just to reference what I'm talking about this topic. But yeah, that's what you gotta have. It's just have clearer minds, and we was talking about different things, and we just have at it. So I play it for the next, I'll say 5 to 10 minutes, and I'll probably let y'all. I'll post this probably in the live chat, and y'all want to finish the rest or not, or But I'll get into discussion, and I'll probably end it in, I'll say about 15 minutes, but I'll say 5 to 10 minutes. I'll let y'all watch it. But let me get my spiel off for a minute. Yeah, it's kind of like, you got to think for yourself. And sometimes when I first did this I would say stream. This is why I even was actually equipment wise. I was on other things. I had like the headsets at the time, and then that was part one, and then part two, same thing. I did, and that was during August of this year on the first. And the second thing when I upgraded, I said, you know what? I went up from then, and then the third time we did, this is like the third one. What we was doing in the third one, it was like it was intriguing how I sounded. And I mean, when I saw this, I said, man, we went in hard in the streams. So basically, that's the one Rashawn got his little avatar. He got so many, but that one right there just completes it, man. And then we talk about how we build a villain sphere and all that. You know, actually, it was his idea, and I came up with the term villain, and you know, it's like our own little sphere, and we just crushing dudes left and right, man. It just shows you how refined this is, man. Like we do this a lot over here, just chilling, and it all started in the spring, you know, and that's how it just flourished. It'll probably be a year next year in the spring. You know how this time around in March. You gotta wait to the next March. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we just have a discussion. I'm gonna let y'all hear the rest of it. So I'm gonna let y'all enjoy this part. I'll probably might stop it at an hour 43 or something like that. I don't know. I'll be sure, or 30 or something like that. So y'all enjoy. Yeah. And if they want to talk to me about open discussion, I got the Friday stream this week, you know, and but the Sunday madness, I'll bring it back this coming up Sunday. So man, I mean, I'm on the road, but it's surgical for me right now. But yeah, man, I'm glad I'm doing this. It's gonna be like every other Monday, so it's not gonna be like every Monday because I do the Sunday streams a lot.
Yeah,
these are kind of like
I feel
periodically.
like that's your only day where nobody's really not streaming.
Yeah,
Yeah,
usually
yeah,
Sunday, Mondays they don't stream, but Tuesday, I think Art does a lot. I go over the Arts a lot, especially Friday streams. Now he's done Saturday streams, so I'm good on that. I don't do those days unless this is an after stream. I'll do it and critique my
yeah.
analysis. But you know, outside of that's good. Yeah, but Agent F's is doing a stream about that Rittenhouse shit. But I figured they was gonna do that. I was thinking about that. Oh shit.
They,
I saw
what,
SKC. Yeah, yeah, they still
this
on that
nigga
shit.
still takes. Oh my god! Like
Yeah, man.
he's really their space's Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah, they love him, man. Like I said, but it's funny as hell. But Ty City called my man the no bearded one little talking boy.
Yo, I heard
little, little
that.
talking boy. Oh my god, man.
Oh,
Man, it's a bad
fucking boy.
boy. Yeah.
Oh,
But Ramil, man, god damn, he's on a road, man. But see, that's the independent mind. Like I said, he's a great example of cutting them niggas off, man. Like this warpath, I'm enjoying the shit out of this shit. See, that non-herd mentality is the best way to stay away from. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad I mentioned it last Thursday. And I told Cerulean, man, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a big fucking problem.
Oh, it is. It is a
Yeah, man.
big, major fucking problem.
A problem, man. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like it just it gets to like that. So, you know, let me change my shit. Hold on. I'm gonna be Corinthia right now. But yeah, it's just like I look at it like this. At the time when I started doing this series, I think I did it like in 2 months' time. But I didn't know what since because nobody was streaming on Monday. I'm glad I did it because I felt like I need a stream like this because I'm getting everything round up for equipment and just building and icing, you know, and do some content. You know what I'm saying? And just keep moving forward. And yeah, it gets like that, man. And it's gonna be one of those days when you start streaming like this, man. And it's that potential. So yeah, man, it's gonna be one of those streams you're just gonna have to start looking and enjoying shit. And just say we here now.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we here.
Why,
that
why,
stream,
why
that
they,
stream you did. Yeah, go ahead.
no, no, I was gonna say that that's why they're on their way out, and they got the door open for us. Like, yeah, take your shit out. Like, we staying for the long haul. Like, literally, staying for the long haul. Y'all fucked this up a couple of times a few years back, including last year. So it's like, yeah, nah, y'all going to the chopping block.
This damn leech. Oh my god.
Oh
Mm.
Lord, no! Don't tell me she's on
She's in the chat. She's in the chat. Yeah. I want to
Kudos
say what's up
or
today. Kudos. You know how
oh
she do. Yeah. Yeah. I
man,
ain't worried about it.
I have a block, so I don't care.
Yeah. She got me. She got me blocked. I could tell. I was over at Cat's, and Cat didn't give her a wrench. And when I was looking at that, I was like, okay, so I'm blocked by her because she said her name. I didn't say her name. Oh, that means she blocked me. Yeah, that's because that Nadia shit, man. I was defending Nadia
Oh
getting timed
yeah,
out that Friday when she had that birthday. Yeah, she got mad at me about that because I unhide her and everything. And she said something to me in the chat like an idiot, like, man, fuck that leech. But she got cussed out by the individual I was cool with. So you know how it is. I'm like, and then I think DeAndre's trying to say, do you want to apologize? I said, no, I'm good. I mean, if she wants to come over here, that's cool. I'm not gonna go over her channel and mess it up. You know, she does her thing, I do mine. You know, it is what it is. I'm
it
done
is what it
going
is.
on females panels like that. I just let them be them. Only ones I can tolerate that does both is Melody. That's it. She's the only one that can uh I can tolerate. But the rest of them dudes is holding her back. You know what I'm saying? You hardly ever see
Yeah,
game changer over there. So yeah. Once that faltered, if she was smart, she'll leave his ass.
yeah,
And I'll support her content regardless because I'll be the one was there. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't
yeah.
came over here to mines. You know, that's kind of weird, but that's okay. Once I get good in the viewage or the engagement, she'll come through. I have to be in the algorithm way more. That's the trick. And then once I take myself out the algorithm, I'm good. 'Cause a lot of people they don't find these channels like that. It takes time. I don't
Oh
promote it as
yeah,
much. Yeah, I don't promote it as much, and that's a good thing because I ain't trying to blow up. I had my chance, I would say that last year, but COVID came, the whole thing year, and everybody was stuck in. But but you may never know. It's gonna be a surgical winner, and we're gonna see who is gonna have people in the room. So yeah, everybody's gonna be home, but it depends on your content though. I don't think it's gonna
mm,
be me, but if it is me, that's cool. It depends on what you're talking about because everybody's gonna be stuck here and things like that. So I'm prepared. What's gonna happen next month? This month is it's kind of a wash. I don't really care for Thanksgiving because there's gonna be
yeah.
some Thanksgiving streams. I don't know who it is. If I see Ramil or Ty City streaming, I'm gonna be watching. I'm not gonna do no streams. I'm not gonna do no after streams. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth
Motherfuckers
it.
gonna be doing some slow roasting Thursday.
Slow roast, man. Walk them down. Walk them
Like
down.
walk them down. Like, yep.
Yeah, man. Just walk them down because I know people's sluggish right now. But yeah, man, you just gotta look at it like this, man. Like, yeah, we was getting in depth with it, and I was just in the repeat of that. So that's just a piece. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna skim through it and read the convo. Let's see what we say here. Hold on for a minute. ESE supremacy talk. Gotta get out of that mindset, fellas. That's that bullshit they talking about. And they love Mama Cynthia. Yeah, that's their God, man. They worship. That's idol worship. That's a no-no, man. That's a no-no. And they love her as an idol. And every time they talk about her, they talk about it 24/7. Every stream you see about her, it's like every day, every morning, every night, every day. Same old bullshit. That's what we don't need. What's going on, Kylie Jane? And that's just the whole point, man. Like, y'all gotta stop talking about this shit. That's what's setting y'all back. Y'all deserve to get roasted at that meetup, man. It was here in Georgia, but ain't nobody going to that bullshit. Y'all ain't talking about nothing. When it came to politics, I was talking about that meetup. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. It was a little roast, and on here, what he got to say, sock by say. Here we go. And we kind of revealed some things, and Gino did the work, and that was it. And after that, it's just us now. And then the degenerate came through in support. You know, he's been in my chat a lot. He had problems with certain individuals, and I said, "Hey, you do your thing." He holds his own nuts, and he said, "Hey, I'm going to be the man." So we got a whole team. We got a whole squad now. We got certain people in it. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking around. We accept females, female villainous. We accept all of that. You know, it's just you gotta do something that you're known for. Everybody's got their own style. So the whole sphere is on lock, man. We do what we do over here. And I think Rashawn wanted to do that, create our own little thing. So that's why that's what I wanted to do. And we did this in the spring, we did this in the summertime, in the fall. Once I geared up, we had to upgrade. We had to carve out a space that we could decimate certain people and pull the people to the fire, like like what I said earlier and what we said earlier, Sock, man. We understand what's going on. So yeah, this thing is going to be big next year. We got to see to some things that work. But DeAndre, our advisor, the pettiness, oh hell yeah, that's a big leap. I got Cerulean over here. Shit.
No, yeah, DeAndre be clowning too, man. He be having me rolling in the chat.
Most of these dudes be put on WWF style promos, exactly. Just like that dude said, "I am done." Little Milk Dud, little old Dud. Nate's gonna be the one looking bad. I don't really feel sorry, but you're gonna get what you get, boy. You're gonna get what you
Yeah.
get. Talk
Like
about
I
black
don't
women.
really I think I don't really know Nate like that. I probably heard him like once or twice. But and then I heard on Miss Cajun. I went on Miss Cajun live, and
Mm-hmm.
that's when I kind of like see who he finally really was and stuff. And, she was
Yeah.
going
At
on him
one
because
time, he did not have that that Looney Tune avatar. He had an L avatar that was like a teal color, and he didn't cam up. Last year, he was a panelist over at Fantastics for the whole year. And then he was a newer guy, right? But once he got that Looney Tune avatar and started his channel, oh, that nigga was wild, man. That nigga was wild, you know. And I knew he was gonna do a channel. And he's been around these spaces for years. I said, "Who's this nigga?" And next thing you know, the nigga just started opening his mouth and all that screaming and yelling and passion and that vein in his head. I thought he was gonna be a light-skinned dude, but to come to find out, look what he do, he looked like Faison Love's nephew, cousin, or uncle, looking like brother. What is that?
and
This
these I
nigga.
said, and
Yeah,
like
go
these are
ahead.
niggas that I said these are dudes that's talking about women all day, and like the dude that's following them, like I don't know if that was
I
somebody
don't
I
know
was
why they
following.
follow him after this. I mean, but like I said, you got gullible followers. They love they want to be idol worshippers, man. They love their idol. I was just roasting them, and yeah, they at our idol worships them. People love guys like Nate. It's no hate. We just roast the shit out of them. You know, we pull his whole card. We understand that our women's messed up, but that's not the focus. It's to me, I say it's all women are like that. You know, if you want to get technical about feminism, it's not no particular color. See, what's wrong with these modern day manosphere? They have the SWP talking points. That gets on my damn nerves. Like that right there is crazy. And the reason we go after certain niggas like that, we try to tell him, he be screaming saying, "I'm done. I'll cut your throat." You know, that's what you Negroes support, man. You support the same bullshit back in the 1.0 days, still in talking points. 2.0, they already had those things. Them things is done. It's no hate. If 2.0 likes to talk about feminism, that's great. I mean, that's their little thing, and they like to talk about esoteric stuff. It's no hate. It's no hate. It's just what it is. That's y'all standard. That's cool. But 3.0 is a part, what they call it? What, tech? Black Brain Trust. It's not going anywhere. But you still got Stream Team. You had 4 individuals thought they had something. But the problem was with that, you supposed to have that camaraderie, but they're still working on time. Yeah, you may have another year, but still you going to have to do producing type of content to be consistent. Now the brain trust, they said they done accomplished everything, but it's more than life is just showing tech, but you gotta actually show the gear. So, everybody's moving different out here. So we understand what's going on. But I was saying in so many words, that meetup was a waste because people still gonna have problems. And that's the fucking problem. I don't understand what the whole purpose of it was. Yeah, it was trying to unify, but you divided the whole space and you claimed that y'all was conservative, which y'all not. Y'all just a bunch of modern liberals. Because when's the last time a black man was conservative? Now, I don't listen to Mr. Research and everybody, and Charles Merchant don't be on the panel like that. And I mean, shouts out to Charles Merchant. I mean, he's a decent guy. He always comment, but I never see him on a panel though. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. I can't take people seriously in the chat room if you don't have what I have. You know what I'm saying? I have to able to talk to you on a panel. We can have a discussion. You could disagree, whatever, but most people can't do that. I wish some of my chat room members to get gear and counter my shit. I would love to see that. But some people, they got their own lives, and I respect. If you got a job and things, it's cool. You're busy. You like to see us do it better or whatever, but that's cool. Everybody's not made for this type of hobby of YouTube. We understand YouTube takes another level. Not everybody's gonna reach out and touch someone, so they can't do that. They don't have that sniper effect. So as I was saying with Sci-Fi Say, we were just discussing basic shit. So for me, it's no need for here. I mean, y'all can watch the video yourselves. It was a good stream. I mean, we had James and everything, right? So, yeah, you know what I mean? But, man, I got this game over here fucking with my shit. Yeah, give it a go right here. Salon, who else came through? Who came through? I am listening. Yeah, appreciate you, bro. All right, I'm gonna stop the screen share. And okay, in case y'all want to see the rest of it, it's no need. Put it in your watch laters. I'm gonna put this in the live chat for y'all. So yeah, I mean it's 50 something seconds right now. Oh, it's 10 people in here. Cool. Yeah, it ain't that much. If y'all want to see the rest of it, you can have it. Have at it. And yeah, I'm gonna knock this down. But the whole point is about being an independent thinker. Think for yourself. And like I said, yeah, what's going on, information man? Peace and salute. And he said, bleach Mr. SC business face on the okay. Yeah. let me put that. Yeah. He said, yeah. Hey, what's going on? Aries, what's going on, man? What's going on, EA? What's going on, man? He said, I told you all match up well, the Bucks. Oh, he talking about football. Yeah. Rest in peace to David M. Carroll. Yeah, sad he passed away, but people view him as a C word. But what's going on, Gino, though? But yeah, man, I'm just gonna be blunt with y'all, but I got time. I got time over here. So, let me get this off before the hour mark comes and I'll drop it. I'm gonna hold this for a minute because I'm gonna wait till everybody else get through. But in so many words, I want y'all to know that think for yourself sometimes and don't get in frivolous talking points and silly shit and trying to say it's the women's, it's all day long with the women's. I ain't trying to be like dominant, no sharp. I don't give a fuck about Donovan. I don't give a fuck about his content. I don't watch that shit. We do not sound the same, sir. He's on some blue pill bullshit. He's not even red pill to me. I'm sorry. That shit's dead, bro. Not what I saw from shouts out DeAndre giving us that report on Thursday Thrills number 5. I have to reference that, the incel problem, but it's deeper than that. What I've read, and I did some more research and other links. I looked into that months later. It's getting worse. They're trying to clean up some shit. And someone sent me some emails about a certain individual I had to deal with yesterday, and I ain't gonna mention his name, but yep, they're merging the algorithm. My advisor is right. On the villain sphere, we got to crack it down. So we're gonna be fine. We ain't gonna worry about no incels trolls coming over here because they're looking for a home right now. See, people's desperate because content is not purified right now. So we're gonna be fine. The content's gonna be the same. This is independent thinker series, but embrace being an independent thinker. This is part 5, and we're gonna just deal with this shit and talk about real shit and just be basic over here. So in so many words, man, like I'm just saying, like in so many, but you know what I mean? I might as well drop it anyway. Fuck it. Cause I ain't gonna wait no hour because I ain't got that much to say. But you know, it already said in that video. Shouts out to the Captain Ghost as a consistent builder of the embrace of being an independent thinker. There we go. So, in so many words here. All right. All right. Let me pin this. Yeah, I'm going to pin it because this thing, it was juking on me because the Wi Fi was messing up. Yeah, sometimes this thing can be raggedy, the YouTube studio, and you have it, use it as a tab and see who's in my little chat room. But minds, be careful. If you see some ridiculous trolls from other spheres, knock their ass down. You have my permission. Because I ain't got time in full conversation. If I see someone I don't know, he's out of here. I'm making that a standard from now on. Because if I see a weird name, if I don't know you and I ain't been on panels with you, please don't come up. This is a fair warning to anybody that's new. If you come on the panel, state yourself in the private chat, please. But if I know if you're a troll and you don't say nothing in the private chat, you're gone. Fair warning. My regulars, you're okay, but the ones that's new, if you want to come up, that's cool. But make sure you type something in the private chat, state your case, and go on. So I am not having that this year. Speaking of which, the advisor, Dr. Doom, DeAndre, the Palace of Petty, all hail Great Skull.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Ain't nothing much, man. How's it going? How's it
Man,
going?
it's doing great, man. Man, my mind is clear up like it was from yesterday, man. It's a happy day today. Homegirl is on fire today. She says she's gonna come to Georgia to do her Doug Dizzle. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Who
Yeah,
you
you know who you talking about. Your home.
Oh,
Yeah, somebody done pissed her
oh,
off, but you know, yeah, I'm
well,
gonna leave it alone. Yeah, I
pull
know.
up season, man. Pull up season.
I'm gonna stay out of it, man. I mean, I've been getting a couple of trolls, but shouts out to Malik, man. Send me that info. Yeah, he ain't coming back. I had to deal with that this morning. I dropped
What?
2 pre-records, but did you see with your boy Grandmaster? I saw it on Aaron. Found there was a clip. He clipped him, right?
Yeah.
That nigga said, "I sound like Donald Sharp with the blue pill." I mean, come on, Grandmaster. Come on, man. Yeah, he mentioned my name. He said, "I just watched Server Die." He said, I sound like they all sound the same. I was like, brother, come on, man. Like, we got all Thursday if you want to come up and discuss that. I mean, I'm gonna be petty with the Thursday, but you know, I know he ain't gonna come up because I know the pressure of the villains. You got the answer. You know what I mean? It'll be something, but he's not gonna hit that link because his boy, the former leader, I mean, assistant leader. What did Wacky say? A franchise play? Yeah, I know. The Honorable Cerulean. He don't want to deal with that work. So I know, man. I know. He ain't gonna hit that link. No, sir. No, sir. Nah, if he wants to do it tonight, it's cool. But I'd rather do it Thursday so I can have some time and we can do that. You know, because if you want to discuss that, I tell you, I'm gonna probably have to. The title's not gonna be changed. This is I'm gonna make it an addition because I like what he said. He said black woman don't want no leaders. I said bullshit, nigga.
What you talking
bullshit.
About? Like, who said that?
You know who I'm talking about? Grandmaster himself, the one that popped in the chat twice in a row. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. I had to address that. I said, dude, yes, they do. This is not reality. You can say that online all you want because that's cap. Because I've met some offline and they tell you no, they want leadership. Well, you crazy saying that.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. Yeah. Like what was okay. What it is just like this power play, right? You know what I mean? 'Cause I saw what happened over there with Charles, and the reason he said he does what he does, he pretty much admitted to what he does or whatever, and stand on his disrespect and yada yada yada. Right? All right, whatever. That ain't got shit to do with me to that degree. But okay, if you going at these dudes and exposing these manosphere dudes, but you turn around and you're still using their talking points, then that means that you're trying to uproot and replace with a more radical version.
Right.
Right? You know what I'm saying? And this is the prop, and this is why I say is like certain things don't need to be explained to people that that it's not like they don't know better. It's just that they just on a mission to deceive. So like, ain't no need to have a conversation with a nigga about a solution. Is if the solutions, you know what I mean, motherfucker don't never want the solutions. Remember what camp the nigga come from.
Yeah.
Right. He started in one camp and he went to another more radical camp, and now he's over there doing his thing. So and then if you look at the people that's that's there or whatever they're doing, right? You know what I mean? That's incentivizing this behavior. What I would do is say there's no need to discuss. You can't have a discussion by yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So listen, anybody walking around saying like, hey, we don't need no. Okay, what time of year is it? Are you by yourself? There you go. There you go. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, we discussed that. We discussed that yesterday, Bali. Shouts out to DS1. He said the same thing, and I may do a topic on that Thursday. I'm not going to mention women. I'm going to piss people off because yes, they want leadership. I'm going to be petty. I'm going to tell you, no, it's irrelevant. They do. It's just I'll kill you in several facts in real life I've met and seen based off body language. I'm talking about body language, eye contact, talking. You could tell by what you see on online and offline. They want that male attention. Well, I've noticed in that purge little shit, 2 to 3 parts I done seen no string sky watching. They want some dick.
Yeah.
But not only that, what you say, cuffing season and protection, all that shit. You know, like these women. I'm telling you, man, and it's not just black women, it's all women. I've seen that on Twitter, and I'm just scratching my face. I'm like, these bitches want leadership in some degree, but like you said about that patriarchy, I agree with you, man, because I did some research on that. Yeah, they are pushing that. I've noticed some things in the news. That incel problem is real, man. Niggas don't want to hear that, but really, it's the real problem. I ain't gonna already done touch on it. It's just it's so redundant. I'm gonna get to the point. What makes leadership? I might have to use some of DSO's points on that stream he did on the pre-record. I want to write some things down tomorrow and then look into what do we need to focus on really, because I like that list that you have, etiquette. I'm gonna use that as we ain't talking about someone in the chats list. We're not talking about that night. If you come here bringing that shit, you're out of here. I'm not having it, man. I'm not having it. Not today. Not today. Your ass stay in the chat. Stay in the chat. We're not talking about that bullshit. I done had enough of that.
You know what? Matter of fact, I got because it was just a starting point, because it does need to be updated. You know what I mean? Because there's some old school stuff in there.
Yeah.
Hold on. You know what? Since we're talking about it, man, let's bring it up.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me share my screen. Play it here.
I won't see it.
Matter of fact, I just put it in the hideout. You can pull it up. How about that? Yeah.
Okay.
That'll work better. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me put it in the. Let me find it. All right. There you go. There you go. It's in the hideout. There you go.
It's in the hideout.
Got it.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah. I gotta see it on the Discord. Hold on.
Yeah. No.
Oh, my fault. Shit.
Hey.
What's going on, Nadia? Salute. Appreciate the share. Appreciate all hell Gray Skull. Yeah. Appreciate you, bro.
Man, I love man. I went over to Nadia's channel, man. Oh man, that was a great discussion, man. I love how she does that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She has great content over there. So, shout out to the truckers, you know what I mean? Making sure everybody get their Amazon delivery Christmas packages and so forth and so have you, and Whole Foods deliveries. You know what I'm saying? Nadia,
Oh,
the queen of
okay.
Trucker Nation.
Yeah, I gotta talk to your homeboy. I said, okay, I'm sending a message on your panel. Yeah, I said, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This is
Oh,
Mr.
my
Kennedy,
fault.
independent thinking.
Uh,
Independent thinking doesn't exist in many sectors. Yeah, that's why we changing it. That's why we had the villains over here. You are encouraged to independently think.
yeah, that's the whole point of the series. I did this like months ago in the summer, man, and yeah. Oh, okay.
What's up, Mike
Yeah,
G?
yeah. The 15 Tom Fords. Every man should have the humor. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna post this. I'm going to let me save this. I'm gonna do it that way. Yeah, download it. Okay. Okay. Messenger. Just once. Yeah. But yeah, that's the whole point of being an independent thinker. So, you know what I'm saying? Okay, set image. Yeah. Okay. We talked about a sense of humor, a daily read of the newspaper. I used to do that. A sport that you love and are good at. Well, mine's is basketball and other things, but you know, I tried football, but I ain't had the frame. I didn't have that ugly or Broly frame. You know, I'm just saying, or the muscle bound frame. I don't have that. I mean, I'm sorry. Now, some of them are decent. I was looking at people's body frames when I was younger. I wasn't built like that. Now I look at myself. I said, oh hell no. I had a defensive shoulders height wise, but I just didn't have the footwork.
That girth. Yeah. Oh, the footwork. Yeah.
It's all the
People don't
footwork. It ain't
realize.
just the girl, it's the footwork. It's a combination of that. I had the footwork, but I didn't have the proper football footwork. See, I wasn't raised in it. I was raised to play basketball. That's the
There
only
you go.
thing.
It's a difference on the field than on
Yeah.
on the basketball
On the
court.
defense, I was good. I like to stick people. I didn't have the offensive hands. I hate to say that. I hate being a wide receiver and tight end because I didn't have the hands. I didn't have those
Whoa, yeah.
mid-size, little bitty ass hands. That's a little man's game. I'm sorry to say that. Like I would say, semi to mid little man's game. I don't want to say there's a tall man, so it never will be because they use us as killing machines. No, we ain't that. Football, what I've seen, what I've noticed is a pattern. It's for guys as I would say about 5'5" up to my height. And if you're like 6'8" and 7 feet, that ain't gonna work. Yeah, it ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, they just knock your knees out. Nah, hell no. If you're like your height and all that, that's understandable. You know what I mean? That's normal. You know, you're a barbarian.
Football is like, football is I think that's why I think what's old dude Calvin Johnson was like 6'6".
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 6'6".
He's gone, Mike V.
Like, what, 6'4", 6'5"? But they were speedsters. That's why, you know what I mean, like Megatron, you know what I mean, like that's why they called him Megatron. You know, I think he was the tallest. I think he was, other than Too Tall Jones, I think he was like the tallest wide receiver.
Right, Mr. Candy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I guess he was the tallest wide receiver, but you notice like when the taller that you are as a wide receiver, like about 6'2", 6'3", most of the dudes that get most of the receptions are the shorter guys because they're doing them slant routes, them quick routes. You can't have no tall dude going across the middle, bro. Like if I'm a linebacker, defensive back, man, I'm licking my chops. I'm trying to get you on the highlight reel.
Mm-hmm. That's the whole point. Yeah. See, running backs, I get it, man. Like I appreciate the sport of football. If you're that height and your height rate and the down below, those guys got skills. They're fun to watch. They don't mind taking hits, but the drawback is the CT. I talked about this yesterday. Shouts out to Namer, aka Wolf. He told his story in Sheep and Ronan, and they said, they had problems. And then I like what DS1 said. He said, I was just a wild child. I saw the replay of that stream too today. He said, I was an angry child, a wild child. We can relate a lot of rate when we was depressed one time, losing a loved one and things like that. And the reason I did it, I reminisce the days of the early 2000s, you know what I mean? Because really into sports, done saved my depression, numbed the pain and shit and laughter. And I'm glad he did that with, Agent G, of course, over at Antes. And the reason he kept him from laughing, from crying, he does jokes when he throws shots at people. And I like how he said it, but It's kind of like me in a way, but you know, when you're aggressive like that, is keep you from being aggressive. And I said, yeah, I was like that when I was younger. I was a fool back in early 2000s as a teenager, even when I was a young person. I wasn't always like that. It took me years to get to where I'm at now, especially on the internet, especially on YouTube.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
it takes a lot of discipline to handle bullshit. Trolls that I've blocked, destroyed, debated people, even in person. Like I tell people, look, I wasn't like this all the time. In my 20s, I was something else. I was not breaking people's jaws and shit at the 20 some years old on the bus stop in Marta. He was 30 years old and I was 20, and I cracked his shit, pushed his jaw back. I was swinging at around this height. You know, I had the slick punches and things like that. I was something else. I was terrible in my early, I would say late teens, early 20s. I got better over time when I started getting a job and everything in my mid 20s and late 20s. Learned a lot. Now is I come a long way, and I learned this year as a content creator. I had to cut some niggas off and some people off. I had to go back to my old self when I was vicious in my mid 20s. I got to go back to that content creator, and shouts out to Supreme L. He got the best of me in my mind. I said, you know what? I need that lashing too, because I walked into that bullshit, and I appreciate him from reminding me that that dude is a liability. And I said, you know what? Another one bites the dust. Okay. And just like I had to clean my subscription down every night. It's like spring cleaning every year. If there's a fallout, you don't like any content, I do this all the time. I tell people it's not that hard. That's why I titled the show Being an Independent Thinker, Thinking for Yourself, watch something different, go outside, get your mind right. The reason I do vlog streams is get rid of that depression state, you know, and clear my thoughts. And I think Ronan does the same thing. Yeah, I get that shit out and quit bottling that in and quit crying over bitches. I said, the picture right there, you taking my child support. I'm down. And I'm like, nigga, what's your fucking problem? It's not that serious, nigga. Go sit down.
Yeah. And
Get a hobby, nigga.
And that's what I mean. Like it's like
go ahead.
I'm like I'm with you. I think you should clean your YouTube subscriptions like every 3 months, like quarterly. Just clean them. Like just be like, yo, you know what? Meh. You know what I mean? Like, meh. And you know, meh.
I do it all the time in 2 weeks. If a person don't like my ass, I cut that. If I get tired of watching somebody, I'm done, man. I've been doing that for years, and I did that 2 weeks, 3 months. I agree, man. Like, look, if it's the same shit, my nigga, or I just don't watch it no more. You know what I mean? Because I can be petty too. It's just fuck it. I'm just gonna troll this person. Okay, let me use this for some bullshit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, when I'm not talking, third wall is crazy.
Right, your whole license explains requirements in order to women be right there.
Oh man, don't do that. They gonna take it third and run with it. Act like it's theirs, man.
Yeah, I know.
And they gonna take it and live by it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
That's SBM principles. Listen to a nigga with a trash can on his head.
It's trims. It's trimmy, trim.
Man, it's crazy.
I was like, these niggas, man. Like, but you know what's so funny? When I learned a lot about people, especially doing this type of content, man, I didn't think that was going to be easy. I learned a lot, so I'm not really hating on nobody. And doing this again, man, like after a 6-year hiatus, man, I'm blessed, man, doing this again. Like, it's not that easy to do. And I tell people, if you want to get into this shit and you want to be positive, you take that burden, but really it's not a burden. You just helping others around you. But then that response with Grandmaster, man, I'm laughing. I ain't gonna respond to that shit. I already responded in a pre-record, and I know he ain't gonna hit that link Thursday. He can just forget. I'm just gonna be petty. I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna take his comment, right? I ain't gonna talk about women. I'm gonna do that on purpose, being petty. He ain't talking about no hoes. Well, there's a reason for that. They're already winning and you mad and y'all talk about patriarchy. Y'all ain't built like that. And you got an individual on my panel right now. It's from Japan. And he's even telling you, look, it's inevitable. You know, I see the signs of society. I'm going to do a political stream about totalitarianism and anarchy and just ask questions. I'm not going to go in depth because we went in depth on the political systems. We just gonna do it like a one long stream. I ain't gonna do no 2 parts. I might have to bring some information.
Yeah.
What I've noticed, I'm just observing. You know, I'm not gonna use right wing anarchy. No, it's all the same because I see a pattern. When I saw that Jan 6 this year and scratching my face, that's been brewing for decades.
What?
Decades, man. Yeah,
Hold on, wait
and
a
what's
minute.
his name? Like,
What a third boy said, what? No, the other
I
one.
like my comment. Okay. He said, I heard little TP got doxxed. Is that true? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna star your shit, but I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't heard anything. Now, if he did, that's on him. See, this is what happens, fellas. Leave these hoes alone, man. Leave these people alone, man. Like, shouts out to Malik again. I had to take care of something early this morning, and we talked off air on that stream Sunday Madness. He told me about certain individuals of the so-called white manosphere, mainstream manosphere be doing that shit. That's the problem, man. Salute. What's going on, Ronan? Salute, man. Salute.
What's going
Appreciate it. Appreciate it yesterday, man. You did great. I saw the replay. Excellent. You and DS1 did great. That is a heavy hitter stream, and it's also in that series. So appreciate y'all for stopping by yesterday. Salute to you. And and that I did that for the Wolf. Technically, I didn't want to talk about it, but I appreciate it because it expounds on depression, people in the military, and not just the military, in sports. You know, people get stressed out with the CTE and all that shit. When I saw Jamal Lewis years ago, he was fine, even though he was sick. But he was very friendly though when I met him in person. Good dude,
Like
excellent dude, excellent human being, man.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. Like that's what I said is like you got like occupational hazards, man. Like I never wanted
Tampa
to
said no, he didn't. Okay, good. Thank you. All right.
It's coming though. But like it's, but the funny thing is like I got homeboys that were
all right,
like,
no doubt.
I wanted to be in a when I was a kid, man. I saw this, you know what I mean, my aunt and them, they were getting their house done. Like they brought a house and they was getting it refurbished and stuff like that, right? And they had this brother in there, man, as an electrician. You know what I mean? He's a construction electrician, so he was doing all of the stuff and everything else, right? So I was like, all right, I want to be, when you're a kid, man, you see something like that, man, man, you want to be a electrician too, right? You see, what I mean, something like that, right? So, but he was telling me, he said, listen, the problem is with being an electrician, you're gonna get shocked. Sooner or later, it's gonna happen, and you can't do it for long periods of time because that shocking messes with your nervous system and your muscles. You know what I mean? So it's like you got a long time. He said if he would have known what he know now, he would have went into mechanical engineering instead of electrical engineering. If he would have known what he know now. He said because you go in these old houses, the voltage and the amperage ain't really what it is. And you always gotta, you gotta double check stuff. You got voltmeters and you know what I'm saying? And then while you sticking it in that voltmeter, you got the rubber gloves and you know what I mean, you got your rubber boots on and all of that. Even still, that old them old electrical wires and boxes, they ain't regulated right. You're gonna get a jolt. You know what I mean? You ain't it might not kill you, but them jolts over time, that's with your heart, that's with your thing. So he was breaking it down to me what it was, right? And I was like, oh damn, that's what's up. But then when I went in the military and I saw it, like I literally saw it. Like dudes that's electricians over time, like they got like arthritis, so they get like spasms. They get like muscle spasms and stuff, like when they get older and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? What's up, CJ? You know what I'm saying? So
hold on. Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on? What's up? I think I subscribed to him. He said hello, everybody. All right, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So he was so yeah, man, like every occupation has its hazards and things like that, right? And a lot of times when when you getting into something, right? It's like that gladiator thing, right? And this is especially with men, you know what I mean? Like it's like that gladiator stuff. Like I was watching this guy, he was doing these he was building some stuff. You know what I mean? Like he was building some things. You don't know what it is. It's on YouTube, right? But you see his hands only, but his index finger is cut off at the knuckle,
Yeah. I
right?
had a sales guy that was like that. He was from Florida. I forget his name. Real nice guy to me when I
Yeah,
used to work. Same thing. And I asked him
yeah,
about his man. I said, what happened to his anything? Construction. And he
yep,
said sometimes in the factory, and he lost his index finger and it was like a knuckle. And I think it was his middle finger too, the same. It was two fingers like that. And that shocked me. Well, actually
yeah,
the thumb too. The thumb too. And I was like,
yeah,
wow, like a nub. I was like, damn.
yeah, man.
But
Like,
that's happened to me. I clipped one of my thumb by accident. It was bleeding, but I didn't lose my whole nail or my thumb, by the way. It
yeah,
was just a clip
yeah.
of the finger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
man.
people, yeah, people don't like, you know what I mean? Like, well, you like if and a lot of times people are real self-conscious, but I was up there watching, I saw the, dude, I'm like, oh man, you missing this thing, right? Like his index finger, right? But he was still doing this thing. He was still cutting the wood and whatever, you know what I mean? But you don't see his face, you just see his hands, right? And a lot of times is occupational hazards. You're in construction, you in some type of industry or whatever. You know what I mean? Even when I was in the military, man, like a dude, he got a whole hole in his leg. Like he fell on
Hmm.
he was we had a steam generator, and the piston wasn't going up and down right. So he took the little the ball, man, and beat on the to get the piston unstuck, like the arm of the piston unstuck for the
Hmm.
for the steam to come through to hit the turbine, right? The ship rocked, and it was this pole spike that came up with the chain on it, right? And he fell, and when he fell, the spike went straight through his thigh. Like he fell back and he fell, and he was just hanging off of the spike through his thigh, right? And we could like, everybody got on earplugs, but we just hear this dude screaming, like, white dude, man. Dude
Mm.
like about 222, whatever, right? Big ass
God
dude from
damn.
like Nebraska, right? And he don't,
Yeah.
he one of them country fed white boys, but he one of them tough dudes, right? Like man's
Yeah.
like he done hurt his hand, got hit in the hand with like, what I mean, stuff happened in engineering all the time. But when we heard him, we like everybody ran up, man, and we picked him up off the thing, wrapped his leg up, and we had to, get him out of the space. But the thing is we got the, when we in the middle of the water, you got to go through them little hatches. Like the hatch ain't all the way up, so it's like if you ever see one of the military, the Navy things or the submarine thing when they go through the little hatch, it's actually a two-part thing. Like it's a big part, and then you lock that down, and then you got the hatch. So just in case of it flood, you
Hmm.
can spin the wheel and lock it out, right? Airtight it, right? So we had to pull up the hatch, get him through, man, and we got him to medical, and they had to fly him off the ship because it
Hmm.
was like a straight puncture through his leg. Like it was a straight puncture. Like they, what I mean, they had to fly him off, and they had to like put blood packs on him and all of this. But the doc said if it was an inch over, he would have bled out because it hit that artery, hit that femoral artery, right? What I mean, bled him out. And dude was out, man. He was like, we heard like by the time we came back in like 2 weeks later, he was getting medically discharged.
Hmm.
Yeah, he pretty much was done for life. Like yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's like he
That's
couldn't.
fucked up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
that's
fucked
sad,
up.
man.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
dude was like the dude was smart as shit, man. Dude was smart as
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, and it's a
Okay.
lot of dudes is like that. I'm like, and that's what I say. Like things about men, but when we saw the dude, the next
Yeah,
time
Ronan. Damn. Yeah.
what I mean. But the next time I saw the dude, right, he was he was working at the shipyard. 6 months later, even though he getting 100% from the military and the federal government, he was
Right.
still
Right.
working. You
He's
know what I mean?
still
Like
working. There you
he's
go.
still working. You know what I mean? He's still working. Now he couldn't like he was an advisor, but he couldn't really get in there and do. But the dude was still, you know what I mean? He was a mechanic to the core. But that's what I mean is like let that dude kind of been in the space as it is right now, he'd have been crying, whining,
Oh
sitting
yeah.
there, you know what I mean, screaming in the mic or nothing like that. But that's what I mean is like, we got to practice ORM, operational risk management,
Hmm.
with these messages, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and what I mean by operational risk management is that this this that whole you ain't you ain't red pill, all of that shit, man, and all of that crazy shit. No, nigga, that's rage, bro. Like that's all it is rage.
Rage. I was saying that this when he had that rage
Yeah,
when he was young. I
yeah,
had that too when I was young, but
yeah, man.
before anything, and I'm glad he shared that. And would please continue, but you know.
No, no, I'm saying, man, like, yeah, man, it's rage, and what's the next level to that, right?
Hmm.
Like, there has to be like the Supreme Elder came up there, and you know what I mean, and he told me what for, and I needed that, right?
Hmm.
And it resonated, right? But at the same time, when he did that, he also came back with the solution, and then it was a buildup. It was like, yo, this is what you do right. This is what you do. This stay on that. It wasn't you let that nigga come up here and do X, Y, and Z. I'm blah, 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 and that's the end of it. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like with correction comes, correction means there needs to be, you know what I mean, when you bring correction to somebody, right? Or
Hmm.
you bring a problem, there's a working through process and there's a solution. There's no solutions to these
Hmm.
problems that a lot of these dudes have. And I remember you was talking about the 1.0 and before how things were before, right? The reason why
Yeah,
those guys ain't around is because those guys already found the solutions to their problem,
yeah,
right? You
that's
know what I mean?
true.
And then
That's
the
true.
guys that still around was basically trying to hand out solutions to the problems or right the
Hmm.
ship, but because you guys wasn't particularly in it for the money and for the flash and the pizzazz of it, because y'all were actually trying to do some work. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It got overtaken, overshadowed, and then the message got on some trauma bond and ink shit, and
yeah,
and and
yeah.
then 95% of the content. And I guess I must have came on like like when I listen to you and Wacky, and Mike V and all of y'all talk about it, right? And when I came in around 2018, I think
Oh,
I caught like the golden age,
you
like the
came
end
in the
part.
beginning. You came in the beginning of 3.0.
Yeah,
You was on the
yeah,
tail end of 2.0. Well,
yeah.
I know you
Well,
wasn't.
yeah, I was
Well,
over there.
you.
I came in because I remember this. I remember
Uh-huh.
a year and a half prior, right? I was in my
Uh-huh.
YouTube recommenders and I was like, man, I don't see any like black YouTubers like that, right? Like, like with
Yeah.
some channels or nothing like that. So I went around YouTube just scouring YouTube, right? I saw
Hmm.
Tommy shit like once, man. I turned that shit the fuck off,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Same
yeah.
here. Yeah, I
So
can't stand that motherfucker.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, no, but I didn't know who he was like that, but I just
Yeah, I
listened to
understand.
his
Yeah.
shit. I just
Yeah, I
listened
can't
to it
stand
for
that
like
motherfucker.
10 minutes, man. I turned it off. I'm like, man, that shit was sickening listening to
Yeah,
this
it
shit,
is
right?
sickening when you really
So
listen to it. At first, he was all right with it until the cooning
yeah,
shit that
yeah,
turned me
that's
off.
when
It
I
wasn't the
that's when I
women, the women I
the
kind of
cooning it
co-signed,
was but
but
see
that
that's what I
cooning
caught.
shit, like, he's like, ooh, black people better do this. And like, I don't hear all that
Yeah,
shit.
that's
And he
all I
tried to
was
steal
hearing.
talking points from SWP, and when I heard his shit and his shit, it's the
Yeah,
same old shit that 2.0 wants to hang on. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, if you got problems with women, you need to go to the therapist immediately. And this is
fat.
why I'm glad I did that Sunday Madness stream about PTSD and CTE. It's very important, man. Like, get some help, man, therapy. And I think professional therapy. And I talked to Saronin and Sheep about it, man. Like they always said in their content, it's work within. And shouts out to his pre-record,
Mm,
man. And I'm glad I'm gonna use that Thursday. I ain't gonna use his pre-record. I'm gonna reference some of the things he said
yeah.
this week. And it's ridiculous, man. You can't be crying about the same old shit all the time, man. It's just retarded.
Yeah.
But you came on the tail end of 2.0, and I think the Black Order's already failed, but y'all
No, no,
reminisce. And
no,
I got
no.
I
No,
got I
no.
got I got some of the audiences that in the combination of a lot of people
Yeah,
and some of the brain trust, but you came in
yeah,
the beginning where complex established 3.0. Now
yeah,
that's Black brain trust. The problem is you got, and see, Jerome wants to go back to that stream team shit. Now that's the O'Shea problem. Okay, and I'm shouts out to Complex for saying that.
yeah.
That's an O'Shea problem.
So
O'Shea was pissed because Complex
Mhm.
moved on another direction. They was under BGS. That's all that was.
Yeah, yeah.
His bitch ass got mad and said, "You four niggas keep streaming all day." He's a fucking hypocrite, by the
Yeah,
way.
I
You had a
remember
podcaster, a music guy, Cuda, right? Then you got
Mhm.
this crypto former music guy, Ty City, create his own sphere. He's cool with Taz and everybody else in Bitcoin L. The third guy is a fucking clown. He's a Tommy and Mal Mannerman type with a box haircut himself right here. Victim stream, what I like to call him. The last dude likes to attack divestment conversations. Another clown. Those
Mhm.
two I don't fuck with, but the other two I'm all right with because I'm glad I came this year and subscribed to their content. They have
Mhm.
some solutions. If you want to get into this thing, here you go. Tassisi, if you want to fight the system, remember what you did before
Yeah,
and don't cry about it. You know what I mean? That's why he says accountability matters.
yeah. And you know what?
And you can't cry about that shit.
Yeah, because I talked to and that's what I mean is like when I came when and this was like I think this was like about 2016 going into 2017. So then I found O'Shea thing, but when I found O'Shea's video, I think they were pre-records and they were just jokes. Like they were like commentary on certain stuff and whatever, but it was funny. Like you know what I mean? I was like, oh okay, they do some funny shit. And you know, I didn't want with the live streaming shit. So I think I was looking at YouTube one day, and then it was
Mhm.
like recommended, right? This person, I guess it says other people. It says O'Shea, whatever vlogcast watches this person, you know what they watch, right? That's when YouTube was
Mhm.
doing the algorithm. This is 2018. So this March 2018, and then that's when it says BGS, right? So I click
Right.
on it, and I'm thinking it's a pre-record video or whatever, but it was live. So I was like, oh, this is what's live, right? So I look at the video, I see it's live, and then I type in the chat, right? And then BGS drops the link to the Google Hangouts. I was like,
Mhm.
what the fuck? So I jump up on the panel, right? Say what's up. And that's when me and BGS first had our interaction, right? And this is when I first meet Angry Man, Cerulean. And that was that infamous stream with Obsidian when he asked the question and he dodged
Okay.
his own question. And I was the one actually talking to Obsidian. And I met Kevin also, right? And they actually
Oh, Samuels? Yeah, I'm not
yeah,
surprised.
so the crazy part about it is my first channel name was Black in Japan because it was actually Kevin and BGS that recommended me to put that on there because they looked at my channel, right? And they was giving tips on how to get your channel better and get more whatever, right?
Mhm.
And and they told me about TubeBuddy and the other thing about the analytics and all of the other stuff, the tools that they
Mhm.
use, like you can see other people's views and all of this and all of that stuff, right? So and then we was talking about political commentary, and I would come around a lot, and then that's when I went into I would go to Angry Man shit because BGS was only doing it once a week. Angry Man was doing it every day. I had time because I had to be up at weird hours and stuff like that. You know, I was still running around doing my thing. So I was over there with Angry Man, and that's when I like me and Cerulean chopped it up. And then that's when I ran into Charles Faulkner on Charles Gilmore panel. Like, you know what I'm saying? That you know what I'm saying? So then me and Charles reconnected because that's the first time I ran into Ruby. Classic Ruby was on Charles Gilmore panel. Now all of the Black Order stuff, I knew about it, you know what I mean? But I
Mhm.
didn't really, you know what I mean? Like, cause you know what I mean? Niggas was like, man,
Oh,
this
it
is
was big, man,
yeah,
back
yeah, yeah,
in the early days. I'll say 2015 or something like that. I heard about
yeah,
it. And then I heard the name Cerulean, I would say 2 years ago.
yeah, yeah.
Probably last year because
Oh,
Charles Faulkner referenced him every time in every stream
yeah.
last year, even this year. And then when I finally saw him with the beret and the glasses, I said, this is the guy that they're talking about. But I didn't know he's from Minneapolis. I don't know if he was from Cleveland, one of them, because I know that when you say Twin Cities, I think two places. Cleveland
Mhm.
in Minnesota. And then he mentioned the other Twin Cities. Oh, he's talking about Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota's wild. I met
Yeah,
some Minnesota people that's black
all of
that was
Minneapolis.
my neighbors in my apartment. Them niggas is about that shit. You know, they eyes turn solid red, be on some bullshit, and they be drunk and stuff, and they'll fight you. I'm like, damn, these niggas is wild. See, they underestimate that state in general. They always think it's a bunch of rednecks up there. No, them niggas, they brought them hammer work. You know, I heard some stories, and one of them pulled me to the side and said, "Yeah, we brought that shit too." I said, "Damn, remind me back home." But you know, but I didn't know Cerulean was like that. But you know, when he pulled me off air, man, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
But you
And
know,
you know
but the
shout
way
out
he talked, oh, okay.
no, but it was one thing. Oh, shout out to Information Man, because during that time when I was over there, Information Man, I think I ran into Information Man. I think on BGS's, I think BGS is one of his hangouts, right? When it back, I'm
Peace,
talking
I am
this the good
listening.
days. There was good days. And when I ran into, I think Information Man over there, Information Man invited me to his channel, and we did an interview. Man. He invited me over to do an interview with him and stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? So I knew Information Man back like 28, 20, was it 20? Yeah, 2018, around that time. And then I ran into Information Man again on a brother channel, LMP, and that's when I ran into Art and Style.
Art New Style.
Over at LMP's channel. He had a channel, but it wasn't like it was now. So, and me and him chopped it up, and I did an interview with Art and Style over on my panel, on my other channel, and we did the interview. And this was doing when like Nyla and Taz was coming around. It was just Nyla and Taz with Shannon and stuff like that. So this was like, and this was after the first fallout of the Black Order. So this was like fall, like going in, you know what I mean? That infamous thing that happened over there with that. But you can start seeing the splintering of what was actually happening. So I was like, I came like at the, I guess like the beginning of the fall, because when the information came out, like it was already the beginning of the end when I came around. So to Sir's credit, yeah. So I came like at the end of the 2.0 when they were still holding 1.0 talking points, and to the shift to this crazy you know, whatever's going on with that. So yeah, but I never subscribed. Like I didn't know, like I would hear like manosphere stuff and MGTOW and Red Pill and all of that crap, but I was like, I'm not none of that, bro. Like I don't know what the hell
I
y'all
never
talking
subscribed to the MGTOW shit. To me, it was bullshit. I subscribed to the pro-black shit from the conscious community, even though I was part of the Hebrew.
That was me.
Yeah, I was part of the Hebrew Israelite community with Wacky. We come from that community. We was like the dominance of 07 and 2012. That was a year span. Okay. In 2007, I was on some pro-black shit. I was a Christian at the time. I left Christianity at the age of 21 and 09. And I was listening to Dr. York and conscious shit. I was a conscious nigga in high school. I wouldn't listen to these niggas. I was on that African tip once upon a time before I converted. And when I started listening to Hebrew Israelites in Cleveland, those niggas and that white boy, that was back in 2011. Because my channel was going to that direction, and because of course I was a former Christian anyway. Of course I was into the old and the new, but eventually I became a Torah. Yeah, I went more to the Torah route. Shouts out to Elder Young One. If you see him on my channels list on my channel, he's the one that we was like he was top 10 on the list that got hit, and I was probably top 3 speaking violently, and I was on some revolutionary type shit because we was on some bullshit. Then you know we was actually touching the top. We was actually touching the Jesuit and the Masonic order. I was dissing them people from, you know, so-called Israel. I call them all frauds. I put them together. You know what I did? I exposed their history. I went to the seat of Japheth doctrine, but these agent trolls, the CIA and niggas, right? And I gave them my phone number. It's a mistake. This nigga got me. And that's when I got compromised ever since then. And when Cerulean said when he was compromised, that's why we can relate. And I said, yeah, I've been compromised, bro. And I learned a lesson, because never give out your phone number. And when Cluster was saying, yeah, that happened to me, because it resonated me back 9 years ago. What happened? I was pissed, lost my first channel, but this is my second channel. I had to turn a new leaf at the time. I was still battling them, but I had to be coded with it. You know what I mean? I had to walk on, not on eggshells. I was just going through the blade, and I was like, man, fuck this shit. But then I started attacking the conscious community. The feds wearing niggas, destroy them. It's certain videos and pre-records. I had fun. I was on the laptop mic, of course. And I was just decimating niggas, man. We was just being rough. Me and White was rough. I held that manosphere shit for 3 years. 3 years prior, I did good content pre-records, and then the last pre-record I did was the Hannibal stream part 2. Oh man. And after that, 2014, when I left, 2015, I was on a hiatus. That lasted for like 5 years. And I came back 2019. as a replay watcher. I didn't get into live streams until last year when I saw BGS's channel for the first time as a live stream. I heard of him in 2019. He had some good shit there and there. But 2020, when the COVID thing came, oh man, I was in his live streams all the time around the spring, March, April. I was around peeking around in the chat, dapping niggas up, of course. I saw Gino, saw Ty City, a few other people, AB Media, and all these other people. So I already knew who Angerman was. He was just a ripoff of Tommy doing the same old shit. I mean, his charismatic guilt is what people see his views. Now he did the video games. I give him all that, but when I saw him at the time,
I would, you know what, this is me personally. This is me personally, right? Right. And Jay Sean said this too, but as far as in the space where you talk about visuals, right?
Yeah.
And having it aesthetically pleasing, you know, throw the message to the side. Out of everybody that's in the space, even Tommy, Kevin, and all of them. Well, Kevin's not there no more, but when he was or whatever, he had the best visuals. He always had his gear up. He always had his thing. Now, as far as like you know, with the mics and stuff like that, of course, cool to got that. But when you first start off, everybody knew who Angry Man was. As far as that, now the thing is if he would have, you know, because of how his crowd is and what it is and stuff like that, if he would have mixed his commentary, you know, with the whole video game thing, right, or just chopped it up with people on, he would have destroyed, because his highest rated video to date, where he was getting the most money, was when he was playing that Dragon Ball game.
Yeah,
he had 5,000 to 10,000 people in the chat organically.
Yeah, I remember that. That's why he did Twitch later on. Yeah,
and then he went to, and he tried to go back and he went back to the nigga shit, and that's what, and whatever. Because to be honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you, his actual personality fits that over there. Like it fits that shit. Like they got a dude that makes 20, 30, 40 racks a month on Twitch. And he's like, they call him, he call him Rage or something, because he a rage quit.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Rage quit. It's a lot of them. It's a lot of niggas like that. Yeah, Angerman will fit well in that.
He'll fit right in, right? And the funny part about it is that sponsors send him equipment to see if it'll be durable enough to deal with him rage quitting. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how he gets his thing off. Like, you know what I mean? Because he did it once. Because you know he was playing again, but that was his little thing. But that's what I mean is like, when you came around BGS, like I was actually on the, like after the thing went down with Cerulean, because I was sitting on there when they did that shit. Like I was literally sitting on the panel that last Google Hangout. Like, well, yeah. The last Google Hangout before it shift with the StreamYards.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So
I found him in the fall of 2019.
I was already gone. Yeah. Like I was already.
I watched some of his Black Pill video. That's how I found it. His first video that was popped up in my recommendation. They mentioned his name, BGS Igmore. And when I saw that shit, I said, man, I was impressed. And then I had to go back to that next year, 2020. Man, every people that was on this panel, I think you was on there. It was Cerulean, and then it was also Charles. Charles was a regular. Yeah, Charles. Angerman was a regular. Around that time in the months, all of them, the Igmore boys. What you would call it, Art of Igmore, Art of New Style. You know, and I was looking at their stuff, and then the live streams, actual live. I was talking to Ty City in the chat. Edward Anderson. Ty City was on his fucking panels, trolling the shit out of BGS, and Kuda don't understand it. Now, Ty City trolled him many times. I don't think Kuda understand. When he was over at BGS, he used to roast the shit out of him, and BGS roast him back. They're the same side. It don't really matter. It's just they're gonna be niggas in the day. He admits that every now and then on his platform. He tells on himself, quiet as kept. I mean, I don't say nothing. I don't pull his card on his channel. I just let him be him. You know, when he made that response to me and someone clipped it, I bust out laughing when I did that pre-records today. But go ahead. But, you know.
Yeah, man. Like he was, I'm like, but see, that's the, we going down this little thing, and then what I'm saying, how it comes with the time thing is because I remember Kuda used to be over there with Obsidian.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like people forget, like Kuda used to be over there with Obsidian, but Kuda wasn't like, this was back during the Nagone days.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Nagone, where Obsidian was palatable. Like I went on Obsidian's panels like 3 times. Like I actually went over there like 3 times. And I actually went. I think I went over there to the Brain Trust like twice. Because
I've been
I
on the
always had.
Brain Trust last year multiple times. Even the
Yeah.
Sapiel streams with Complex. That's it. If you watch the later of 2020, I was over there a lot with that dark statue. What you see in the chat room. Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
So and you know what I mean, and like I don't know, like I was like, yo, I don't have to like a person, but I can always see a person's viewpoint if they bring if they bring a position, right? And I'll respect you more, even if you dead ass wrong. I'll respect you more if you stand on it. Once you say, yo, I believe in this. If you say you believe in some shit, man, I'm not going to like, okay, cool. Let's just move forward. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and then, what I mean? Because, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? You believe in it. I'm not supposed to change your belief system. It's like if me and you were talking, sir, right? And you start talking about, you know what I mean, your belief. And it ain't got to have nothing to do with, like, far as religion or nothing like that, right? Like, say you say, yo, I'm not rocking with that. You know what I mean? I can explain to you, like, yo, here you go. Hey, sir, do you know that, you can eat clams and shit, and it's good for you, right? You're gonna be like, nah, I don't believe in eating clams.
Yeah.
Nah, man, but the health reasons of eating, I don't believe in eating clams.
Yeah.
The conversation is over.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah.
It's over after that.
Yeah.
After that.
But if you give me details of it, I'll look in. I said, let me look into that. That's why that would be my response. And then if I say no, the conversation's over, then we talk about something else. Now, if we agree on something, then you show me the way, and I said, I did not even know that. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, well,
and
maybe
then you
I
look
was
at yourself. Yeah, maybe I was misinformed. I said I have to look at it differently. Sometimes I will listen. See, I ain't one of most people. I'm willing to learn. If I fuck up, I correct myself automatically. What I do is I don't get emotional about it. I say, well, oh shit. Even with the dereliction word, I've heard that word years growing up with my older grandparents. I heard them use it. Both races use it, and they use it in the military on purpose to piss people off, because that's an old time word. That's been around a long time. I know what Sarun is doing. He does that on purpose. But the funny thing, he told me, he said, even yours truly. He told me this one time on the panel. Even yours truly. He said that on the stream. I'll never forget. He said, it's not above that. And you tell these niggas that, he's like, well, I've always been perfect all my life. I hate niggas like that. But that's my pet peeve. But then I realized I don't get mad anymore. You know what I do? I just let them hang themselves, let them be stupid. I'm not going to argue about the feminism thing. It's no need to argue about what it came from. But let's argue about plutocracy. It's, oh, no, we can't talk about that. What about these women? The gynecologist and all that. And it's for weak men, but shouts out to Sarun for saying that, which is true. You really, the gynecologist, he says for weak men. I say, in a way, if you really think about it, they think it's for the women, but if you really think about it, they the ones complaining and you're promoting it. Don't even understand. I think Sheep said it best. Thank God for DS1 for saying this. Yeah, that's so true. If you really listen to them long enough, like Roger and them, I understand it.
Right.
But I've heard that shit since 2008 from 2013, and it gets stale. It's cool back in those times, right?
Yeah.
But after that, in 2015, that changed the ballgame. When MGTOW took over, when Hebrew Israelites kind of stagnated, and then you got these fuck niggas and incels, these sexuals out here, they want to just hijack everything. I'm like, all right, bro. Don't
call it, I wouldn't even call it MGTOW. I call it none-tow.
Nun tile, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a
nun
nun. Nun mode.
mode. Yeah,
Nun mode.
nun
But
mode.
Third said they looking for, yeah, I know. They full of it too. That's cap. But I know Topaz is gonna try to kill me in this street. She's
Yeah.
gonna be
Sorry,
she gonna give me
Topaz. Sorry, Topaz.
Topaz. She gonna give me this
What,
weekend. She go,
what's our
no, not
homegirl she
this week.
always with?
No, she
What's her homegirl she always with?
oh,
They always travel together.
Khadija.
Okay, yeah. Both of
Khadija.
them. Yo, we
Yeah,
ain't gonna fuck up y'all saying we back. We sorry.
we
We
were,
sorry.
but
Yeah.
no, they off this week because
I
of
never.
the Christmas weekend. Yeah, shit.
Yeah,
I
you know
forgot.
what? I never like you know what? When I was talking to them too over at Unbaked Chicken
Yeah,
stream,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Chicken
Um,
shit. Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean. Like every time I was trying to get them to explain, like Khadijah to explain that, right? She always get cut off.
There's a
Like,
reason for that. Yeah.
yeah, I know. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? you know what? A third, you know what, man? Next time y'all go live, man, I know y'all probably because y'all got families and y'all busy. When y'all go live, man, I'm gonna jump up on the panel, man, and I'm gonna ask Topaz about can she explain what nun mode is? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But yeah, man,
Yeah, I'm glad I've joined on their panels, man. Like, I mean, they shit is so refreshing. It's funny,
yeah,
and this first time I talked to Brandon. He's different, you know. I wouldn't say he's a semi-trim, you know, he likes trim beliefs, but every now and then he gets a little pro-black. He's more like that's a Ty City's twin. You know, he came from the area of Taz and all them in the order, and he be roasting the shit out of Taz too. But that I mean, he's a whole troll, but that nigga is hilarious. I mean, with the C Boogie shit, and we was laughing about that last week. I enjoyed the shit out of that and the highlight, and I said, "Oh my god, come on, man! 30, he's 30. Quit playing that so long, man. He's stuck on the damn show. It was 7 hours. I was like, Brandon was pissed. You know how Wack gets pissed when they Sagittarius and human fasting. They get so pissed off real quick. They say, "What the fuck y'all doing? Taking so long?" I'm like, shit.
Hey man, hey, you know what? Hey man, look man, Third had me mad when he was doing, but the shit was funny, man. He kept playing this shit, man. This fucking, you know what I mean? But yo, I'll say this, man. Like this whole year, man. This whole year, bring this up, man. Yo, shout out to Shayla. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yo, she called you out today, sir, and you and Nadia saying that y'all was right. You know what I mean about what went down over there. When she was live today. So, you know what I'm saying? So, so she, shout out to Sheila. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, when a person corrects themselves, you know what I mean, especially publicly, man, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's a good thing, man. But I told you, sir. I told you it was coming, man. I told you.
Yeah. I knew it.
Yeah,
but
man.
I'm not even mad. You know what it is? I let her have her thing, and I didn't get emotional after the so-called fallout. It's a distance. Really, you know what it is? I distanced myself. I didn't want to entertain that thing that she had next to her. And she got on my nerves at the beginning of the year too when I met Kuda. She kept talking about that secret society stuff with a homeboy with the weed, right? And I bounced him off the panel. And I made this rule to myself when I got into the fall with the nigga that tried to destroy your shit the other day. And I said to myself, no more. No more. And shouts out to Malik X again. Yeah, I took care of that little problem, and he ain't coming over here no more because I already know he unsubscribed. But that's a good thing because he came from over there with Mr. Elite and the mainstream manosphere weirdos over there. I can't deal with that. I have enough nigga problems over here than over there. And I told Gino about it. Yeah, just keep that picture saved. You know, watch out for him. Yeah. I tell the villains, watch out for these weirdos, man. They be on your panels and shit. Because of that merging of the algorithm, I've noticed, and you was right, and they coming over. You know, dude, right? The Omega dude that was on Sheila's panel. He's from a different sector. I don't think he's from the B sector. He's bouncing around. He's kind of like how should I say it? He was in that wrestling community. Yeah, he was part of that wrestling community. Yeah, he's one. Yeah. But he's got a baby mama though. You know, he's got 2 kids, and it was on that panel. If you watched that stream yesterday, interesting. He had the gear and everything. I mean, he's real cool. He likes to talk about politics. I know that, but you know what's so funny though? He thinks just like the Brain Trust and his talking points. And he asked me if you want to do an interview about the Mansfield. Yeah, I can criticize the modern day Mansfield, like BGS and them, their points. What you hear now, just don't be surprised they're merged with that because of Kevin. You know, if you want to ask about Kevin, I mean, that's simple. But he told me he got doxxed one time. It was light. You know, he told me they do that for sport. He got away from that shit and then realized he's been on this shit for like 7 years. And you know, he told me,
what's that?
That shit is just wild. You know, he said they just do all that. And then Malik said he got doxxed real bad. And, you know, and he told me about it. I said, yeah, Malik, you be all right. You ain't going to get doxxed again. Because there's feds and agents watching out for shit right now. Because, you know, GMT, he's on the hot seat right now. And shouts out to Charles. That's a hell of a stream you did. And Chaos Rain said, you see that stream? Yeah, I said, I support Charles. Charles commented on my 2 pre-records. Shouts out to him again.
Yeah.
And I said, we'll back to him again.
A couple times, man.
Yeah. That's because, you know, in BGS, I'm glad he mentioned me in a stream or a pre-record, and someone clipped his shit and mentioned my name. I started busting out laughing when I did my pre-record. I said, this nigga's wild, man. Grandmaster at it again, boy. But that's okay. I know he's subscribed. I'm just saying.
It's just certain
it's
shit.
Just what
man.
it is.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, man. It's just like, yo, when you hear certain things, certain things, bro, it's certain offenses that's well, whatever. So dude is, but you know what? But at the end of the day, man, it's the environment that incentivizes it. You know what I'm saying? So you know, you look at the whole picture, right? Because like it's like this, right? It's like in what is it? Unbaked chicken guy, right? He wasn't destroying nothing because nigga, we don't beef on my channel. Like there's no beef. Like there's a differences of opinion that will happen from here and there. And then, you know,
same here. Yeah.
So there's no beefing. It ain't no gang tackling. We don't do that. Like, yo, you and this person, y'all going back and forth. All right, man. Y'all go at it. Y'all. I give y'all 10 minutes to go back at it, to get that energy out, and then we're gonna come back. And I'm like, all right, now, with that being said, the shit's over. Now, you state your final point. Now we're gonna move on and let everybody else talk. Y'all cool the fuck off. Like that, I'm like, you know what I mean? And I do that with men. Now, men and women, that's a whole different ball game, because then it's gonna, you know what I mean, it's gonna get personal, and there's gonna be bitch and nigga, you ain't shit. Dusty Beta Male Cone, darling, you know what I'm saying? And all that crap. Yeah, no, we ain't gonna have that. You know what I mean? But men are gonna do that when they talk back forth to each other, right?
Turner.
You know what I mean? Exactly, right? But we ain't gonna, like, I'm gonna say this, man. Like, we gotta be able to have a difference of opinion as people. Except that a person has a differences of opinion. You get what I'm saying? And once a person say they believe, no matter how egregious the belief is, you gotta accept that shit, man. Like, it's just what it is. Like, you gotta accept it, because at the end of the day, when you get off the stream, you close your eyes and you wake up, that person ain't in arm's distance of you. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta live your life. Fuck it. Like, you know what I mean? If you live past the age of puberty, and when I mean puberty, and when I mean puberty, I'm not talking about as your teenage years. I mean when your brain fully develops after the age of 25 and 26, then, you know what I mean, you have survived the environment most enough to be considered a full adult. Now, you can go outside, step off a curve, and get hit by a goddamn car and shit and die, but you live to be a full adult at the age of 25. That's why you can't really do shit in the world, in society, until you at least really 25 years of age.
Yeah.
People don't realize they're like little nuances like that. And I think we as men need to, because men don't sit around and talk about women all day. There's more important shit to talk about than talk about women all day. Right?
Yeah, most men, they talk about, I hate to say it, sports, politics. They talk about apparel sometimes, if you're into fashion. Not all fashion, but
not
less
all
fashion. But I'm just saying less fashion.
I think it's cold outside. I need
it's cold outside. Oh, I need a coat. Like, and actual gear, I would say, like, technology, that's a new thing of men. Machinery and all that, engineering. I would say engineering in general. And housing. I will say they'll talk about basic shit. Family is women and family go together. Sad quiet as kept. If you in the barbershop days back when we was younger, they always talk about their wife and their fucking children. And the children is like the asset standard. The wife is like the liability. I hate to say that because she's not much. When she's at first, she's your wife, she's an asset, and then she turns into a liability when after she has kids. But here's the thing: you can fix liabilities and you give them insurance and put them on your car and all this stuff, or just like gear, like the laptops. Like people expressed it to me when I was young. I don't use the car, I use the technology analogy for it, because women, they're like that. But the funny thing about them is when the children come out, if they're the nurturer and the nesters, yes, the children is like the asset. You got to build them up. See, they raise them, right? But the men's job, like, it's a certain age with the boys. I would say 8 and above. And when you really raise them, you said like 10 and 12, which is true, because 8, you try and develop his brain first. Yeah. I think around 9 and 10, he's in the process. Now, when he gets 12, that's when you really raise him, teach him basic shit. Once he becomes a teenager, you got to teach him certain things. You got to let him hurt himself a little bit. Not hurt himself, literally. I'm just saying in his mind, like, if you're going to do this shit, I'm going to leave you out here. My dad used to do shit like that to me when I was a teenager. If I did dumb shit, he'll left my ass. You're gonna walk your ass home. He was on that type of time, and that's how I was raised. Consequences. And especially grandparents. They did the same shit to me, so they know what a boy was. They had a lot of them. I mean, they had a lot of girls, but it was a balance between the two. See, the girls get away with a lot of shit back then. I don't care what nobody's saying, because they had certain things in place, and they was pushing this shit a long time ago. It came away. Oh, we here now. We're civil rights. All right, shut your ass up. What you gonna do about these problems? I don't want to deal. No, all right, there you go. You're a woman. See, men got to carry your ass to the promised land. So don't be tripping and calling us, you're dusty. And I don't want to hear all that. No. Men clean up the work. We still gonna be clean up, men, and we're gonna make this shit right. We're the house. I hate to say it in scripture. Yeah, we are the material, or we like to say it or not. But most men, we talk about structural shit. I mean, quiet as kept. Conversations probably to be like 10. I'll say about 10 to 25 minutes. Quiet as kept. In a natural conversation, I'll say about 5 to 10 minutes.
Hold on, what? David Carroll passed away.
Yeah, he passed away. We say rest in peace to him early in the hideout. There's no need. Yeah, yeah. Some people try to say it's COVID. His sister said that. Yeah, I mean, he was a former. I'll say trim, but I'm gonna leave him alone. That's y'all's boy. Yeah.
That's terrible, man.
That's terrible, man. It's fucked up.
Terrible.
Yeah, rest in power. Yeah,
rest in power, man. So, but I'm like, yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Like, I do notice that, and this is one thing that I have noticed, right? What I mean? Like, sometimes you got one of them kick it streams where everybody's up here because you got people rotating in and out, right? Yeah. But when you look around, man, like, and shout out to Char Willie, because she say anything, any stream that goes more than 3 hours is going to devolve into fuckery.
Oh yeah,
it's going to devolve into fuck. I'm like, does this, not to say that you shouldn't move your shit past 3 hours, but the other thing is that I used to listen to Joe Rogan, right? Because we don't I can't get his thing over here because the Spotify is fucked up over here, over here, right? But I used to listen to Joe Rogan all the time, right? On YouTube, man. I used to love them things, man. And the conversation would go everywhere. You talk about the guest and stuff like that. They'll bring up what happened with them, and then they'll do the thing. I think the one that I was really interested in was the Leanne Rhymes thing with the Scientology shit, right? All that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And Joe Rogan was up there and they was talking, but most of his things, he'd be like, oh man, oh yeah, we got to get out of here, right? And he was like, oh, and the guests be like, oh, what's up? He said, yo, it's been 3 hours. Oh, it's been 3 hours.
They do that shit. Yeah, that's podcasting. That's actual proper podcasting. That's most of the standards is actually 3 to 4 hours. The longest. That's the shortest marathon in podcasting standard. No matter what mic you're using. If you go after 4 hours, they say, or 3 hours, that's like a marathon. Now, 4 hours is not a marathon. You're in the threshold. But once you get past 4 hours, you're in a marathon. That's a marathon streaming. I had some few marathons, yes. And sometimes they're long-lasting podcasting marathon streaming. Now, what Kuda does, that's entertainment. That's a fucking entertainer. Because a entertainer can go so long when you got the music blasting, the hose, and it's laughable. But even though he's from an area that's well known historically, even though where you from is part of 13 colonies, Baltimore, people forget. Yeah, it may be old and run down hood. No, nigga. My dad, when he went to the early 80s, when he in his business, when he was an auditor, he told me, he said, son, that shit is what it was. It's all black. Even DC. He saw, but the food was good though on both sides. And he said, he said that's culture. You want to talk about black culture? You go to Baltimore, you take your ass to DC and learn some shit. Learn some shit. Or go to this place in Philly. I've never been to Philly. I would love to visit, but I got family up there, you know, cousins I met from Kentucky.
Philly's nice, man.
Yeah, Philly's nice. It's an older city. You know, it has rough edges, but every place to do. Even I tell this to that clown that mess up your string. I'm like, anybody can touch you, nigga. You think they sit around now? Like, this is why I love Cerulean. See, people think he's sitting by himself in his office in Minnesota. Nah, nigga. You forget his background. He used to hang with them boys, and then they learn that shit when they bring over. You think a lot of people, former agents and former military and police guys, don't know stealth tactics? They'll knock your neck loose. We just talked about martial arts yesterday with Rashawn. Rashawn knows that, and then Ronan tell you, take the shit, hit you on your side. He's he did that. I saw that replay. I said, God damn, Ronan was a fool. But yeah, man, and we all laughed, man. But that's the conversation I had, and I'm glad I saw the replay of that stream for that 4 hours. Great conversation. Now, the other half of the stream, it was going to go into fuckery, of course, and I had to stop it at 6 hours. I said, you know what? We need to stop. Fuck that. Because I ain't got nothing else to talk about. When my brain runs out, and usually I stop 3 to 4 hours anyway, or usually 3 hours, you know, by myself. I ain't trying to be like, old girl, because she can roast for hours. If you're really angry, yeah, you can go over. It's easy if you got the talent, but if you go over that, that's incredible. That's entertainment. I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody said. That is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like is this is crazy how, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy how people, like, in the world, man, like, there's things going on in the world, man, and you know, to touch on topics and stuff like this, and there really isn't, how should I say, man, there really isn't dudes actually bringing up literal content, man, like, to a certain degree. And I ain't gonna say like all, but let's just look at it like this, right? Let's just look at it like this. If you look at the pillars, right? If you look at the so-called pillars, right? And if you actually just look at their stream, you know, how they're streaming, what they're saying, what they're doing, all of this other stuff, right? They're not literally, they used to do this. They used to have their stream set up, put up some you know what I mean, pull up their source material, what they're talking about. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't do that no more. You know what they do? They sit up there, if they show themselves, and they just talk. Now, I don't know, when I mean the pillars, I'm talking about the old dudes. Now if you're talking about like Ty City or somebody like that that's speaking, like even like Taz and Cynthia and all of them, they'll pull up some shit. Now, you can kind of, like, you know what I mean, you can critique or you can go against their research. All right, listen, man, fucking Cynthia G was the Pew research queen. Everything comes from Pew research and shit, right? I call it Pew, right? Research. But Pew at least you're bringing up somebody, some source material, right? You know what I mean? Like, going over it, and then now you got to challenge me on the point, not just what I said, right? You got to challenge me on the material. Like, where is your counter argument? Where's your research? Cite your source. That used when I first came in, that's used to be what it is. When I was up there talking to BGS, even when I was up there, he was like, cite your source. I said, okay, here, right? And then he would look at it, even if he was disagreeing with me, he'll pull it up on Google Hangouts, he'll read it, and then he'll look at it like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
He does that.
Yeah.
I think he
So
still does that on his
yeah,
channel. I'm the only one that still do it
yes,
on
yes,
the
that's what I'm
historical
saying.
stream. And the reason I do it, because I go back to the days when I pre-record and people ask me that, I still do that. Even when the politics
Yes.
now, I do it with the ideology shit, with the utilitarian talk. He don't want that discussion because I smash him on that. I got this the research 13 advantages and disadvantages of that with the University of Texas guy. Good shit. Criticize, it's a lot of cons too, more than pros. I mean, it was pros was kind of, it's about damn near even. I was like, oh shit. And that's why I get that point from it. And then I told it Cerulean, I think last night or early this morning, and we was about to fall out. You know, me and Rashawn was about to go to sleep. Oh my god. Yeah, man. Yeah, but they don't do that no more. Like you said, yeah, that's off the dome now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's off the dome, and then basically now you're getting into cultish behavior, right?
Yeah.
Because what I mean by that is that if you teach, okay, if you want a solution, right? Right. So it's like this, right, sir?
Mm-hmm.
You go into, everybody done had this if you lived in a house, right?
Yeah.
You go downstairs, you're in the laundry room or wherever your laundry room at, and you start seeing water. So, and I'm talking about in a man's mind frame.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it coming from? If you got a wife and she knows that you're mechanically inclined, that you can actually fix it, she'll come and tell you, honey, hey, is water coming out the wash machine? I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
If you're
You gotta
not
fix it.
mechanically inclined and she knows that you're not, she's going to tell you, call a plumber, call a repair people, right?
Yeah.
Because
I
she don't
mean,
want you
that
fucking
happens.
shit up,
That happens.
right?
Yeah,
So,
my mom, she's mechanically inclined, but you know what she did? If she don't know certain things, she still calls a man or get my father to call a man too. I remember this growing up too. Now he can fix the tech shit, the
yeah,
computers. That's
yeah.
it. You know, outside
But
of
that's
that.
it. Yeah, some people don't. They don't like every. Some people just don't. I mean, it's technology moves and certain things, certain skills. So, but when as a man, when you see that, you say, okay, where's the problem at, right? So you make sure that you turn off, right? Turn off the wash machine because that's just going to keep the water going, right?
Mhm.
Then the next thing that you do is, okay, I need to make sure where it's at. So you turn off the wash machine. Then your next order of business is to unplug that motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
But the next thing is you turn off where the water's coming from the water connection, right? You shut
Mhm.
the valve on that, right? Shut that, right? Now you're looking for where the leak's at. So you checking the hoses, you checking the lines, or maybe the wash machine was overloaded, right? Because usually in modern day wash machines, they got error codes and shit. You know what I mean? They'll tell you what it is, right? Maybe the door wasn't shut fully or some shit like that. So most people are smart now. They go grab a manual. Okay, what's this error code? Okay, the door wasn't fully shut, so I don't got all of those problems. I overloaded the washing machine, or maybe a piece of clothes when I shut the door got hung up on the latch or some crazy shit like that. Some shit like that, right? But if you have the leak, you're going to check the piping or you're going to check the hose. What I'm getting at is that the solutions that's being given are nigga just don't use the wash machine no more. That didn't fix the problem. Right? It's not even get a new
Mhm.
wash machine. It's not.
Don't mind me. I'm laughing at the hideout at third right now.
Yeah. But it's not even get a new wash machine. It's nigga just don't use the wash machine. But how you gonna wash your clothes? Well, it's the gynocracy's fault that I got these dirty ass clothes.
Right. I know how to wash my clothes.
But that's what it is.
Mhm.
It's not okay. This is the problem. Okay. Now I saw what the problem is. Now I recognize the problem. Well, just don't use the washing machine. No, nigga. How about
Mhm.
don't overload the washing machine, or replace the hose, or replace the damn valve, or your wash machine is acting up. Get a new wash machine.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Everything that these niggas have to say, for the most part, when you're talking about it, is don't use it no more. but that doesn't work in the long term, and the solutions that they give are debilitating solutions. And then when you see that, right, because when you see that, that's like it's a defeatist mindset, right? Then when you see that, you turn around and then there's a child, right? So say this, because young like boys or men learn by observation and then putting into practice. So say you got this young child, right, or this young man that's still supple in the mind that haven't went through these experiences, right, looking at this older man, and he's sitting there looking at him, and he's like, so dad, what happened? Or he's just looking, and he's like, don't use the wash machine. So how are we gonna wash clothes? It's the gynocracy's fault. Right? Don't look at it. Then you go into a store, right, that sells appliances. Hey, Dad, look, it's a wash machine. Get away from that, son.
Get away from that, son. It's the
gynocracy. Wash machines are strags.
Maggots.
Yeah, it's all that stuff. What's going on, Mike?
What's going on, Mike?
Hey, peace.
What's going
man?
on?
What's going on? Chilling, man. You?
What's going on, man?
Oh, chilling.
Yeah.
How you been today, man?
Good, man. Wrapping up shopping and stuff like that. You? I know y'all. I don't know if y'all celebrate that down here. So.
Oh yeah, you know what, man? It's the good thing about being a man. Like, I get to celebrate whatever holiday that I want to, no matter what country I'm in. So, you know what makes Japan okay? Like you done traveled to Europe, right? Like me?
No.
Okay, so you know how Christmas used to be back in the day for us, like everything used to be shut down, nothing open. Like, Christmas Day, like nothing open. You know what I mean? Like, if you worked on Christmas Eve, nigga, like you was that lonely nigga in the office and shit with nobody. Like, we used to see that stuff, right? So I thought that was lonely, man. But, being in the military, whatever, doing my first Christmas like that, because I took somebody's duty because, they had family. So I was single. I ain't, I'm in Virginia. I was like, you know what, man, dude always looking out for me, man. I'll take your duty, man. Go home, be with your family and shit. You know what I mean? But then we went to Europe and it was different because you could just feel it. But we was on deployment. So everybody was there, right? Because, ain't nothing to do, man. You in Italy doing Christmas, nigga? Nigga, ain't nothing open. Nothing open. Nothing. Nigga. It was so bad that Christmas Eve, they allowed, so the 2 days before Christmas, the 23rd and 24th, they allowed us to go out in town and buy alcohol and put it in the liquor locker on the ship. Allowed us to do that. Well, I was like, why did he say, no, you need to do it? The OGs was telling us, the old salty dog. Yeah, you go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. So we did it, and it was horrible, right? Because, like, it's your day off, but there's nowhere for you to go because ain't shit open. It ain't shit open, right? So that shit felt bad. Now you go to like Asia, right? Asia, you in Japan, the base is like that. But when you walk off base, everybody walking around like, fuck it. It's a regular day. The 25th means absolutely nothing to these motherfuckers, man. They at work, like what? Like, it's a regular day. They give each other a Christmas present, but nigga, nigga, what? What you talking about? Like, nah. And that makes it feel worse because niggas like, fuck your holiday. So, but I do celebrate it like with my family and shit. We ain't doing shit. We ain't doing nothing. That shit's been like forever. Like, we keep it because they, my wife, she's half, but she was born in England. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. So they shit is whatever. It's just this year I'm not doing the turkey and shit. I'm not going to be outside early in the goddamn morning fucking smoking the goddamn turkey and shit for Christmas dinner. Nah, I'm not. That's not happening, bro. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not signing
I
up
usually
for that,
eat prime rib every Christmas, but my mom's supposed to fix it, just for the fam, and that's it. But I hardly ever celebrated this year because of the, last year I really didn't celebrate it before the virus came. You know what I mean? Because I really don't celebrate it that much. I mean, when I was younger, yeah, it was something. But once you get older, you be like, care.
Yeah, because it's a but you do, you know what I realized, and somebody said something to me about this, right? Um, somebody said something to me about this is that Christmas, like you grown when Christmas is for, like, you stop celebrating Christmas and you start celebrating New Year's Eve. That's when you know
Yeah,
you
it's usually
grown.
the way it is. Yeah, you grown. Yeah, I've been doing that for like the past, I'll say about 7 years, man. Yeah. Even as a teenager, the Christmas shit feel is gone, man. After you knew Santa Claus wasn't real at 9 years old, to me, I learned at 9 years old early, and
Shit, nigga.
I told that to my mom, and she got pissed. And I did it for the hell. I was petty back then when I was young. I'm trying to tell you, at 9, I knew he wasn't real because I was listening to other kids at the time, and I said, okay, let me run with that. Let me piss off some people in my family.
Now I think things change, when it stops snowing on Christmas, right?
Oh
Yeah,
You see that
yeah.
yeah,
anymore,
that too,
right?
that
That's
too. That's
gone.
true.
Like I haven't seen snow on Christmas probably like in 20 years.
The last time I saw snow down here in Georgia, that was like a couple of years back. I think it was somewhere around 2014 or 13, 12. It's one of them years. But I think it was one of them years. I think 15 or something like that. And I saw it. It was in the apartment. It wasn't bad. It was just mild. And I saw that shit. I said, man, I ain't seen that. And I haven't seen none since then. After that, several years, like you said, Mike. Yeah, it's gotten bad. It's
Nah,
mild.
man, we used to get bombarded, so we used to get buried in snow, right? We up in north,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You
So
from Boston? I forgot that.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
Oh
get
yeah.
yeah,
buried.
yeah.
We get buried. It wasn't uncommon to get 3 feet of snow. That was
Yeah.
pretty normal. Now you be seeing people out there with flip flops and Crocs on, man. So
But
radical change.
you know what? I do gotta say something, right? Because I believe, listen, I'm not like what I mean, like this whole non-believer with the whole climate change. I believe it's a climate change, but what if, just hear me out with this one? What if the Earth, right, is going back to how it was originally with the climate?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like before, like, what I'm saying, the ice age.
I've always agreed with that, DeAndre, man. Like I've always said that. That's why I didn't get into it in depth in school about that when I did research outside of school, even when I came down here. And people go too extreme about it, but no, it goes back to the way it was. It's just like a pattern, even with the
Yeah.
timeline we're on. That's very accurate. The researches that we see digging up the ground, and it's a pattern. But but that's part of I know people hate this word evolution. Yeah, that's part of it, man. Like,
Yeah.
even
Because
in politics, yeah.
if you think about it, right? Like if you think about it, Mike V, right? And Sir O, right? You're getting a lot of earthquakes, right? So we know earthquakes is the shifting of the plates, releasing of the gases from the the core of the earth and all of that stuff, right? And this makes more land masses or islands per se and stuff like that, right? But if you check an island, if you go actually deeper below the island's actually connected to the ocean's floor or the plates, right? So, but a lot of these civilizations, the sea levels rose over time because of the melting of the icebergs and stuff like that. Like it's just like anything. So you need the earth to get warmer to evaporate this water so the sea levels go back down. You know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things. Is just that, yeah, I'm like, maybe 2,000 to 3,000 years later this would have started happening. I'm like, it didn't help that our asses was speeding up the goddamn process with all of the fuckery that was being done by humans during the industrial age and dumping shit in this shit, all this other crazy shit that we was doing, right?
Right,
But
right.
you know what I mean? But at the same time, humans were bigger then. Like oxygen levels were higher. You know what I mean? Like if it's a lot of things. But if you look at where Boston is, you know, if you look at where Boston is, and if you look at where, like, I'd say the southern part of
What's
Canada
going, Go
is,
P?
and then you look across the globe, right? Like you look at where Boston is, and then you look at where England's at, right? Kind of on that little tinge, you know what I'm saying, like that little crest and stuff like that. Um, you know, it snows. It snows in England. It snows in Scotland, but usually not until
Uh,
January.
yeah, and it snows in Norway. What? Yeah, I think Namers
Yeah,
lives there. Yeah, reside in
yeah,
there. It snows up in the northern Europe. Yeah, all in the
yeah. Hold on, let
areas.
me look that up, man. Hold on,
Russia.
because you know we
Well,
might be
they're
in
closer
Target.
to the North Pole. They're closer to
Yeah,
the.
that's true. North
They're
Pole.
closer to
Yeah,
the North
he always
Pole.
says it all the time. Yeah, you're right. Y'all
But
close to the north of the equator of the North Pole. Yeah, in the
Yeah, yeah.
Atlantic, in
Hold on,
Canada
let me
too.
let me
Yeah,
let me look at because this snowing heavily like in northern Japan right now, and in Hokkaido, which is right across from Russia, right? It's like it's dumping.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
dumping, right? You know what I mean? It's dumping. Now when it started, listen, man. Remember when it snowed in Georgia? Like that shit
Oh,
sleeted and everything
Snowmageddon,
was
yeah,
shut down.
2014. Yeah, them niggas didn't know how to handle snow. I roast them niggas. Even though I'm from Tennessee, we got snow years ago in different
Oh
decades.
my
But in the
god,
90s,
man.
we knew how to handle snow in the 90s. You know what we did? We know how to handle black ice and all that shit. Them niggas didn't know how to do that. They so far behind and so slow, it's even funny. That's the whole state in general. And that's why we roasted them. The whole South roasted Atlanta that day, especially the state of Georgia, because they ain't so used to that. They forget a long time ago you had snow in the South during slavery too, and the Revolutionary War times too in certain spots in the world. People forget that, but now you see it in spurts. But when I saw my first fleet of snow, that was back in '98. That was back while I was living out in the suburbs. Man, it was over my house, right in the driveway, right. And my dad, and I was like 10 at the time. When I saw that shit, I was like, it was somewhere around January, December, January, like that. When I saw that
Right.
shit, I said, damn, it covered up the whole damn window. I was young then, but we was snowed in. That shit
Right.
melted eventually with the sun. I was like, oh shit, it ain't nothing. But my uncle told me these stories about AutoZone when Tennessee came a long way, learning how to clean up the black sheet of ice and black ice or whatever, right? He worked at Amazon, right? And then the guy got stuck in the black ice, right?
Mhm.
And his slow ass was so stupid, but the tires turned blue, extremely blue with the engine. And we would start dying, and he was up in the hotel. And I think he came one year, at New Year's, whatever, until the next year while I was
Right.
working. And that tires turning blue, and I was laughing at these niggas at Jordan. We was busting out laughing, roasting. They going through the same thing. When this shit turned blue, it's I'm
Yeah.
like, God damn, when the tires turn blue, you know what I'm talking about. That shit is so
Yeah.
funny, man. I'm like, God damn.
yeah,
Yeah.
the thing about black ice, man, is that you just gotta keep it in lower gear and not
Yeah.
actually speed up.
Yeah, all
That,
that. Yeah.
I think a lot. I mean, this is new to the South, but for us, we're kind of accustomed to
Oh,
it.
that's normal, man. Up in
Yeah,
New
I
York.
ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ride with winter tires all winter, anyways. And I got
Yeah.
summer
And they
tires in the
switched
summer.
tires down here now too. I think Georgia now, because since they had that snow again, but Tennessee been doing that for the last decades, since the 20th century and the 80s, when they had their problems with the school system. They're far ahead of Georgia in certain departments. The problem is they don't have that big money like Atlanta. That's the drawback from
Mhm.
the Nashville. That's the difference. But we still got a lot of housing and agriculture. That's what we're kicking their ass in that department. But when I moved down here,
Mhm.
Georgia's on some tech shit, kind of like they in the Bay Area type shit. They on that type of time in Texas mixed together. But what's hurting Georgia? A lot of those people that's what we say toast servers or the alphabet community, they kill each other over in Midtown like niggas, man. Over some D. Yeah.
Well, I
Mm.
mean,
True story. True story.
you talk about Atlanta or Georgia being like a tech hub, and
Mhm.
coincidentally, there was a conference a few weeks ago. I was
Yeah.
supposed to talk about tech. I ain't saying nothing from mine.
Yeah, I know. And they
But
ain't do shit.
yeah, and so you just got to keep that on the radar that
That's true.
if Atlanta or Georgia proper is actually having all this tech development going on. People
Yeah.
meeting up in Atlanta, man. Petty Simba, man, tells me that I ain't seen nothing down there. I ain't seen nothing coming out of the oven. So
No.
But carry on though.
Yeah, no, hey,
Yeah,
listen,
you
man.
good.
I don't think you could have helped Mike V because you would have to go back to your early college days. You know what I mean? Like late junior and sophomore year textbooks for the Windows 95 stuff, bro. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So you too far advanced, man. Because that's what the computers they was using, bro. AOL. I saw AOL on one of them screens, man.
Yeah, I saw that shit too.
I thought they
Yeah.
were using Net Zero, man.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I saw a floppy disk on one of them shits, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
IBM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of things going on, in recent time, last 72 hours. It's been really interesting seeing what the manosphere has turned into.
Yeah,
Kind of like the book of Eli, man. Cats running around with book bags under the bridge, man. People running around with chainsaws, revving it up. Got in the bag.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I saw on Just DeAndre stream, man, somebody tried to come for Sir Obadiah.
Yeah.
Made him go in his bag.
Yeah, I had to roast that dude, man. Like he's a piece of shit, man. I try all the respect I show that clown, man. But you know what, Supreme Elder, I'm glad he got inside my head and said, man, yeah, I ain't gonna make excuses. I try to give people benefit of that. I have to go back to where I was doing content, man. It's just, sometimes I'm done helping niggas, man. I learned the hard way. It's just I'm hard headed sometimes. I'm so caring, but nines of 10, I gotta be ruthless again. Like I gotta go back to where I was in 2012, man. And then Wax said, "Show him no mercy." Shouts out to Walt. Did he say, "Yeah, villains show no mercy because we Grace Call." Yeah,
man. Like it's crazy. It's crazy, man. Because Mike V. The funny part about that, Mike V. When that happened, I thought that was a misunderstanding, but then it was later told. Well, it was later proven to me by the person out of their own mouth that came up there and tried to derail the shit. Is that they planned to do that anyway, no matter what happened? Because that was the first time it was on my platform. First time they came over. Like I was like, oh shoot, yeah, like oh okay, shit. I was about to tell them, yo, go ahead and type in the chat so I can get you a wrench, man. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, I've always operated like that. If you're a content creator, right, and I come to your platform, and then you come to mine, I'm gonna give you a wrench because that's how we do it in entertainment. Like when I started off as a club promoter, you know what I mean? Like whether we rock or not, whether I like you or not, right? If you show up to my party, you know what I'm saying? I know you come in here to see what the fuck I'm doing and to be ops and shit, right? But if you come to my party, whether I know you or not, and I find out that you are a club a promoter too, or I know that you are one or whatever, I don't make you pay to come through the front door. Like that's disrespectful. You know what I mean? That's like the ultimate sign of disrespect. You know what I mean? Like that's the way entertainment does it. You know what I mean? And we in the entertainment atmosphere, right? Because you're not like the regular patrons that's coming through the door. Your business this is business at the end of the day, right? So I extend you that courtesy for coming through, but you all know when you come, you ain't paying through to get to the front door, but you're gonna be escorted to one of these VIP tables. You know what I mean? And you gonna pay you gonna pay it another way, or what you're gonna do is like, yo, let me get you a drink. We go to the bar, and then you go ahead. And you tell me, hey man, I'm just stopping through to show support. So let me buy some drinks for you at the bar. Let's get some toast going. I'm just stopping through saying what's up and yada yada. So that means you're not staying long or whatever. You come in here because somebody else told you to come through. You just checking it out just to see what it is, and then we'll exchange pleasantries and you be out the door. You know what I mean? Like that's how it's done. So I thought, nigga never came to my shit. Like I always came to his shit. You know what I'm saying? Say what's up, saw him on cool, you know what I mean? Whatever. But he basically said he was coming over there to fuck with niggas, right? That's what he was coming over there to do, but he just ran into the wrong person. And he came at one of my my closest homeboys. You know what I mean? That's off of these things and
Yeah, shouts out to him. He came to my stream. I just subscribed to his channel. He's got a decent channel. I want to look at his stuff.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, he's cool.
But the other words that I got was he not just over in this space, Mike V. He was in other parts of Black YouTube that haven't collided yet, doing the same tactic. And he was trying to drag their asses over to Auntie's platform to start some beef and some shit, so people will start going to his channel, saying the same scripted shit. Like, I actually sat there and watched him do the same scripted shit over and over and over again to other people within a 48-hour period. Yeah.
No, I think some people take our kindness or weakness a lot more than they should. You know, they may see like Sir Wadayu doing his dissertations on whatever topic it might be. You might just be chopping it up, freestyled off the dome. Yeah. Or they might come to the Brain Trust and see that we might be talking some extracurricular stuff about tech or something like that, and think that you know, niggas are soft. And let me just come over here and thump these niggas, and they ain't gonna do nothing to me, you know. And it's like you're trying to have civil discourse, but they trying to come at you sideways, and then they force you to go into your petty bag. But then if you go in your petty bag, they say all them niggas over there be mad petty. Them villain spirit niggas be petty over there. It's like you can't win for losing. Because
you know that our pettiness is refined. If you're gonna talk shit, I'm gonna roast you to Sunday in the chat room. We're gonna troll the shit out of you. So I'm a former troll, and I stopped doing that shit in my mid-20s when I got a job. I used to do that shit a long time ago. I grew up from that shit. I'm in my 30s right now. Like I done got too big, and I think shouts out to General saying General don't understand. We all have it in us. The problem is I'm refined with mine. If you come at me sideways, I'm gonna embarrass you. I don't care where you from. It's where you at. Dude, you're not built like that. That's why people don't like your ass. Like, he got clowned by a person that doesn't cam a female, roasted his ass beginning of the year, and shouts at the Zero, told his ass up, and he played a clip on his channel when he had Zoom, right? And I was in the chat room and roasting this nigga. You know, I was trying to give him benefit of the doubt then, but nah, I was holding this back. It ain't no hate. You just pulled your whole card. We got to pull your whole card sometimes, man. You're a fucking loser, man. And shouts out to Supreme Veil, the DJ Music. He said it best. He said that man is filthy, and he's from the Yay. That's a goddamn shame. And another person know you filthy, you ain't living like that, nigga. That's why people going. I don't even like the word dox. You get what you get. Okay, some of it I don't agree with, but when you talk your shit, it has its purpose. So I don't support it. I don't like it, but it has its purpose. I'm against it, and I'm semi-neutral. But here's the thing: you can't stop it, because the only way you can stop it, you need to force laws to put people behind bars. But you know how pathetic legislation is about that, because tech is like, I hate to say this, I don't want to say it's undefeated, but there's a way. If you got experts to stop people like that, you can't stop people from hacking. They're engineers in the end of the day. They fix your software, your bugs, your viruses. Even my dad told me this all the time. He said, son, you can't stop everything. Even if you try, you could stop a fragment what's going on, but are you disciplined enough to help other people? You know, that's the thing. And a lot of people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear
that. It comes down to who's going to get, you know, exposed, right? Who's going to expose whose personal information, right? If you try that, you know, with you know, a sitting president or somebody like that, yeah, they coming for you. Because somebody tried that with Obama's daughter.
Yeah. I remember that.
Oh yeah.
They showed up to that person's house within minutes. And I'm saying it depends on who you're going after. But in this space, and you know, sir, you've been around long enough.
Yeah.
There used to be a time when Wacky or the O used to show his face. Used to be a time when Solar Black used to show his face. Used to be a time when most of us used to show our face.
Yeah.
You didn't have to worry about that back then.
No, you didn't. I did too. On pre-records. You can see it on my channel.
Pre-records. Yeah. You didn't have to worry about that back then. And I'm saying
now it's like,
there's a lot of cats in here who can't create content, and the only content that they can create is doing that or doing something extreme that's breaking.
Just crazy. Like over a disagreement, he said, "Well, you let me on your panel, and then I'm gonna get you." I'm like, okay, like that don't scare me, but don't touch my family, you know. But the family part, I don't like what they did to Charles, man. Shout out to Charles, man, that's fucked up, man. Like,
I don't like what they did to Black Gnostic. I think that was too far.
Minors,
when you start going after people's minors and family, that's
But see, here's the thing about that, Mike V, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You live in the same state. See, you get what I'm saying? Like, you know people. Like, it's not like how should I say it like this, right?
Mhm.
You know people, right? Like, he knows people. You know Claude Anderson and whatever like that, right? So, but that's attached to, yeah, that's Claude Anderson, yada yada yada. But you know people. He know people, right? On both sides of the fence. You got your nice pro-blacks, and then like what happened to Bullets Gotti on that damn share house stream when he tried to do that to that man's son.
Yeah,
And
that
then,
man checked him, and then they showed up in his house, and he apologized. I mean, he's taking L's left and right, but he get what he get. Like I said, I
yeah,
don't feel sorry for people participating in that. No, retaliation is a must, and I understand it. I understand why people do what they do. I don't participate in it. It's your thing. But if you fuck around, there you are.
But here's the thing. But here's the other thing about that, right, Mike V?
Mhm.
His boy, right?
Mhm.
Mild-mannered man created that fucking problem because they did that to the nigga that's doing it to them, and he and he fucking enabled that fucking ain't shitness. See, you get what I'm saying, Mike V?
Mhm.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
He's been doing it.
Yeah,
the you got blame
GMT.
Yeah.
Yo, GMT was over there in that camp, right? Over with Angry Man. Because I was like, yo, I had to be put on history. The reason why GMT used to rock with them like that, right? And then Angry Man, like he did to Gino and thought it was funny or some shit like that, and they took the shit too far and they started roasting the nigga openly and start putting out certain information, right? Or whatever, because I guess he went over there and said, I think he was in Obsidian's chat, I guess, one time, and Obsidian was talking about something else on the same lines. Sometimes motherfuckers, like don't know, like, yo, you beefing with this nigga like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like nigga just wake up, it's like, oh, yo, that's funny. Like, or yo, he's right. And nigga go, nigga carry a bone back and whatever. Cause I was over there camp. So I look what they did to Ruby.
Yeah.
Look what the nigga did to Ruby. You know what I mean? Look what he did to Sean. Look what he did to Cerulli. So they did it to him, and he been on their fucking neck ever since. Yo, how many times is this nigga or them niggas over there that did some reckless foul shit, and BGS is allowed and still enabled this nigga's behavior, and haven't openly rebuked the nigga or checked the nigga or made the nigga hold his own nuts. Even to the fact where the nigga went and made streams and told the nigga that he been wiping his ass for how many years. Fuck BGS. And niggas asked him about it. He said, nah, we friends. We gonna wake up. And that nigga said, fuck you. Like, he treated you. So, like I said, look, nigga, go after your family, Mike V. You in the same state, man. You ain't going to say I'm just going to wall off of YouTube and be all and be done with it, and that's the end of it. And then the nigga come back around and keep doing it to you, and you in the same state.
No, that Ruger LC9, man, that shit.
Well, but even if it's not even that, even if you don't take it to that, and I'm not saying that, you know what I mean, because I'm not one to say anything about anything, but even if you would use the full power of the law, especially with California state law, right? Mm-hmm. And then here's the thing about with Charles, there was a motherfucker that paid money. It wasn't like the stream, right? And the nigga literally said, if you would have just hit me with a $7 cash app for a protection fee, right?
It's racketeering.
And Charles talked to him. They had the conversation. Now, no, I get a nigga his credit. He already said it before he went over to Charles. I'm willing to accept all culpability and responsibility, going to jail, suing, all of that shit, because that's the life of a troll. But basically what the niggas actually telling you is, y'all niggas ain't going to do shit. That's what he basically saying.
Yeah.
That's how bold he is with it, because the niggas ain't did shit yet. Niggas ain't did shit yet.
Yeah.
But once somebody do some shit, because I did watch that stream when Angry Man, when he doxed Angry Man's rap sheet. I was over there when he put his rap sheet out, when he doxed him.
Yeah.
Right? That was in 2018, right? When he put out his rap sheet. Guess what? When Angry Man called his parents, That nigga disappeared from YouTube for 6 months.
Yeah.
I didn't know
You
that.
know what I mean? And then
Yeah,
when he
it's true.
popped back up, he doxed BGS. Like niggas saw he put up BGS's face and all of that shit. Like when he came back. Like when he came back, he doxed BGS.
I think what we my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like this thing that he's doing,
It's gone new.
It's a calculated thing against them, and then it's spreading out. But if you notice, it's the Itmore dudes. Like sometimes you got to read the chat because the mods will tell you, or the people that's in there tell you. You got to look at who's in there, right?
It's
like,
the
look,
Igmore dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Itmore dudes, but you got to look. You got John the Analyst. Didn't he fall out with Angry Man? Like,
yeah,
recent, like you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's
like,
been
you know
trolling. Like, I'm cool with him, but he always take clips of them. Even the whole manosphere, anti-manosphere. Like, I'll give you an example. Like Big J from the mainstream manosphere, where he told me he fell out with the MGTOW boys. It's the same people. The Fallout people, the rejects. What happens is they go against guys like BGS that comes from the MGTOW communities, and Angry Man. He's
what's up, Charles?
What you call MRA. Woo! And it's the same concept, And that chat room, I'm glad I didn't type in this chat because I knew those trolls were emotional and they were mad. They were super mad. And that just goes to show you're right, Dre, because them niggas is emotional, man. Like I just let them have it, and that just shows you what time it is. And niggas just need to just stop, man. Like,
yeah.
And I think Grinch did a stream on it too. I know you can't say I know it's GP on site, but that nigga did a set. Yeah, I'm just saying. He said something like that too. He said half man. I was like, you did a stream on that nigga and you're trolling? You're a former troll? Like, dude. Yeah, and I saw shit, and I was sky watching his shit. I was like, I didn't know what he said, but I was scratching my head, and I said, okay, that's all you're talking about. Okay.
No, I think we're dealing with some sociopaths in the space.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
I think there's a lot of cats walking around real stone cold with it. And
insurgency. I talk about that incel shit. Shouts out to DS1. He did a stream today. I was in the shower and I listened and told him what's up. And he talked about I might have to see the replay of that stream because I probably will tomorrow. That shit is serious, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of cats in here that are like that. I mean, based on what I was listening to Charles Faulkner's last night.
Yeah, I was listening to Charles too while I was on Rashawn's panel. Yeah.
The thing here is that this cast that's like unapologetic about what they're doing and they don't have any emotion to it. And they're like, so what? And it's like, I'll just do whatever I want.
Shalom, man. Shalom. Kadar.
Yeah, and it's hard to engage. It's hard to move a space forward because a lot of people say, oh, the manosphere is going to go mainstream and this, and that. I don't know if you're going to go mainstream with cats that's walking around doing things like this, like that in the streets. That'll get you clapped. But in this space, man,
I do have to say this.
What's going on, Charles?
And I had to make a confession because last night I destroyed a troll underneath a bridge. I had to walk him down that aisle and make him admit during a recording what you were doing was illegal. And you admitted to actually trying to force people into extortion. I'm really confused of this, and I'm gonna say some shit that some people are gonna like, some people may not like, but people forget. My middle name's Lawrence, but it's also I don't give a fuck. Stop thinking YouTube is real life. You don't know what I know, who I know, what I can do, and what I won't do, what I will do if forced. And I had to remind motherfuckers of this. Yo,
Appreciate it, AM1. Go ahead, Charles.
I'm like, yo, what you doing is some fucked up shit. People were like, well, it's fair game. Yeah, but see, this is what happens when you're raised around men, but you got to live in a world full of bitches. You got to have some type of honor. Me and Dre had an issue. We would go on a mat, a ring, a cage.
Yeah.
Or talk it out with some liquor and cigars. Most of the motherfuckers you find out really have no conflict resolution skills. Everybody can't be an ass kicker at every fucking single day of their life. I don't have to look over my shoulder. People got too much love for me. When you actually looked up shit, let me ask you this. At 17 years old, how could I have a tax lien?
Maybe you were sipping on lean back then. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Charles. Even the addresses ain't even on the right side of Baltimore, man.
I mean, really. I'll let a motherfucker know where I stay, but you might not. If you come with some fucking issues, you might not leave the same way. But we really gotta look at this shit. I call myself the hero sometimes. I call myself the anti-hero. But I guess last night I had to play the part of the villain. When I could dissect you like a fucking middle school science project frog, send you back to your channel, and oh yeah, by the way, thanks for the viewership too, and all the subscribers that joined me. Do you know how many people in his camp start shitting on him and said, "Oh, yo, I'm not a part of this."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you get. I mean,
well, because I'm gonna say this, Charles. Niggas forgot. I think niggas forgot. What they wanted to know was you really a police officer.
See, they trying to think he's fake, but no, he is a police officer. Look at his
matter
channel. Look at his channel, man.
Matter of fact, I'll do you one better.
Go ahead.
Go to MPTC in Sykesville. Go call them up and ask if my how long my commission is still good.
No, it's not even that, Charles. Like it's like, you know, people take Hollywood like, yo, you can't. Okay, you cannot be a police officer, right? Right. Okay, so you cannot be a police officer and have a tax lien.
No.
It's like,
salute, Wanji.
It's funny because they want to talk about tax liens from 2000. That's what, 21 years ago. Depending on what part, I was 17. Depending on the other parts, I was 18. And I was already signed up for the military in 99. And I was going to training in 2000.
Yeah.
So how the fuck can that even possibly? You know what? This is what happens when the special needs class get a hold of a goddamn IBM.
Yeah, listen, but you know what, Charles? Here's the crazy part. Charles. So Charles, you notice with me and you had a conversation about that, right?
Oh yeah.
People, okay. So here's the funny part. When I looked at it, and I was like, nigga, that ain't even the right side of Baltimore. But when I looked at, I said, okay, let me look at these dates. I said, nigga, I remember, Charles, when I came, I was in the Navy. I drove back up, and I think I came to the city tournament. And I was watching you wrestle old dude. Well, you balled him up really quickly. You was, you know what I'm saying? You was very you was very angry and upset because the match didn't last that long. But you know what I'm saying, the level of competition was gone, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, it was.
Yeah, and that was what? That was and then that's when you went and that's when you was I think you because I think you told me that's when you was going to go do the freestyle and the Groman over there in Germany. Yeah, right after the state tournament, and then I didn't see you. I think I came back in the summer, but you wasn't around.
Yeah, because I graduated 2000 and went to training.
Yeah,
and I'm just thinking something, and I'm just thinking about this shit, right? I'm not a rude guy. I don't go to this guy's job and knock the dicks out of his mouth. See, I had to tell a person before, look, dude, you know what's good for your teeth? Milk. You know what also is good for your teeth? Minding your fucking business.
Yeah. What? Yeah. No, is you know what it was? I'm like, but I'm gonna tell you the other reason is that a lot of people said what they were saying because the information wasn't valid. See, there's another thing, right? See, because even with with doxing comes actual, like, your information has to be valid. If you're gonna do it, you got to do it right. So then you up there false information and people are paying for a product. So you being fugazi on your product, right? If you're going to do wrong right.
Right.
and then you're gonna extort the people who come up there, and I'm just like,
Bruh.
you wonder why people wonder why I don't fear the criminal mastermind, because there's non-existent.
Yeah, man.
These are idiots, man. I'm just looking at them like, you do know what this dude is doing, and I had to remind his group, because I was getting like 100 and something people watching me. I was loving it. Give me that viewership. And I'm like, you do know, for all you people who were claiming for heads, remember, you're an accomplice.
Right.
Yeah. It's not even it's actually, he's not even an accomplice. He's the accomplice.
Yeah.
It's actually them.
You're the ones who's doing conspiracy for God only knows what. And I'm just
Well,
like,
let me ask you a question, Charles. Let me ask you a question, right? Okay. If a woman, well, let's just say a person, right? We ain't gonna say a woman. We just say a person. If a person calls a hitman, pays them money to kill another person, who gets more time?
Oh, you're gonna get the time, because you're the one who orchestrated the whole thing. Plus, that, of course, the hitman's gonna go down, but they're gonna throw the book at you. Look at homeboy who got his who got his baby mama killed, who was a football player.
Yep, Ray Caruth.
Yeah,
Ray Caruth, right?
Millions of dollars you would have made. Child support wouldn't have killed you. As a matter of fact, if you really think about how long the case would have been, he'd have damn near been finished paying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If he was smart, like what most of these athletes do, what they do is the court will set the child support at whatever it is, and what they'll do is say, "How about I just offer you this one-time lump sum payment?" Even and they'll give it at like a 10%. They'll give it at a 10% or 20% increase in the monthly, right? And then the lawyer want to get paid right now, right? And the courts was like, "Hey, done deal," because they get they lump sum, right? Because and then what? At the time, the woman was gonna be like, "Yeah, give me that." And all right, here's a little property, a house, bam, I'm out, right? And then you try to say, well, they need no, you got a whole child support settlement. They do this.
I need to go put up. No. See, people don't think long term.
Yeah,
this is the reason why the Gray Faulkner Initiative
settle out of court
is so necessary, because when you go to the military, you got to think for today, next week, and next year. It forces you to be a leader, whether you want to or not.
Facts.
Oh, but you know what, Charles? Here's another thing that people don't realize, right? Here's another thing, because I didn't have people look up my shit up on here, right? And you know how I know? It's because I done got email confirmations from the Department of Defense, because my security clearance is still active, right? You know what I'm saying?
I know.
There you go.
You go after guys with security clearances. Somebody's gonna be sitting in front of a goddamn military tribunal saying, "What the fuck you doing?
What the fuck you doing, boy?"
Yeah, but the thing is the thing with that, Charles, is once you sign up for the military, you was on delayed entry. You was a minor, right? So minors' records are sealed, especially if you register for civil service and all of that stuff, right? So your records are sealed, right? You know what I'm saying? Then once you go in the military, you're a federal employee.
That's true.
So then for you to actually even get anything on that person in those years they was active duty or reservists, you would have to you can't go to one of them sites. You would have to go to get a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act, and they will block out certain information. But once you do you've become on the tracking list, and they're watching how you use this information. But He would know that since he works on a military base in San Francisco at the depot.
Oh, really? Damn. Oh, he's
He
done.
would know this.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah.
And then let's
I'm like, and I'm gonna tell you this, and this is the reason why.
You told me this before, Dre.
Yeah, but this is the reason why. And he doxed himself, and I'm gonna tell you how he doxed himself, right? Because
that's dumb.
No, this is how he doxed himself. He actually, because Charles asked him where does he work, but he wouldn't tell where he worked at. Here's the thing, right? He went to a car show with neon eyes. All those Navy ships, you was on a Navy pier. I saw those Navy ships in the background. You're in San Francisco. Those Navy ships that are in the background. Those are what they military sea lift commands. We call those are half military, half civilian. We call them unrep ships. So they deliver mail and packaging over into the AOR, which we call the theater of operations in Asia, from San Francisco, right? They bring over the big packages, they get refuel and all of that between the West Coast, Hawaii, Guam, down in the Philippines, and they come over the North Dock over here at the port of Yokohama in Japan, right? So you work on that installation, because here's the thing. Here's the crazy part. How was you able to go to a car show on a military installation after 9/11 unless you have access? And then how was you able to get neon
or active duty?
Active duty, right? Or unless you're a government employee, right? And I mean, Neon that had conversations. So she was prior Army at one time, right? So then, especially that installation near those ships in that area, right? Because they don't want just regular people around those ships in that area, because it's certain packaging that go. And I looked at one of those, and one of those was an amphib that is sitting over there. So I already know where you work. I already know which, I already know what area you in. But you are a federal employee violating federal law.
God damn. Ooh, he's done.
I'm like, but the people that surround him, right? Right?
Not egging them on.
But they don't
even know that. And then he keeps saying, I'm the most dangerous troll of all time. I'm like, okay, nigga.
No, I'm like, no, it's cool. But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, right? And this is my thing. Because people will forget things. And what I mean is people forget things, right? Because here's the thing, right? I noticed the nigga wasn't trolling when he had a chick.
Right, that's true. That's true.
I'm like, he was trolling.
Yeah, right. He disappeared too. Kuda said he disappeared. I was like, what the fuck?
No. So I noticed the nigga had his jokes. You know what I mean? Like, he was joking, it was funny, but he wasn't doing this level of vitriol, right? So when he was messing with real life in cyberspace, that didn't happen, right? He would joke, clown, and whatever. And then once he broke up with her, a couple of months later, he started going into this super fucking Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader mentality, right? You know what I'm saying?
Fuck the world,
fuck the world, right?
Right, scorch earth, right?
Then he was over there with Neon Eyes, right? And we didn't know he was with Neon until, you know what I mean? Until she put it out.
When Kuda told me that, I was like, oh shit, really?
That's cool. I was like, no, it's cool. I'm glad the man got somebody. Maybe he'll chill out, right? Then after that, now we back in the scorched earth around the holiday season, nigga. Listen. When you understand a dude's modus operandi, right? How you going to try to pull up these dudes' manosphere talking points to say, and Charles, you listen. The dude said it before he came on your panel. He said that he accepts full responsibility. He'll go to jail, and it's not like he ain't been to jail before. He'll go to jail. He'll do all of this extra shit. You know what I mean? He don't care because that's the life of a troll. Like, I'm gonna stand on it. I ain't gonna snitch on nobody and give up shit.
Stern on it.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, bro, you get in that damn room and you looking at Fed charges, nigga, you gonna give up. Because guess what, nigga? When you go to Fed prison, bro, they don't separate white collar and then kill 6 people crimes.
No, they put you in that box for real.
You know what I'm saying? And then if they find out once you go to Fed prison, which they're going to find out, bro, that you was putting little kids up on the internet, bro, you considered a child molester. We all know what they do to child molesters.
Yeah.
In prison, rapists and child molesters, bro. Like, yo, you don't want to go to Fed prison, bro. You ain't built for that, fam.
You ain't built for that, fam.
But here's the problem. Here's the issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. Here's the issue. The environment is set forth to enable such actions. Now, I'm gonna say this, Charles. Beasley was up there, right? Beasley was talking, right?
Yeah,
right?
his ass.
Okay. Beasley was talking. Beasley was derailing the conversation and egging niggas on because he came from that shit, and he actually is scared of that nigga. He really is, because that nigga was fucking with him hard body.
Why do you think? I'm gonna start calling myself the Highlander.
Yeah.
You ever notice?
Yeah, go ahead.
And you ever notice? And I'm not bragging, but this is truth.
Yeah. No. Hold on, Charles. But I will say this, right? Because you got to put shit in context. Beasley don't go straight there. He don't go.
He don't go straight
niggas.
there. He's too dumb for that. But
he doesn't go.
He's a Fed employee. Yeah.
No. But listen. If you work on a military base and you work at Popeye's Chicken, you're a federal employee.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can't. So it's not like you know be like yo.
Common sense will tell you that shit.
Yeah,
like how do you?
Yeah,
God.
But yo. So anyway, Beasley don't go to it like they ain't his go to, right? It's an escalation protocol, right? He'll wait for you to go there with him, and then he'll go. So he's more of a it's more of a if you use chemical weapons first, I can use chemical weapons.
Weapons first, like
you know what I mean? I saw I saw what he did. He called Bomb Cherry's mother-in-law, had her on the phone on the live stream, talking to her, sending the gifts and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I done seen him go off, but he doesn't go directly there with it. He doesn't go over the top with it, but he still does it and engage in it. There's nothing I'm going to engage and do, right? Now, everything that I stated about this dude, it was out there already on the internet. I didn't go dig up this nigga information. Nigga, I just told you. He already told you where he's from. Everybody knows where he's at. He done stated it himself, and he was rolling around with somebody, and he done stated it, and that's what it was. So the information is out there. It's up for you to go remember where it's at, because he put it up there and she put it up there. So it's public knowledge. It's not like it's not a thing. So now I'm gonna say this: if he decides that he wants to dodge Dre, then that's fine. Go for it.
Oh, it's over.
You know what I'm saying?
Over.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't don't listen, and you won't, and no one will ever know what'll happen.
Oh, they ain't gonna know. Oh, of course.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, and you can go up there and put, because my family's on YouTube or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I mean? They on there, whatever. But if you decide that that's something that you want to do and really play with your life, nigga, I'm not going to do. Please play with your life. Please play with your life.
You gotta understand something, right?
You know what I'm saying? Don't. Hold on, y'all. Please, I listen and look, and
please play with Dr. Doom right now, buddy.
Listen. I won't reply to you. Doom. Yeah, listen. I won't reply to you. What will happen is once you done got your kiki and ha-has and niggas done forgot.
Yee-hee, yay-ha.
After a weekend on YouTube. Right? Remember that Batman? Yo, remember that Batman episode when he saved that dude from the clock dude and shit, right? You know what I mean? But that motherfucker and Batman had that riddle, like, what's the cost of a good night's sleep?
Oh yeah,
because that motherfucker always thought that nigga was after.
Oh, he was when he was when he had the Riddler. That was a classic too. Shit.
Oh
no,
yeah, that's a
not the
classic
Riddler. It
with
was
the Riddler.
it was the clock dude. Because remember, the dude.
Oh, yeah,
was
yeah,
going
yeah,
through
yeah,
the force.
No, that was the Riddler because
It
that's
was the
why he
Riddler?
came up with the riddle. Yeah,
Yeah, the Riddler.
Okay,
Yeah, Riddler
okay,
is
yeah.
my favorite villain. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
'cause
the
I thought it- I
Riddler
thought
on
it
the
was-
animated series because that's
Okay,
when
yeah,
he
yeah.
fired.
Yeah, I
the
remember that
Riddler.
animated series, the Riddler. Yeah, you're correct,
Yeah.
Charles. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So, but when he did that, right, dude was up there like he was, listen, man, look, do whichever you got to do. So we just stating facts, right? Like, you know what I mean? But that's why I said, even with these dudes with Beasley and all of that and yada 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 and blase blase blah, right? I watch these dudes and how they move, right? And you deal with people in their spaces, but when he was saying what he was saying, and the other brother was retorting about, now you trying to you trying to keep brothers from coming after these niggas that's doing this shit, blase blah. If you telling ain't nobody gonna prosecute these shits or whatever, because that's the only way these niggas can fire back when you put them in a corner is to go dig up somebody's personal information. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way they can do it. But here's the thing, Charles, right? And I don't know if you was around for this, but I certainly wasn't around for this. I wasn't around at that time, right? But from reliable sources, Kenneth GMT is the creation of Angry Man doing they shit.
Oh yeah, I remember that time when him and
See,
Angry Man were getting into it.
Yeah, but the whole thing that happened was what is they sat up there instead of dealing with it appropriately like men or whatever the infraction was or perceived, they did what they normally do, right? That open and we gonna roast you in public and embarrass you and all of this other crazy shit. And then you got this little nigga like Buddy from The Incredibles and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I work alone, buddy. And he's over there killing all the goddamn superheroes and shit because he wants to be a superhero, right? He always and think about it. You say this, you do this, but then you turn around and use the talking points in your stream. So you really want to be these guys, but you hate them because they didn't accept you.
That's what it was.
That's what it is. This is what you're dealing with.
That's
it's
true.
High school all over again. Niggas is stuck in adolescence, and this is the fucking and that's why I say, Charles, this is the fucking problem when you sit around in a motherfucking echo chamber of fucking perpetual hate with no fucking solutions. Don't use the wash machine. From henceforth, we don't use wash machines. Well, how we gonna wash our clothes? It's the
right. He's going back to that. Yeah.
Look, we ain't gonna get a new wash machine. If you get a new wash machine, use a Maggle, you fucking with that wash machine and grrr and all of that other crazy shit. But you can't get a woman. You can't walk out in public with a nasty, like with your arms stinking because you need to wash your clothes. No, man, we don't do wash machines. Well, what about washing them in the rivers? Well, if I had a woman, then I wouldn't need a wash machine. But the fact that the gynocracy made this wash machine and the woman can go get a job because of feminism and so fuck wash machines. Let's just say no to wash machines. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's the problem, bro. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, if you look at the dude, like everything that he said, Charles, I had to listen to it again, man. I appreciate you, bro, because I know you. I know if he was within arm's reach, bro, it would have been the most spectacular suplex in wrestling history.
Wow.
It would have been, as my nephew said, it would have been the most spectacular ass whooping man has ever heard. And I'm just looking at it. And I had to tell him, you know what? The internet has made cowards brave men.
Yes.
Because
thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm going to tell people this shit. I don't know. Next year I'll be a 40-year-old man. Dre, you're already 40.
Yes, I am.
And how old are you? Out about you?
I'm 33, about to be 34 next year. Yeah.
So that means you're half past a grown ass man. So the problem is this: when I grew up and where you didn't do shit like this because this was dangerous.
Oh yeah.
Stop snitching. Remember that video?
Remember they kept saying, yeah. This is stop snitching. They said that back then. Stop telling.
Well, that video was actually called "Stop Snitching, Stop Lying."
Yeah, stop lying. Yeah,
niggas forgot about the other part.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, stop snitching, stop lying.
Stop
here's the-
telling. Remember the people said stop telling
Mhm.
back in the day, and then
Yeah.
don't want to trust the police. But now, if you're doing this shit, well, I don't think you want to do life in prison. Some bad
Yeah.
shit. No.
And it's funny because I wish you would like people don't understand something. Do you really want to fuck with a guy who did a whole 18-month tour of counterterrorism?
Mm.
Hey,
Oh, that's
man.
even worse. Yeah, yeah.
Do you
Hey.
really think that if I gotta go to buddies of mine who were more computer savvy than I and say, this is the guy, I want his name, I want his birth date, I want his address, and I want a plane ticket.
Mm.
Best believe I'm gonna get when I get on boots on ground to where you are, I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna knock on your door or where you are and be like, hey, let's have a conversation. Who are you? The goddamn Faulkner man. That's who I am.
Hey, you know what I like. You know what I like. You know what I like. I don't think people, hey, Charles. So like I know y'all seen this, right? I know when you was over there doing counterterrorism, man. And yo, I'm gonna tell you, I've seen this. I've seen this shit. I literally seen this shit, right? So I was over there. Now I'm not saying it's harder than what they do, right? But imagine breaching, search and clear, right? You know what I mean? On the water, right? So I'm doing VBSS, right? So we was talking to the captain of this merchant ship, right? Talking to the captain. We looked away, turned around. It was 3 SEALs came out of nowhere and threw a hood over this dude's head. Had him on the ground, zip tied him, and they put a life jacket on my man and threw him over the side of the ship and jumped in the water with him. And swam to the rib and put him in the rib and they was gone.
Yeah.
When you see shit like that, like, yo, listen, and the funny part about it is we was just talking to the dude. Like, I looked away and I saw these, you know what I mean? And people think, no. Like, no, the real go snatch your ass up, kidnap motherfuckers. They got full beards, tattoos. They
look like niggas you don't want to see in a dark alley.
You know what I'm saying? And then they come up on, so then we on the ship, right? We on the ship after we go back and get whoever we get. So we watching these guys. And we get called to the captain's stateroom. The captain walks out of the stateroom. Now the captain runs the ship. He never walks out of his stateroom and tells us to walk in there. He's either in there with the mast at arms, which is his security, which is like ship security. You know what I mean? So we go, we like, so we still got guns and shit on us, right? So, you know what I mean? We got our, you know what I mean, like MP4s on us, you know, sidearms and everything, right? Because we didn't unload our stuff because we still got to watch these dudes or whatever. You don't know what they got on them, you know what's going on. So we walk in there, dude sitting behind the captain's desk. He's sitting there with his sidearm on the table. We standing there. Right, we see him. Dude is a fucking admiral. Dude is an admiral. You know what I mean? Like straight up, which is, you know what I mean, pretty much a general and shit. So he's like a lower admiral and shit, like a 1-star. So we sitting there, we like admiral.
All right,
you know
Mike.
what I mean? Yeah, all right, Mike. So we salute and whatever, do our pleasantries. And my man was like, "Yo," I said, "Yo, don't even move, bro." He said, "What?" I said, "Yo, don't even move." He said, "Nigga, so when did you?" He said, "Nigga, so when did you know they was in here?" I said, "Nigga, the second we crossed the door sill, nigga, I knew these niggas was in here. There's 8 motherfuckers in there against the wall." I said, so we standing there. They was like, so he's like, "Hey, yo, you know, just," so we put our hands up. They take our shit from us, you know what I mean? Look at our shit, whatever. Had us sign page 13s, whatever. And they and he did. And he said, "Thank you, gentlemen. You're gonna be relieved from duty from watching the prisoners or whatever. But we need y'all to go stand watch over there and watch the boat." Nigga, we was on boat watch, like just watching these niggas' ribs, like with the inflatable boats and shit, the fast attack boats they do for insertion. So we was out there just, you know, on watch watching them shits, and the motherfuckers.
Good evening, Shonda. Mhm.
The motherfuckers dipped out. Like they said they piece, dipped out and rolled, man. Seeing a dude, a truck or a van or a motherfucker just rolling up and throwing a hood over a nigga head and toss him in the back of some shit and skeeting off.
I'll put it to you this way, Dre. I've done a lot of satchel bags over people's heads. I've
The
done it.
waterboarding works.
Even there's some things in policing that it was legal. Did it stretch the rules? Yeah, but it was legal.
Yeah,
and
it's legal.
painful. And painful.
Oh yeah.
I've told a lot of people this shit, man. You need to stop fucking with people. I've always said, you never know who's got who's back.
Who you
You
telling?
never know. You never know who's looking out for who. It's no different if I had to go to Dre in Japan. He goes to the store. I'm in the house with the wife. Somebody breaks in. She becomes my wife. I got to defend her like I was married to her.
Yep.
That's what an honorable man would do, correct?
Yeah, that's
Correct.
correct.
That's true.
correct. Correct.
Not trying to sleep with his wife, but if that's his, if you look at Dre as a brother, that's your sister. You defend their
Mhm.
lives.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Even I have a sister myself. I protect her all the time. Yeah.
This
Hold
is
on,
my
hold on.
problem. This is my
Shit.
problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
You get these guys out here, as I like to call them, the phony, tough, and the crazy brave. When you meet up with people and you actually see people, like I spoke to Dr. Dunbar, cool as hell. Cousin T-Tar, cool as hell. Took him to the cigar lounge.
Mhm.
Easygoing brothers, you know, fellowshipping, enjoying each other's time, sharing war stories, networking. Whatever happened to that? Because when I came to this space, that's what it was about. I'm not
Mhm.
trying to be the biggest guy out there. I have a life, a damn good one. I'm just wondering, this is what happens when your life sucks? This is what happens when you couldn't get the family you wanted? You couldn't get the girl you wanted, the job you wanted? It's not my fault. Your life sucks. Go blame your mom and daddy. I mean, go tell that motherfucker, go kick his daddy in the nuts and punch his mother in the stomach.
Ooh.
I just never seen people who just happy to see someone's demise. Why don't you practice congratulating a nigga or three?
Mhm.
Why don't
Mhm.
you sit down and talk to a guy who's about to kill himself? Sit down and
Mhm.
talk to men
Mhm.
who had to talk about sexual assaults that went on in their family and preventing them from committing murder.
Oh shit.
Mhm.
Yo,
Talk.
yo.
What happened?
No. My bad, man. Nadia said about these damn volcanoes going off.
Volcanoes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
In
like
the chat.
45 of them going off in the across the same line. Yeah, man. Okay, go ahead, man. My
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Go
God
ahead,
damn.
Charles. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Charles.
God
Yeah.
damn. The Revenge of Pompeii, huh?
Yeah, man.
Like, it's funny. You got a lot of these guys out here who are selfish because they never had children. They're not fathers. You can't call yourself a fully realized man until you have somebody under your watch. You just can't. Even if you got to mentor somebody, that child is now under your watch. Well, I'm not going to mentor children. Their fathers need to be there. What kind of silly, selfish shit is that to say? But yet, to be, a tradesman like some people, you don't get to work in those fields without help. You're not built like that. This YouTube shit, People really need to actually say, you know what, this is what I am in real life, and this is what I'm not. Go ahead, fellas. Go ahead.
That's true. That's true. Mm-hmm. It's okay.
Yo,
I'm okay with fatherhood. You know, that's real masculine energy right there. Yeah, responsibility.
mm-mm.
Oh no, let's not do responsibility now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
I always
shit.
said if you're gonna blame the chicks, oh touchdown. If you're gonna blame the chicks, at least be able to get them.
Right.
Like, why are you talking bad about the chicks? Because every one of them I get full of shit. Oh damn. You know, at least you get them. And then you got to take a recollection like, hey, where am I getting these chicks from? Am I getting them from the jewelry store or the trash can?
Oh man. Yo, man, that's woo. Man, I'm telling you know what, man. I'm gonna say like this to y'all, man. Yeah, I was looking at that too with Nadia put in that, bro.
Mhm.
Shit's fucking up. Like it's more
Yeah.
important shit. Listen, see, that's the thing I was talking about, right? It's more important
Mhm.
shit going on in the world than be crying.
Yeah, you told me that early in the stream. Mhm.
Crying about females. Yeah, I
And
was.
this shit
Yeah,
happened.
I saw that whole list. Yeah, I was just looking at the second video, like that, because I think the second one I looked at was in Spain, right?
Oh,
like,
man.
yeah, like there's 45 of them, man. I just looked at something. Yeah, like I looked at, was it volcanoes today?
Oh, wow.
Look at this. All these super brainiac educated lames, man. You should be in the lab busy trying to figure out what's going on with this.
What's going on, nigga?
We need, because guess what? Listen, man, we need the educated guys to tell us what's going on so the Pookies and Ray Rays can hold the line. Hey Charles.
Damn.
Yep.
Hey Charles, let me ask you a question, man. Right?
God
Let me ask you a
damn.
question. When you was kicking indoors and doing your thing, right? Right? Kicking ass and taking names, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wasn't going in there kicking ass and taking names without the comms guy, you getting some eyes, right?
Yeah.
So that means that the guy behind the computer in the SATCOM with the guy that's flying over here with the radar with the thermal imaging going down to give you the feed to tell you how many that you got in the room, right? You know what I mean? Or the dude that was on the phone calling in the Apache, you know what I'm saying? The Black Hawk to give you some cover fire because he can't be shooting and calling in coordinates at the same time, right?
Yeah.
So that means that the educated and the Pookie and the Ray Ray got to work in unison for the survival of the unit.
Wait a minute. You talking about teamwork? Get the fuck out of here.
So that Pookie
Teamwork.
Playoffs.
Teamwork.
Playoffs.
Playoffs. Yeah, man. Like let's put it into like football standards, right? You know what I'm saying? The coach draws up the play, right? He's on the field, right? The offense and defensive coordinators and all of those guys and assistants, they sitting up in the skybox looking at the field from the top, right? Right? They ain't out there getting smacked on.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody got to work together. The lineman got to protect the quarterback. The quarterback institute the instructions. You know what I'm saying? Right? Because your quarterback got to be smart. That's why, like, you had Peyton Manning with that watermelon ass head.
You know, he got an extra. That's because he got like a duplex for brains and shit.
Yeah, right.
A high rise.
So this is okay. So like this is when society gets out of whack, right? Because there has to be balance, right? You know what I'm saying? Is that everybody has a role in society. And the thing is that in society, men have to find those roles and they have to fill them. Whether they, sometimes you may want to do something. Like, yo, I wanted to play basketball. But nigga, I was not equipped to play basketball up into a certain level. And it wasn't that I wasn't skilled it's just that they're going to pick a guy that's 6'2" to 6'4" with my skill set.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Because you can't teach height.
And physically,
Facts. You can't teach
there's
height. That's facts.
there's some
Mhm.
things you can't teach. You can't teach height. Hell, you can barely teach speed and strength.
Yeah.
I mean, physical attributes. If you're going for basketball and you're 5'7", and you're going against somebody who's 6'7", you're physically outmatched.
Exactly.
It's
pretty
only so
normal.
many spud webs. It's only so many
Everybody that's short cannot
Muggsy
play like
Bogues
spud web.
Monkeys.
or
And
Muggsy
everybody my
Bogues
height
or
cannot
Allen
be that
Iverson.
guy either. Yeah.
Exactly. So
And it's
so with
also
that,
about your physical abilities too. Girth, like we said earlier. Yeah, there's certain guys, this is my height, they can play, but not all of them are that LeBron like. It's just, I'm sorry. I told the star the other day on one of these, no, there's a difference between blessed and gifted. Yeah, you can be gifted and everything, but you're not blessed with natural talent. That's something you cannot teach. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, there's people, when Dre tell you, when we wrestle, there's some people, even when Dre and I competed, you can see the difference between us and them.
yeah.
They were cannon fodder.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
either
Listen.
had the mentality to go through people or you don't.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. And it was one of those things where when I would because I think the first time I met Charles was at, I think, the Overly tournament. I think it was the Overly tournament.
Yeah.
It was, because we didn't do the Cinity tournament to the end of the year and shit. So towards the end of the wrestling season to go to regionals and shit. But the first time I met Charles was the Overly tournament. So I walked in the locker room. Remember, all them niggas thought like, oh man, he wrestling fucking 189 to 205, 200. And when I weighed in at 160, all them white boys got scared, nigga. I heard nothing but scrotums turn into ovaries in that motherfucker. Right? The only person that literally was there, I turn around, I see Charles and shit, cause like I see Charles, I'm looking at Charles. Charles is like, finally, I got somebody to wrestle. Right? And I was like, who this nigga stay? I was like, and then he got on the scale. I was like, oh shit, we gonna have a good time in this motherfucker. Right.
Yeah.
And then, but that's when I pinned old dude with that leg scissors, made him pin himself.
Wow.
It's fun times, man. Fun times.
No.
I can imagine see y'all wrestling on the mats like that. I used to watch that growing up as a kid, wrestling in the state where I come from. But imagine y'all up in Maryland wrestling like that. I wouldn't be surprised.
Believe it or not, in Maryland has the 5th toughest state to wrestle in.
Yeah.
Like we can compare to. Matter of fact, we got a couple of gold medalists from Maryland.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's so true.
A couple of Olympic gold medalists. That's how tough it is to wrestle.
Yeah.
Our females will pin some dudes. That's how tough it is.
but you know what, Charles? Remember we did that joint practice when we came to Lake Clifton, right? And our coaches came with us because the one coach we had, our head coach, he was from Johns Hopkins. He was our biology teacher, but he wrestled for Johns Hopkins, right? But the 3 black coaches, like the big stocky one, like the stocky one, he's from Oklahoma. He wrestled for Oklahoma, and then the other one wrestled for, I think the other one wrestled for Ohio State. The short one, the fast one, like the short fast one. Then the one that had that damn beer stomach, that nigga he wrestled for Michigan. Man, listen, man. But the thing about wrestling was they didn't have it at the level that they got it at now, where you could just go pro at wrestling. Because once you finish collegiate wrestling or Olympic wrestling, there's nothing for you after that.
You know,
Other
and
than
finally paid
MMA wasn't really popping like
popping
that, like
like
it's
that.
supposed to. You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
Right,
look
right
at
now,
Gabe.
yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at Gabe
like
Stevenson. He has a scholarship thanks to the laws being passed that you can get wages and money for being in sports. He
real.
just won the NCAA's, won the Olympic trials, won the Olympics, and he got a contract while still finishing his last year
With the
in
WWE, right?
Minnesota with the WWE.
Yeah,
He
Yeah.
got
yeah.
think
Dude's
about it.
nice, man.
He's nice as fuck. I mean, he beat 2 Olympic champions.
Yeah. Man,
Look at that.
yo, but that's what I mean is like, yo, if listen, I'm gonna be
God,
honest with you, bro.
God, if
If
they
they
had YouTube when we wrestled.
oh man. But
Woo, it'd be crazy if y'all were wrestling. You would have probably like 1,000,000 something fucking views. They say, "Who's these niggas? They're from
Because
Baltimore."
you got to realize a lot of times I tell the wrestlers now the respect and the scholarships and the beat the streets and all these opportunities y'all got were off of our backs. We had to
yeah,
go to places where we had to go where you're the only black kid there. Like when I
yep,
wrestled in Germany, 150 wrestlers, only 2 of them black. Guess which one?
yep,
Yep.
yep, yep. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And people
And you
people want to talk about some shit. You had to prove that you were good because white boys don't like to lose.
Of course they didn't. In any sport, especially basketball. I mean, I had a mixed school one time and we beat all white school. They had one black player and I was shaking my head. And I tell those stories when we beat those racist schools, but when we play teams as mixed like ours, oh, we beat them and they beat us. But every time we beat this school called Greenbrier over at Macon County in Tennessee at the time, when they believe in sundowns, and we play those games at home. We beat them at our place. We beat them in their place first, and then once we played them in the tournament, oh, we tore their asses up. They there was no match. So yeah, I know exactly what y'all talking about in sports and any sport, and especially wrestling. Oh yeah,
hey
they do not
Charles.
like to lose.
Hey Charles, remember because like remember we was Dunbar football was popping, right? We was winning them state championships, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know when people say there's no unity in the community and nothing like that, right?
Right.
So because we was the first city school to win a state championship, like period. So a state football championship. So what happened was we was playing. Remember we was playing Liganor,
Mm-hmm.
right? Dunbar and Lake Clifton, which is Charles School. No, we like yo, we like that's like rivalry all day, every day, twice on Sundays, right?
Yep.
But the whole Lake Clifton, Southern, and Mervo showed up because it was a home game for us. And you know, our football, Dunbar's football field is in between two projects.
Yeah, literally.
You know what I mean? And John
Literally.
Hopkins, yeah, John Hopkins is one way, and the Baltimore City Jail and Penitentiary is on the other end.
The other side. And it's very beautiful now. Next time you come to town, you got to look at it. It looks like a goddamn college field.
Yeah,
It's very beautiful.
yo,
John Hopkins look out for y'all.
the whole projects, you know what I'm saying? The whole, and the funny part about it is when they came, when the refs came, right? Remember they had they brought those white refs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember by the time halftime came, they switched out the refs because they was cheating for the Liganor dudes.
Yeah.
Nah, because the only thing you kept hearing was he said, "Y'all cheating, shorty. All right, let them win this game. Let them win this game and see if they make it back to Liganor." You just hear niggas yelling out the project. No, they were serious. They were serious. They were serious.
And
Yeah,
I
man.
mean, it was funny because referees, if you play football against a white school, if you wrestle against a white school, the referees tend to cheat for the white boys. So so you know, Mr. Brown, God rest his soul in peace, power, and paradise, said he never cursed, but he was a very aggressive and effective man. He says, "Look, you see that white boy there? I don't care if you got to break his neck to win that title. So you got to realize when you meet me on the streets, I'm a nice guy, unless provoked. But if it comes to a championship, I'll break you in fucking half, and not think nothing of it, and still be like, "Hey, how you doing, guy?"
That's facts, Wacky.
What did he say?
Yeah,
He
yeah, yeah,
said,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's where
Dunbar.
Muggsy. Yeah, that's where
That's where he's
Muggsy went.
from. Yeah.
Yeah, Sam
And
Cassell
Reggie
ugly
Lewis.
ass too.
Yeah,
Yep.
he that too. I remember Reggie Lewis reading about it as a kid, even though he had that
Limb
heart
bias.
problem. Yeah, limb bias, another one. Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if they was alive, yeah, Celtics would have been a damn dynasty, but it wouldn't matter because Jordan would have been great regardless, no matter the cards that's been dealt.
Yeah, we got, you know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, man, Wacky, I went to Dunbar, man. Like, well, Dunbar, Baltimore, because Dunbar, DC is a whole different ball game. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, Dunbar.
I heard of both of them, yeah.
Dunbar's football team. I always thought you motherfuckers were juicing. Like, like them motherfuckers could go competitive. I believe them motherfuckers could have been competitive against some college teams. Like,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, but see, like I played deep, but see, the thing, Charles, is when it was wrestling season, like, so this was my problem, right? I had to bulk up during the summertime, right? You know, it's hard as hell to bulk up during the summer. You ain't supposed to be bulking up during the summer, right?
Yeah.
So I would bulk up during the summer, and then halfway, football season, I would be losing weight for wrestling season. But we always going to like the state playoffs and shit, right? And so I would have to go down from like summertime. I get up to 210, 215, right? Playing like linebacker, defensive end, stuff like that, right? And then I would come down to about 185, right? And then I would just go all the way down to like, I say by time like 2 weeks before we had to, like, you got to do the weigh in for your weight.
Yeah.
I'm in the wrestling room going through the marathon shit with the trash bags, with the sweatshirts and the heat up, and sitting in the corner. And then, remember we used to run down the Federal Hill? We would run all the way from the east side down the Federal Hill, down the Harbor, and run back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, niggas don't even know wrestling is a lot of running.
Yeah.
Running.
True.
Because
True.
I
Endurance.
used to live over east, and I would run to downtown.
Yeah. Cross that bridge, man. Going to Enoch Pratt Free Library.
But man, you got a fucking goose down burning it.
Yep. And then you got all the trash bags on you up there running around like. But see, that's the thing that I loved about Baltimore is if they saw you running and you had your school shit on, nobody bothered you.
Yeah.
Like nobody, they'd be like, oh, yo, what's up? Yo, he's like, leave son alone, man. He in school, leave him alone. Like, when you know what I mean? Yeah, code of conduct, man. It was what's going on, Waggy?
What's going on, Wacky? Shalom.
What's going on? Shalom.
What's up?
What's going on?
What's up, yo? Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, now up here in New York, they used to talk about Lawrence Dunbar High School.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because New York is big into high school basketball, and they used to talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, that is true, because I never knew. One thing about New Yorkers, they love every aspect and every level of sports. There was a New York dude who stopped me a few years ago. He was like, "Yo, you used to wrestle at Lake, right?" "Yeah, man, I followed you, man. You were the shit." So it's like, "Hey, thank you. Appreciate the flowers," because you never know who's a fan of you.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, "God damn!" Like, there's many a times you wrestled Dre, and he'd be like, "God damn." Oh, this is what deep breathing feels like.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So y'all used to wrestle each other in high school?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. He beat me for the city championship, man.
Oh, what? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we wrestled the same.
Yeah, he talked about it like every panel when Charles was here, and sometimes, and tell them stories. But and Charles talked about it on his channel too a lot. Yeah.
It's some war stories. I still got a few scars from him.
Yeah.
It was not, just to let you know, it was not fucking easy.
Oh yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah, he got me. See, the thing is like this, like I've never like Charles. See, Charles is like people don't notice like when it comes to wrestling is like Charles is a technical wrestler. Like he can pin you, but you know, in wrestling, getting tech faulted is like it's like playing Mortal Kombat and the dude getting a flawless victory and didn't give you a friendship afterwards.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's like that. It's like it's like the worst thing ever because he could have pinned you, but he just didn't feel like it. You know what I mean?
I always thought tech falls were worse because
Oh, peace,
is
Supreme Elder. Yeah, it's gone, man.
Yeah.
DJ Music.
Pin is like a pinning a guy you can get caught and pin. You can't get caught and pin. You can't use the excuse I got caught from a tech fall. No, that motherfucker was knee deep in your ass. That's what he was.
Yeah, he was trying shit. Like I'll give you a perfect example, right? Wacky, right? You watch a boxing match, right? If a dude get caught with a nice shot, right? Anybody can get caught. Like, you know, you can, we done seen in boxing, like with Rockman, where Lennox Lewis was winning and he walked into a stay away from me punch and he got knocked out, right?
Yeah.
But when you can get
hit what you can't see. Mm-hmm.
Well, not even that. When your trainer gets up on the ring apron and throw in a towel, that means you was getting your ass whipped. That means you was too in shape to go down. You know, that was that Antonio Gotti ass whipping.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was like one of those the refs your team's hugging you and kissing you on the forehead. It's okay, trying to comfort you. You know, it's like one of those ass whippings you'd be like, when your opponent's like, pull me off his ass right before something happens. Pull me off his ass.
Yeah. Like that's what a tech fault is. And the difference, like a pin is like 6 points for the team, but a tech fault is 5 points. And usually the tech fault come within the first minute, like of wrestling. And that means you was in a position where I don't need to pin you. I'm sending a message to the competition. See, pinning you doesn't send a message. I'm going to start doing little other shit. I'm gonna start trying shit I would do in practice on you, right? That's what tech fault.
Put it to you this way: I've actually pinned a guy in collegiate wrestling with the perfect flex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
Up and over, it rolled over and hooked him into a cradle.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's funny when we used to. It's funny when we used to applaud people. We used to applaud each other for doing certain moves. Like, come on.
Man. Yeah, man. I done almost STF the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, but see, all of mine, I wasn't about, because we didn't have a lot of people on our wrestling team in the lower weight classes. So to make it competitive, we knew whenever we went against one of those white schools or something, because they had every weight class. We was going to lose, but to make sure our standings in the city was good. And when I mean the white school, I mean the county schools. So we didn't have time to tech fall because that's like one less point that we would have. So I was, I'm pinning you, right? And I think it was only 3 times I wrestled where it went to the third period and past that, and it was Charles. Everybody else, they got disemboweled in the first period. No, I take that back. It was the Overly tournament, which was my first like official wrestling match, and I pinned that dude with a leg scissors. Like I basically squeezed his ribs so bad that he pinned himself with my legs. Yeah, that's when I was like squatting like 450 for reps. Just in there squat.
He was built like a little tank, like this big muscle-bound gremlin motherfucker here. just brolic. He looked like the
Dre's
Super
a big
Saiyan
dude.
body.
When he cammed up, I said, "Damn, he got them shoulders." I said, "Military show."
Looked like the body.
And he can wrestle. Shit. Yeah, I thought Charles was big. I said, "Damn!" When I saw Dre cammed up with his mic, I said, "That nigga is knocking down trees." And shit. I was like, "Wait a minute."
That motherfucker like.
Waggy, man. Yeah, man. Hold on, man.
But when you told me that Cutlass story, man, that had me dying. Like I was hungry. You told me that. I was like, man, that's some true shit.
Cutlass, man. Go get the Cutlass, man. Hey, Charles. Hold on, man. See, so I think I had this conversation with a dude, right? Hold on. So, hey, sir.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. Let me do this. Shit, here you go. Share the screen. Hold on, share the screen. Hold on, let me get the tab ready. Let me get the tab ready. Right. This is when I was in the gym acting a fool. You got a screen?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Oh, you got it. All right. So check this out. Now Charles, know these are 120-pound dumbbells, right? That I got right here. Right. Now look, everybody think because you got big arms that you're strong. Nah. See, there's a difference between pretty muscle and working muscle. Right? You know what I'm saying? These 120s. Now I ain't gonna do this now. This is you know what I mean? This is what I was being stupid and dumb, right? Because you're supposed to use the spot. I'm gonna tell. Listen, dereliction is a day-to-day fight.
Right.
You know what I mean? Listen.
Yeah,
See, I'm over there showing off in the gym. Look.
Flexing hard. Yeah.
Listen. But see,
Flexing
the
all
thing
hard and
is,
stuff. Yeah.
look, see these 120s, right? These 120s. But the thing is, I'm gonna tell you this, right? These are 120s, but you know what I mean? I was in the gym. Now I'm gonna tell, like, a nigga tried to tell me something, right? I was up here curling. I'm curling this. This is me actually curling these motherfuckers, right? That nigga said, nigga, that's only 20 pounds. Nigga, that's 20 kilograms. That's 45 pounds on each side, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like they're strong, and then there's Baltimore strong. Like,
yeah. Look at that. Nigga. This is how you get your dips in, with the chain hanging, with the plate. That's that Baltimore City schools. We ain't got no goddamn equipment, but you gotta get it.
Yeah,
get it how you live. Yeah.
You know, you're doing jail push-ups because you can't lift weights during the season because you'll bulk up or you'll lose some flexibility.
Also,
Yeah,
man, you'll be doing push-ups, wall push-ups, your feet up in the air. You're doing like fireman's carries, which is like, I remember I'm 170 pounds, and we got our 270-pound heavyweight on my shoulders.
Yeah,
up steps, going up steps.
You gotta be strong, man. Listen. All these niggas going to the gym, working out, but nobody want to do leg day.
Nope.
Oh, I love leg day.
You know what I'm saying?
I hate leg day only because
I love
leg day hurts and I have to do it.
Yeah, I love it. It's relaxing.
Listen, leg day. Listen, man, leg day and shit, man. Running around, bro. And look, and I had to eat. So you got to eat what you weigh, man. You always like, that's the only thing. When I was working out like that, yo, this is me doing the rolls, man. Hey, Charles, you know these right here, right?
Oh yeah.
Remember that? Like,
just pull your fucking back and make it look like a Christmas tree.
But you see this, right? Like this the one with the 3 positions. Like the inner one, and then you got the bars, the wide, and then you got the inside and underneath, right? So the supinated and the pronated grip, right? But what we would do in the gym is you start off with the big plate, you pull that about 10 times, and then you keep putting the plates on like jail style. But you go through all 4 positions, and then you got to work your way down. And by the time you get down to this one plate, man, yeah, you going home. It's Epsom salt, all that. Ain't nobody. Ain't nobody. Look, you gotta get what you weigh. So you know what I'm saying. That's the little man when he was going to middle school. You know what I'm saying. But yeah, man, you got to get what you weigh. Look, see. Shout out to Simply Nadia. See, I had the dragon fruit right there. See, you know what I mean. Shout out to her with the dragon fruit. But see, you got to eat like this. You know what I mean? Like, you got to eat like this. See, hold on.
It's kind of funny. I'm sitting on like what, 245, 250 on the bar right now. I'm sitting on the bench playing the game.
Hey, Charles, my man sent me this.
Oh shit. Baltimore the box. God damn it, you're right. The crab fucking chips. I'm surprised they gave you some Old Bay. Oh shit.
Yeah, man.
Baltimore in the box. Oh,
Baltimore in the box.
Yeah, that's how y'all eat. Yeah.
It's funny. We love seafood. And that's why when they brought a sushi shop to Baltimore, I was in love. I naturally love seafood. I'm wondering, like, one day I gotta go to where Dre is and meet his kids and his wife, and they'll be like, and his son will probably be asked, so how's my dad when he was younger? How hard to handle?
hey, Charles, this is when I went back to the mixed martial arts, then, bro.
Oh man.
Yeah, with the UFC fighters. You know
Oh
what I'm
man,
saying?
I wonder if I had fun up there. Don't
Oh
don't
yeah.
invite me to don't invite me to Japan, and I might not come back home.
Look, you see him trying to, he tried to duck under on me. You see, look at that. But this dude right here, he's a light, he's a K1, he's a pro fighter though.
Yeah.
But his grapple game was trash. Like I had to get his grapple game up. He's
Yeah,
good
you
at
can make
jujitsu. Look. He good at jujitsu. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
But his grapple
you know,
game is terrible.
Yeah.
you know you can make a lot of money coaching them over there too, man.
Oh yeah.
And believe it or not, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna be the next big place that's gonna have gold medal, or at least people medal in the Olympics for wrestling. It's gonna be some of them African countries.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
yeah.
Don't
Oh yeah.
don't be surprised at don't be surprised at Cameroon. Don't
Yeah.
be surprised
Oh
at
yeah. In that
Nigeria.
region. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Where they
Nigeria.
can put up
That was
where
a
they got a
sloppy
good
bucket.
muscle build.
Oh
And
yeah.
then
Yeah.
and you give me a couple of them guys, you
Ooh.
give me a year to teach them. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. It's a wrap.
We'll take
Yeah.
the world. We'll take the world.
Listen, man. What I noticed in mixed martial arts, man, they grappling coaches a trash, like, you know what I mean, because
Oh yeah,
it's
Ghana.
more, yeah.
You're right, Ghana.
Yep.
Ghana too. Anywhere
Yep.
where they can get that natural build of muscle, and
Yeah.
and of course
Yeah.
of course they're
Handset
used to,
Ghana. Yeah.
and of course they're used to that heat, because when you wrestle, of course you're moving your body a million places, a million ways.
Yep.
People aren't used to heat. That's why you put your sweats on to help you sweat and cut weight, but you also build
Yep.
up an immunity to overheating. When there's people, Dre will tell you, when there's at tournaments, guys will be like, I can't breathe, it's too hot.
Oh yeah.
And you're just looking at them and you're like, whatever.
The Conor McGregor jump happening. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I remember that.
Dude ain't got no type of whatever. But see, you know what, Charles? If you look at this dude, listen, and this was me being lazy, because Charles can actually tell you this, right? And I'm gonna get off this so we can move on to something else, because Wacky's up here. Wacky can get on me about my Ravens and shit losing by 1 point, but this
hey, no matter what you say, Snoop balled his ass off.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So this right here, right now, this dude right here, he a Marine right here. You know what I mean? He's good at Thai boxing and stuff. But you ain't never supposed to do a duck under. And from this position, Charles, I'm not supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to do that. Like, like, you know what I mean? You couldn't pull that off on a real grappler, man. Like, look, and I wasn't even trying to get it. Like, I just let him go because I would have snapped his kneecap. Because the way he would have fell, I would have actually tore his ACL up. Like, that's why I let it go.
That's why. I mean, y'all lucky I ain't pull up my pictures up here when I was wrestling.
Yeah, it's all good, man. This is good content.
But y'all could go see it in my community tab of me lifting weights.
Oh yeah, I seen it. I mean, Charles is a beast, man.
But I wanted to also show that, Charles, that if I meet you in real life, half baked chicken dude.
It's like, you know, I get to go. Sometimes I'll go to conventions and I'll speak to like you know, the older pro wrestlers we grew up with, and they'll tell stories. Like the time I met Bret Hart, and he was saying, "Hey, I love police, but man, y'all got to get all them racist people out of your department, man. You can't grow as a people." I was like, "Oh shit!" And we spoke to him for an hour about different shit.
And that was my favorite wrestler, Bret Hart. Sorry,
I like Bret Hart. Yeah, he's one of my favorites.
Put it to you this way: people normally say don't meet your heroes. When you meet Bret, you'll love him even more because he's so down to earth. Loves to talk about wrestling. Talked about collegiate wrestling. I said, Bret, you know you're the reason why I did collegiate wrestling, and his eyes lit up.
Yeah, man,
like, for real. Because you know Bret was on his way to go to the Olympics. He was that good.
Yeah.
And it was funny because when you talk to these guys, and there's also other guys who are like, I forget what the guy name. He's like he's black, but he's openly gay.
Which one?
You know, and he used to work for He used to be with Titus O'Neil, Dern something.
I know
And
who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
it is because he's nice as shit too. Stays in shape,
Mhm.
very down to earth. And it's funny. If the LGBT community had him as a representative, people wouldn't be bothered by it. People
No,
would be like, wow.
no, because they want old gold dust.
Yeah, they
You
want
know
gold
what I'm
dust. They
saying?
want
Yeah,
old,
Dustin
they want
Rose. Oh,
they want
gold dust. That's
flamboyance. They
Dusty's
want the
son. Yeah.
they want the flamboyancy. They want that
Hmm.
flamboyant. But you got a guy, down to
Oh,
earth
Johnny
guy,
B.
whatever.
Bad looking ass
Yeah,
dude.
some Johnny B.
Right,
Bad,
right, right.
you know. But this guy's cool guy, talks to the kids, has a program, stop the hate, stop racism, stop sexism, stop, hating people because of their sexual orientation and stuff. Good program. And it's like, why can't they fucking have you as a representative? Then we talked to Lex Luger. We talked to the Kevin Nash, the NWO. It was funny because we went me and my boy Josh went to take pictures with him. And Kevin Nash looked at me and said, "Look at the guns on this motherfucker."
Hey,
but
man.
but it's funny because y'all remember the guy King Haku or Ming from WCW?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
was one
remember
of the
Ming.
guys.
Yeah.
One of the guys were telling a story because he's Tongan, Samoan, basically the same thing, different island. But they're just like when you meet
North
Samoans,
niggas, South niggas, East
yeah,
niggas, West niggas.
yeah, they big niggas.
They hate
That's
each other.
them big
Samoa-
niggas.
Yeah,
That's
no.
the,
Yeah, Samoans and Tongans hate each other, man.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a cultural thing. Yeah.
yeah, it's a cultural, and it's
Yeah.
like very humble guy outside the ring. Why the fuck do you want to pick a fight? You can tell it's a white boy sport. Extreme living, like say the word nigga in a black church, and watch everybody and the preacher beat your ass, or
Bro,
I'm gonna pick a fight with
pre
a
95,
6 foot. Yeah,
now everybody pray
Yeah.
for. Right.
Oh,
Now
yeah,
they
yeah.
got the haze, but
Hey. Yeah.
now I'm going to pick a fight with a 6'2", 270 to 320 pounds Tongan or Samoan. And you just looking at this guy. And the old officers were telling me the story about this. They had a show downtown. They went to go for drinks and chill out for the night. White dude was like, you know what? Pro wrestling fake. He's like, okay, whatever, man. I'm just trying to enjoy my drink. You need a drink? Come on, I'll buy you a drink. So the guy pushed him. So they said he took his hand. You ever seen somebody take their thumb and they're gripping the back of your skull, but his thumb is in your eye socket? And he threw him across the bar like that. One of his buddies tried to charge him, and he bit the bridge of his nose off.
Yeah.
Shit. Damn.
No, them Tongans don't play, bro. It's wartime, bro.
Yeah, and then on top of that, by the time the people who were fucked up in the joint, like 3 to 5 police officers were in the fucking hospital subduing him, so they about to shoot his ass, and then the barbarian like, no, don't shoot him, I'll calm him down. You don't die. I was like, Jesus Christ! Imagine going to
they
that
had
call.
Yeah, I'm like, a Ted Turner had to bail them niggas out of jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ted Turner, yo, it's a lot of I'm like, when you meet people in like real life, like what I mean, like you meet like wrestlers and stuff like that in real life, or like, man, listen, like I was rolling around with some sumo wrestlers, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm rolling around with some sumo wrestlers, and we went to the little sumo thing where they practice at. Nigga, it's hot as fuck in that motherfucker, bro. It's hot as shit in that motherfucker. And you play football, so when you was young and y'all had to play, I forgot, everybody called it differently, but they put the pads down and hit. Yeah, Oklahoma, right? And then they put the thing and make y'all clash in each other, right? But you can hear the sound of padding, right? Like the pads cracking every time these sumo dudes go at each other like that. It sounds worse than that, and they ain't got no pads on. And you know what I mean, and people think they fat. No, that is just straight solid muscle. Them
Crazy
motherfuckers.
thing about sumo wrestlers. Imagine seeing a 400-pound man, agile, strong, and to do a full split because
Yep.
they'll push them down so they can do full splits.
Yep. The motherfuckers are very fucking lit. Like, like, look, they have to have the same flexibility as like a ballerina or a female gymnast, and still be strong and fast. Like they got quick, fast, like twitch muscles, and they don't need to like they're lifting the weight, but it's the old school lead like statue weights that they got to pick that shit up, and they got to be in a horse stance. So most of their power comes from their legs. Like they know how to transfer power. That's why a lot of Mongolians and Samoans do well in sumo. Like they do well in sumo. Like if you touch the and it's technical. It's a lot of technical shit. Like people think it's just like wrestling.
It's very similar to judo.
Yep.
Basically, what it is, they use the same techniques.
Yeah. And look, man. I saw, right. So we was out drinking, having a good time, right? We out here with these sumo guys. Now in Japan, when you become a sumo wrestler, right, you don't drive yourself, even on the lowest ranking or at the bottom, like even the minor league sumo wrestlers, because you belong to a stable, right, to a team. Soon as you become, any professional sports guy in Asia, you don't drive yourself. You get a driver. And mainly, once you become a sumo wrestler, once you reach a certain level, you don't pretty much, they got a woman for you. Because she got to know how to cook for you. She got to know the culture. She got to keep herself a certain way. And then you can't go out in public looking a certain way. Because you got to wear that kimono. And then she's got to do your hair the right way and keep your hair up. You know what I'm saying? Like she got to do that old samurai way of doing it, right? So you don't drive because you driving, you can get in an accident or something like that. So she got to have a van for you. You got to be in a certain house, all this stuff, right? See, this is some real patriarchal shit. Niggas thinking I'm in the patriarch. I can pick whatever bitch I want. No, you don't. No, you don't.
See, that's
no, you don't.
That's the thing about patriarchies. You're given a wife, but that wife has duties just like that patriarch has duties. You have to, as a sumo, not cutting you off, Dre, but the piggyback, you have to win. You lose enough times, you have to retire.
Yep. Yeah. And then you become a trainer and they cut your hair. Like you don't keep that top knot no more, right? Because it's the old samurai culture. So you cut your hair, or you're walking around and you become security for the yokozuna, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if a motherfucker, so we in the bar talking, having a good time, and they could drink, right? But the younger guys,
but if they like you, one thing about their culture, if they like you, they like you. If they don't like you, you know it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they let you know. So we over there drinking in the bar, right? We having a good time. We drinking, right? So we sitting in the little VIP area cut off, right? And we drinking, having a good time. And the younger guys ain't allowed to drink unless the yokozuna or the dude that's the higher class sumo, unless he allows them to drink. And a lot of times he'll give his what he call his kohai, the next one up, that'll be sitting next to him. He'll tell him to drink.
Wow.
Right? He'll tell him to drink. And then when he takes his drink, he doesn't drink like, you know how me and you sitting up here, we toasting, we all toasting, right? He's not allowed to drink like us. He's got to turn his head to the side and drink away from us. And then he's got to say thank you. And then he's got to turn around and pour the drink for everybody else, right? So dude is over there because he's mad because all of the girls left from being over there to be where the sumo's at, right? White dude, right? Comes over, he's upset, right? He's not like an American white dude, he's a British white dude, right? So we're in the rich area of Tokyo. So this dude's upset. He comes over there, he's asking the manager something. The manager's like, go back, whatever, don't worry, right? And one of the girls with him. So, he got that little, he forgot where he was at. So he started to run his mouth. So the sumo wrestler looked up once and looked over one of the younger dudes stood in front of the guy to block him. So, the younger dudes, he's like 6'3", 300, right? So the white dude's looking around, right? And then when the white dude tried to like kind of peek over and look around, he hit him straight in the chest with a push, like just caught him like right in that clavicle and shit. Just wow, just hit him once.
Fucking palm strike. Some
Man,
OD Honda shit.
Man, he pushed the white dude just got sent back, felt like he slid this motherfucker, right? Slid him, right? So the white dude gets up, right? He goes to get up. The security in there snatched the white dude up, man, and threw his ass slam out of that motherfucker, right? You know what I'm saying? So the owner of the place, he's Iranian. So he comes, like he sees what happened from the security camera, right? So he comes down, he brings like these 2 big ass bottles of vodka, right? Just right? This that Russian shit, this shit just right? And he puts it on the table and I'm like, man, it's time. So I get up and try to excuse myself. He like, nah, the sumo dude like, nah, sit your ass down. I'm like, man, fuck it, right? So he's apologizing to the sumo dude. So we've had to finish 3 of these bottles, bro. 3 of these bottles. Shots. Listen, man, I don't never want to do that shit ever again. Like whenever Russian vodka, nigga, nah, bro. Like real Russian vodka, nah, bro. You don't want no parts of that because you don't want no parts of the hangover. Like nigga, it's like a fat bitch sitting on all of your brain, bro. Like no, bro, in the morning. Like that's it's nothing, bro. You don't want to.
That sounds like my 21st birthday party on the army base.
Yeah, see. Yeah, that's a new level of drinking. That's beyond white boy wasted.
Super Saiyan shit.
You know what that is? That's like I hate my life drinking. Like, why are you drinking like this? Like, well you know what I mean?
Like, but, I got problems.
I got problems.
So Waggy, man, like, look, man, I went and watched that Ravens game, man. Like, you know what I mean? Because I was hearing people like, why did they go for a 2-point conversion and all this other shit, right? And I watched that Ravens game and I was like, yo, our quarterback ain't in because his leg fucked up. And I knew Lamar Jackson was hurt most of the season, right? Yeah. I knew something was up with him most of the season, you know what I mean? And they was just fucked up all the way which way around, right? And I was like, you playing the Ravens with COVID shit's fucked with them. All this extra shit done fuck with them, and you barely beat the Ravens by 1 point. And this is Aaron Rodgers. Like,
I let a nigga know if we were healthy, we'd be undefeated. I tell you.
I said we'll lose maybe a game or 2 because those rivalry games, a wiki, you know what I mean? Like, we'll get Pittsburgh here. It don't matter if Pittsburgh is trash, but we'll sleep one game, or Cleveland might sneak one in, or Cincinnati. But you know how it is in the AFC North, man. Anything can happen, right?
Yeah,
but
the battle of the North.
But nigga, Green. When I saw that, I was like, yo, we gonna lose the game. It's gonna be not that good, right?
That
the backup quarterback, nigga,
balling.
He was man. Hey man, I was like, damn, bro.
Snoop was balling.
Man. Damn. Yo, the backup quarterback. Listen, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And right? I'm gonna say this straight real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mark Andrews is the #1 tight end in the NFL.
Facts.
He is doing some. I don't give a fuck what you say. He is the #1. That motherfucker is doing some. Did you see the one game nigga pulling on his fucking jersey? And he still kept coming down with the ball. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, you know what Mark Andrews is, man?
He's Mark Andrews. He's taught heat on juice.
No. Mark Andrews is Dallas Clark for fucking Peyton Manning, nigga, on the Colts, nigga.
Yes, he is.
Oh yeah.
Mark Andrews is like Mark Andrews is guaranteed. Like, yo, be the first Raven tight end to have 1,000-yard season.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And how many more games we got?
Look, man. Look, this is me, right? If I was Harbaugh, this is what I would do. Lamar done did enough to get his contract, right?
Right.
But what I would do is tell Lamar, hey, You hurt for the rest of the season because they ain't no need to put you out there because the line is trash, right? Because he keep getting blindside hit. You know what I mean? Like the line is, you know what I mean? So don't put your franchise quarterback out there, right? Then you allow the backup quarterback, if he want to stay or leave, he can build his resume on getting a contract somewhere because dude is actually really nice, right?
He's nice as fuck.
You know what I mean? If Lamar wasn't there, we can rock
He
with
was
that
doing
dude too.
We can rock
You know what I mean? So let him rock out, right? Now, this gets you to put Hollywood Brown ass on notice. Get rid of that nigga, Mr. Butterfingers. Nigga, you know what he need? He needs some Gorilla Glue, some Stickum. He need nigga whatever you can. Nigga, that nigga ain't got no hands. Nigga, that nigga ain't got no hands.
I mean, you give him a long pass, he'll go for it.
No. We need a nigga with hands. This the AFC North, bro. We need.
You got whatchamacallit, Bateman. Bateman was supposed to be the hands guy, but you know he got hurt.
He always get hurt.
But you see what he's doing now.
Yeah,
like he's making some hella passes now. He's making hella catches now.
No, but
and he's a rookie, man. So
you know what they need? They need to go in the draft. Remember, you know what used to give us problems? It was Pittsburgh. And you know who used to give us problems in Pittsburgh? It was Heinous Ward. Because Heinous Ward was the hands guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The shit talker with his after-read ass.
Yeah,
that's true.
You know what I mean? But you got, nigga, you know we all our butt cheeks puckered up, nigga, when Ben Roethlisberger would drop back, nigga, be looking for Heinous Ward, nigga.
Not as much as Benz did when fucking Terrell Suggs laid wood to his ass.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, that is true.
When you see Ray coming down the middle, you like, oh shit.
Yeah,
Charm City slashing.
Yeah.
Charm City slashing.
Hey, he's killing him. He's killing him, Ray. You're killing him.
Keep killing him. Like,
I used to watch him live back in early 2000s as a kid, man. That's a big motherfucker. Ray Lewis. He used to stick. Yeah, he used to stick Eddie George to the ground, man. I was like, wow, man. Yeah.
I introduced my son to him. And like, there's only two people who had a greater fucking grip than me, just out front, was him and my wrestling coach. Man, I wanted to do push-ups so badly just because I'm like, this nigga can't have that strong of a fucking grip.
Yeah,
that's that Florida. That's that Miami.
That's that Miami. Yeah. Florida. Yeah, Florida, I saw them live years ago when I was a kid. We always go to the Titans games with my father, whatever, because his dad took him to Vandy games in the 60s, right? It was like a family tradition, right? You know, son and sports and everything. When we saw Steven there, like how big he was when we threw that ball, even when he got stuck by Ray Lewis a couple times, I said, man, Ray is big. From a loss, man, down the middle. I mean, Ray was not playing back in those days.
And he had size strength, power, speed, awareness. Like he almost could predict your play.
Yo, you know what I wish I could do, man? If I could take the Ravens offense when Lamar won the MVP and the fucking 2000s Ravens defense, bro.
2001. God damn.
Oh, bruh. That nigga, we had killers on defense. Literally.
Chris McAllister. Ed Hollow beat our name Reed.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Ed Reed, yeah.
Nigga, don't throw the Ed Reed side, nigga. Where's Ed Reed? Where's Ed Reed?
It just so happens the ball, you think you're about to make a perfect pass and the ball just magically lands in his hands.
You know what I'm saying? And you know who used to stay? You know who Belichick? Because I remember watching that thing with Belichick and Tom Brady was talking about Ed Reed, right? And Ed Reed was like, they asked him, who's the quarterback? Yo, shout out to James Kills, man. My man looked like Ed Reed, man. But look, James Kills looked like Ed Reed. Yo, I was like, yo, he looked like somebody I remember. Yo, he looked like Ed Reed. Yo, what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But yo, Ed Reed said the quarterback that I like to intercept the most was Tom Brady. Right. And I was like, all right. And then Tom Brady was like, yeah, Ed Reed. Like, and then you look at the stats, it was Ed Reed when Tom Brady would throw his interceptions. It was Ed Reed that got most of his interceptions off of Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, it was like, and then Belichick was like, like he said, yeah. He's like, Tom, remember I told you? He's like, yeah, but I was going for it and I saw Amendola going down the scene. He said, yeah, but you forgot. Yeah, I forgot where Ed was, and Ed was right there. It's like he baited me because I thought he was blitzing, and then I turned to go through my projections, and you lost him, and he intercepted the ball again.
That's true. That's very true.
I remember they were talking. Belichick was talking to Ray, and he was like, "Hey." Ray was like, "Okay, hopefully y'all have a good game. Everybody be safe." He's like, "Hell, you stay out of my backfield."
listen, after that Super Bowl in 2000, right? 2001, y'all killed the Giants. Kerry Collins was never heard of again.
Yep.
Giants.
Oh yeah, true.
He was never heard of again, man, because that defense killed him.
Yeah, man, destroyed him, man.
They destroyed him. I mean, that was
they sure. I remember that
just
Super
a
Bowl.
plague. That was like a plague, man. Baltimore, I remember that shit. Baltimore didn't party so hard. God, man.
You know what I was?
Like
you know what pissed me off?
Holiday.
You know what pissed me off? You know what pissed me off, Charles?
What?
When the Super Bowl popped off, right? We was in between going. From we just left Italy and we was going to Barcelona, right? And it was a whole bunch of dudes from Baltimore on my ship. Dude, we ran a request shit for the captain to stop the ship so we can make sure we get the satellite so we can watch the Super Bowl. Right? The captain, because we was in formation, we was in battle group formation. So the captain sent it up to the Fibron, right? Which is like the 1-star, he's the admiral for the whole battle group, for the amphibious battle group, right? So we didn't know that, like, because we got Marines on the amphib too, right? So the Fibron sits on the LHA, which is like a half carrier, basically, right? So they had to hit up the Mount Whitney. We call it the Death Star and shit. That's the command ship for the whole like Mediterranean fucking like all that shit. That's like Middle East, all of that shit, right? So they had to ask the 3-star, right? We didn't know that the 3-star was from Maryland. So the 3-star gave our battle group special permission to sit in a special part of the med so we can have uninterrupted satellite so we can watch the Super Bowl. Nigga, that's how serious sports is for men. Nigga, the military will stop. Nigga, that's called morale boosting.
Yeah, that's called morale boosting because I remember when the second Super Bowl win, right?
Yeah.
I had to work. So I was in this bar and they know me. They were cool as shit. So they were like, yo, stop call. Like I had to tell one officer, yo, stop doing car stops. We're trying to watch. I was like, can you tell that motherfucker stop doing car stops? So the dispatch called him. The dispatch was like, can you call my number? They were like, and she was telling me, he said, what's up? Why the hell are you doing car stops during the Super Bowl? And you know he's from Grenada. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is one of the few times we get to enjoy being Baltimoreans without being crime associated. Sit your ass down.
Yeah. Fucking up, man. Like man, but you know what, man? Listen, because people didn't realize, man, that 2001 season was so special because we came in wild card and we won every game off of defensive touchdowns and field goals. There was no offensive nothing when it came to touchdowns.
Yeah.
Nothing until the Super Bowl, until the fucking Super Bowl.
Yeah, I remember that.
I remember that.
They was talking about that shit like all over Sports Center and shit. Like Baltimore has not scored. Listen, that's why Trent Dilfer? That's why Trent Dilfer hate Baltimore.
Yeah, that's why he hate Baltimore. Yeah, that's true. My dad talked about that.
How you the quarterback win a Super Bowl and then he didn't even throw an offensive touchdown, did he?
No, tell the Super Bowl.
No, I don't
remember that.
I remember in the middle of that season, right? I remember in the middle of that season because I was still in high school when that Super Bowl was. So in the middle of that season,
I was in middle school at the time. Yeah,
in the middle of that season.
Man, damn wacky shit.
I'm only a few years younger than you. I just turned 37 early this month.
Yeah, I'm a couple years younger
I
than
remember
y'all.
we were just. I just turned. What, 19?
Said 19.
Yeah,
Like,
But
Dre
goddamn,
was already 20.
I
Yeah.
already had 2 years in the army. Goddamn.
Yeah. I was hold on, was it? No, because I didn't turn 20. I didn't turn 20 until September. So I was
Yeah,
19. You know
19
what? I
for a
was
while.
19 and I just got off of waking up outside the Leaning Tower of Pisa for New Year's Eve. There's some bushes.
Yeah.
Some bitches.
I think,
With
I
some
was
bitches.
15. I was
Some
15
Italian
at the time.
bitches.
Like,
And
you
I
said,
remember, in the
I
middle
was
of the
14 at the
season,
time too. Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
middle of the
Mhm.
season, the
Yeah.
middle of that football season, people was already saying that defense, that Ravens defense was better than the '85 Bears. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were. They were. That's
Yeah.
true.
It was. It was.
You
Yeah.
had Saragusa right there in the middle.
Jonathan Ogden, man, on the
Jonathan
offensive
Ogden
line.
was a fucking. Imagine if Lamar had a Jonathan Ogden.
Nigga, he be
Got a wall of a
listen,
human being.
listen. Imagine if Lamar had that offensive line the way he be running, and then he had a Jamal Lewis, nigga.
Oh
Like,
my
just,
God,
Oh man.
Jamal Lewis it would take
Well,
the whole team to tackle that motherfucker.
man, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, oh man, look, and then look. If he had, because remember, right? Think about it. If you had old dude that we got down as a tight end and Shannon Sharp on the other side
Oh my
as the
God.
other.
Your
Nigga,
wide
and remember
receivers
Rex,
ain't get no. Your wide receiver would get no balls.
and remember Rex Ryan was our defensive coordinator.
Mm.
yep.
Yep. Then he went to New York, and then he got
he
Gino.
was.
He got Gino from what was old dude? He had Mark Sanchez, and then he got
Mark
old dude from
Sanchez,
West.
and then Gino, what's his last name? Gino. He went to the University of West Virginia. I know that. Gino.
Yeah. He got him later, but yeah, man, Rex. We had Brian Billick, but I'll be honest with you, I would actually keep out the head coach we got now
Yeah, he's pretty
more
good.
than Brian Billick. I'd keep who we got now.
Hardball. We keep
I keep
hardball.
and then but I want Rex Ryan back as a defensive coordinator though.
Let me just subtract something. I must have miscalculated how many years that Buccaneers won on the championship.
They did the 2002, right?
Yeah,
2003.
2003.
Yeah, 2003.
2002 was the Patriots, right?
Yeah, 2003 is the Buccaneers. I had it wrong because 2001, I think that was the Ravens. I always get them mixed up because I know
2001 was us. 2002 was I believe the Patriots.
It's the Patriots, and then the
Was that
Buccaneers. Buccaneers had John Gruden, and then I think this last Super Bowl was the Buccaneers. So I'm trying to subtract how many years was that?
John Gruden, Warren Sapp, and Keyshawn Johnson.
Keyshawn Johnson, and this one's with Tom Brady, the last Super Bowl. And prior to that is the last one was with Kansas City. That was like 2 years ago. So
was it Tiki Bar? It was Warwick Dunn and Tiki Barber.
Rondé
Barber. Okay, yeah, the twins and shit. Yeah, the twins and shit.
That was a good defense too against the Raiders. Old Jerry Rice,
old Jerry Rice, but even old Jerry Rice was still giving niggas props.
Yeah, he was.
Yo, but see that was when the wide receiver. You know who? Yo, who? It's like one of the, like, you know what? Chris Carter is like the Charles Barkley of football.
No rings.
Yeah, true. That's why he likes Charles Barkley so damn much.
I'm like, the reason is because if you think about it, right? If Jerry Rice wasn't around, right, he would have been considered at that time like he would have got a couple of rings. You know what I mean? But the other thing is he had Randy Moss, bro. Like, remember when Randall Cunningham, they got him off the couch and he was just throwing that shit to Randy Moss? Just go get it.
That was 18 years ago. The Buccaneers won a championship, their second championship. That was 18 years ago when they won the Super Bowl. So I got it mixed up. All right.
Yeah.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what I mean is like Chris Carter.
I'm just surprised the fucking Patriots ain't beat the Giants when they had fucking Braun Brady and Randy
Remember
Moss.
Tom Coughlin?
No,
He's
Eli Man is retarded ass.
it's Eli, but it's also Tom Coughlin. Don't forget, Tom Coughlin knows that
But they had Michael
whole
Strahan.
scheme. Yeah, Mike Shannon,
Yeah.
but it ain't. No, it's just Tom Coughlin. Period.
Yeah,
Because Bill Belichick said it best. The guy in the front office actually controls the whole team. They all work as a team. In the day, they know what's going on in the field. Why you think they have those headsets?
Yeah,
Plays
that's true.
and shit. Yeah. And Belichick said that he gets frustrated every time. He said, "Why did Eli want?" Well, he had Tom Coughlin.
Yeah, because that's right.
Front
Because
office.
Tom Coughlin
Yeah.
taught Belichick how to. Because Belichick used to be
Yeah,
over
they
there.
out
on
of the same
defense
school to
coordinator.
stop. Parcells and all of them. Yeah, all the same family. Parcells, I
Yeah,
always
Bill
like Bill
Parcells.
Parcells. Don't disrespect that. Why you think I'm okay with Belichick and Parcells? I like their style of defense, but their offense wasn't all that, but their defense was something else. Why you think the Ravens mimic certain things, It wasn't a bad team. Yeah. I've always been a neutral when it comes to Ravens. I wasn't a big Ravens fan, but I always like Ray Lewis and Jamal Lewis. I hate to say it. When I went to those Titans games, them niggas was just steamrolling. I'm sorry, man. Yes.
Yes. Yo, I'm gonna
Niggas
say
was
this.
steamrolling, man.
I'm gonna say this,
Jamal
man.
Lewis, man. If he, man, like the brother just should have stayed away from legal issues. He's always had these legal troubles, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what it was. I'm gonna
Jamal
tell you what
Lewis.
it was with Jamal, right? If you look at his legal issues, okay, I'm gonna tell you like this. Here's the problem, right? Most of his legal issues were actually Ray Lewis's legal issues. He was just a bullet sponge. Cause all right, remember the thing with Ray Lewis after that Super Bowl party thing, right? But then Jamal Lewis actually had to go do time for it. Like if you look at all of the legal issues that he had, people keep forgetting the underlying thing that Ray Lewis was always around him. And you notice when Jamal Lewis went back to Cleveland and Ray Lewis stayed in Baltimore, he ain't had no more legal issues.
Right.
Yeah. That's
true.
Everybody
That's
knows
true.
that. Like, yeah, and they cousins.
They're cousins.
Like, and people keep forgetting about Jermaine Lewis. Remember,
Lewis.
we had all three Lewises. Like Jermaine Lewis was the return specialist, and when they made the Texans expansion team, they sent Jermaine Lewis down to Houston, right? And then you ain't hear nothing else about him and shit. Yeah, because he was like a lot of after like up until I think up until they got Harbaugh, right, and the management switched from Art Modell to the Steve Bisciotti and shit. Ray Lewis was getting in some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The only person that kind of would keep Ray out of some shit when they got Steve Bisciotti, and then he was old dude. It was Shannon Sharp, and it was who's the other dude? That just retired. He was the GM up until he just retired.
You talking about
Ozzie Newsome. You know what I'm saying?
Ozzie Newsome, yeah.
And when they brought old dude in that Ray Lewis modeled his linebacker style from Chicago and shit.
Mike Singletary.
Ray Lewis was a loose cannon. Like he was out there.
He was a true Miami boy.
Yeah, he was out there tripping. That's because people don't even know they brought Shannon Sharp in.
Yeah.
And the other person that they brought in to kind of calm him down was actually Dion. Because we had Dion for a season.
Yes,
you know
I remember that.
I remember
Dion
that too.
for a season. Yeah, and Dion wasn't there. Everybody think Dion was there to win a ring. He wasn't there to win a ring. He was there to calm Ray down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was the veteran leadership.
Yeah, he was there to calm Ray down and tell him he's the actual leader of the team, because that's when linebackers actually became the leader of the team. You know what I mean? Because it was always the quarterback. Right? The linebacker he was a captain, but you didn't look at him as the leader of the team. If you think about the Ravens up until Ray Lewis retired, that is the first time that you hear about the quarterback actually being here, the leader of the team it was always Ray, and then it got passed off to Terrell
Suggs for a little bit.
Terrell Suggs and shit. This is the first time in Baltimore we actually can say
the
leader of the team is a quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
with
First time.
first time, yeah, because shit, nigga, we had Vinny Testaverde, nigga, that old interception
Vinny
machine ass
Testaverde,
nigga.
I remember
Oh
him.
my
Y'all
god,
used to have
nigga.
him from the
With
Jets.
Yo,
Yeah.
remember Bam Morris and shit, nigga. Nigga, that nigga was this nigga Bam Morris, man. When we first remember we first got the Ravens, they was in Memorial Stadium.
Yeah.
And Charles and niggas was yelling, "Give us back the Stallions! We got robbed!"
Yeah.
Yo, the CFL team, y'all CFL team was the shit.
Yeah.
Nigga, we like, give us back the Stallions. Like, listen, Baltimore, listen, man. Everybody think Baltimore is a baseball town, man. Baltimore is a football
It's not.
town. Listen, we a football
It
town.
is to
man.
a certain extent, but it got back to being a football town very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, the Orioles, they had their history. You have to understand it started out like that, but
Fuck
yeah,
Cal
it's a yeah, I know you say fuck Cal Ripken, but now, but he was cold. That's my boy though. But you know, but
it's a
football
football
came
town,
later.
boy.
Yeah.
You will
Nigga
see
got a
crime.
perfect attendance trophy.
I will tell you.
Yeah.
He said a perfect
Dre mad.
Well, you go,
Nigga, fuck Cal Ripken, nigga.
you go down there, you see. Okay, because at one time, because I've been down to Baltimore plenty of times. At
Go
one
to the
time,
Under Armour plant where you see the towers. Who you gonna see? Mike Phelps, Ray Lewis, Cal Ripken.
Cal Ripken, that's it.
Yeah, nigga, fuck Cal Ripken, nigga.
Yeah, I mean,
when it was the football
wearing
town, when
the
y'all
Ravens.
had the Colts, I mean, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what you saying,
when
Wayne?
you no, I'm just saying that at one point in time, people in Baltimore used to wear all sorts of Baltimore Orioles, hats and jerseys, stuff like that.
I love
Now,
the hats and the jerseys.
Baltimore Ravens, man. I mean, you still see people with Oriole hats over there, but it's mostly Baltimore Ravens, man.
Of course.
Ravens
Ravens have a historical reputation, even though they was new at the time, but you gotta remember the Colts. They had those Colts hats prior. And then the Ravens, when they came, like Charles, and they can tell you, I saw Ravens jerseys in Titan stadiums, just blasting everywhere.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I'm talking about early 2000s now. Now 90s, not so much, but to 2000, you come to our town, our state, they was like a household name. That whole division, I hate to say, the Ravens, Steelers, even the weak Browns and all that. It's something else, man.
The NFC North entertained the fuck out of football. For the 2000s.
That's when you get hit.
It might have saved the NFL a couple of times.
Yeah, actually, it did. It did save the NFL. Shit.
Yeah, that was the best. You know what? But I'm gonna be honest with you, Waggy. I'm gonna say this, man. I'm gonna say this. That time, I'm gonna say Baltimore was in NFL limbo, right? So, like, when I was in elementary school and old dude won, he was the first like black quarterback to win the Super Bowl against Broncos dude, right? John Elway and shit.
Elway, yeah.
So when he beat Elway and shit.
You talking Warren Moon?
No. What was his name? Charles. He wasn't supposed, because the quarterback got hurt and they put him in as the backup for the Super Bowl. And
was he part of the Washington team?
Yeah, he was part of the
Oh, his name is Doug something, ain't it?
Yeah, Doug Williams, right?
Yeah, Doug Williams. Yeah.
And then after that, they got rid of his ass.
Yeah,
because he wasn't supposed to be in the league and shit no more. But the thing was,
but he's a Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, he was
Super
the
Bowl
MVP.
They were mad
he was
too.
the first black. They got his ass out of there, right? So
my dad remember that shit too. Yeah.
So
boy, DC was partying that day.
Man,
hell yeah.
Look, I'm gonna say like this: the Baltimore football team, right? The Baltimore football team. The Washington football team. Whenever they would win a Super Bowl, right? We would celebrate it in like Baltimore too, right?
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So it was like this: you had a choice, right? Because you didn't have a football team, so DC was NFC, right? And the closest football team in the AFC was Pittsburgh for you. So it was either you rooted for the Steelers, right? And then you rooted for the DC
Redskins,
team, right?
but
Washington
so team.
You had some Eagles fans. You had some Eagles fans because you had people, their parents was transplants down, and then you had some Giants fans, right? You ain't had no Jets fans at all. You ain't no Jets fans at all. Like you no. Jets fans, absolutely not, right? Or you was a 49ers fan. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I got this question. How do you put how do you pass for 5 touchdowns and 1 interception? You're 14 for 18, 461 yards, and you still lose to me.
Yeah, right.
I'm playing bad, and I'm just like, this nigga still. The reason why rushing touchdowns for my fullback. I have 4 touchdowns.
Hey, the
Shit, I
greatest
would just
play.
hum that ball. I would hum that ball to my boy. He catches it. We on the 3-yard line. Fullback, get your ass out there. He got 4 rushing touchdowns.
Hey, was that shit called the greatest play in NFL history? Fullback dive.
Fullback dive.
Hey, Warren G's Eagles Nation. That's what I'm saying. Like it was
Eagles Nation,
like,
hell yeah.
look,
That I like the NFC East division more than anything, but the AFC North, man, that's something else, man. I'm
The
sorry.
Kings of the
That's
North.
hard.
That's everybody wants to be the Kings of the North, man.
Yeah,
yeah,
that was
it's just
football to me growing up. Yeah.
you know what, man? I feel sorry for the Jets though, man. Like I
Oh, the
just
Jets is
feel sorry.
trash. Since Joe Namath, they were great in their day, but after that, they've been trash, man.
Yo, it's just
terrible
sorry, man.
organization. It's just
terrible, man.
Terrible,
it's the
man.
ownership,
After Joe
it's
Namath,
the
man.
ownership.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you know, I hate to say this. My dad always said this. People love the Giants. He was going to represent the baseball team in New York because he's the older generation. He'll tell you, even New York's tell him, look, it's the Giants, not the Jets so much. I know Giants is, or what did Star say? Jersey, and there's, city of New York. And then you got your Knicks. Then you got your Yankees. I hate to say it. Yankees, baseball town. Yeah, all
Even
day.
it's
I
funny
hate to
how
say
New
that, but the
Yorkers-
Mets are always going to be second to the
it's,
Yankees. Yeah.
It's funny how New Yorkers don't even like the Yankees.
Yeah, there's certain
Yeah.
ones. Yeah,
No, we
but you
love
got
the
the ones. I mean, it's just several now. It is like the Steelers in a way, like a fan base, like the Lakers and all that.
Hold on, who
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that?
Yankees
Like
something else.
NFC South is going to come. It's weird.
it's like okay. The New
No,
Yorkers
I
that
disagree
hate,
with that. Yeah,
the New Yorkers that hate the Yankees are Met fans.
I'm
'Cause
Met
hate
fans.
the Yankees.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they the Met fans. But yeah, and it's funny because when it comes to because in New York we have 2 of almost every professional sports team. So when it comes to which part of New York favors each sports team is based on locations.
Yeah,
Queens, Brooklyn, Queens, and Long Island is Met territory
Mhm.
and Jet territory.
Yeah,
The rest of the New York tri-state area is Knick territory, Yankee territory, yeah, Giant territory, yeah.
But you know what's so funny? Like when I talk to most New Yorkers down here, they love them damn Yankees. Even them rappers, they tell you, even worldwide, most people that I wouldn't say bandwagon, they got some, but that shit that hat is paramount. I'm sorry. Any team that has paramount, paraphernalia, yeah, that Green Bay, all them teams you see in the stores, everybody's gonna wear them. Period. Even the Ravens. I hate to say that because of Ray Lewis. That changed too. It's just like the Spurs. I tell people these teams sells box office fucking tickets. People rather see that shit than anything else. If you want to see the Browns, they look at you like, "What the fuck you doing with the Browns hat?" They used to say that where I come from. They said, "Take that shit off. Put this shit on." The Cowboys hat. They used to say shit like that. Or the
Hold on,
Yankees
wait a
hat.
minute. Hold on. Jay does say, why is he laughing at the NFC South? I'm gonna say why I'm laughing, right? The
They're
reason
trash,
why I'm laughing
bro.
is that, and this is what I mean why I'm laughing, is like the division itself isn't competitive. Just because you have one team to win a Super Bowl or one team is good, we talk about the division as a whole with the competition.
I mean,
we're not talking
Tampa
about
Bay,
like
the
the
Tampa Bay
Bay.
has 2, and then you got the
Yeah.
Saints won, and the rest of the team ain't won shit.
Well, you got the Falcons. What is it?
Falcons ain't won shit. They trash.
No, but
Who else is?
who's in that?
It's
Like,
Carolina. It's Carolina Panthers. They trash. They ain't won nothing.
Hold on, let me check it. NFC South. Who's in the division? I
I
want to make sure.
Like I try to tell you, it's Buccaneers, Saints, Panthers, Falcons.
Yeah. So basically you got. Let me read it off. The Bucks is they like a 0.7. So they 700. The Saints are at 500. Just what I mean, because they just beat the Bucks. And what I mean, they kept them scoreless and they beat them by it was 9-0, I think. The Falcons are below 500, and then the Panthers are way below 500. So as a division, what I mean, so the Bucks got 10 wins, 4 losses, the Saints are 7-7, the Falcons are 6-8. And the Panthers are 5-9. And the Bucks are on a 1 game losing streak. The Saints are on a 2 game winning streak. The Falcons on a 1-game losing streak, and the Panthers on a 4-game losing streak. Now, if you go check, let's go to AFC North.
AFC North.
Let's go AFC North, and that's what I said. You know what I'm saying.
If you talk about the NFC South, I just told you, like the ones that won the championship, people gonna rock with is the Buccaneers and the Saints. They've always been good when I was coming up. The Falcons trash. Like I said, me and my dad told the story all the time. We had a conversation months ago, and he asked me about Atlanta. And well, Shannon Sharp said it best. If you're like an outsider trying to build a franchise with the Falcons, the only way they can win that, it has to be a pure miracle. It's got to be one of those teams. You ever seen the Cavaliers win a championship? The emotion. And I told somebody in the workplace when I used to work, I said, that's the emotion of winning the first time of a fucking championship. Tears of joy, right? That's what you're going to see in a franchise like that. Falcons will be a great example. Panthers, same fucking thing. Saints and the Bucks, hell no, because they already won one. Because people don't give a shit afterwards. It has to have a whole league change. You know how they finesse the damn league now on both sports and NFL and NBA. You got to be one of those, man. You got to have like a LeBron James type player to fix that shit. That template, you know, I'm talking about the template. If you get that, it's just like the super soldier. Like me and Cerulean talk about the military, that's what you need.
Yeah.
If you want that as an athlete, and I hate to say, especially in the military, you got two options. You go to the military, learn something, be a cop, sports, be an athlete, and be a type like a billionaire business mind in tech, or be an all-round person killing machine, go to space or some shit. That's the nigga's opportunity right there. And outside of that, if you want to be a scholar, you got to have balance of PhDs on your side. And if you got some physicality, go to the gym, build your body, but hang around guys that are professionals. There you are. That's your team. That's your black your community in the future. I'm just saying, you know, because not everybody's going to be a street dude forever. That shit is limitless. Like the whole point of this conversation of my title is like, you got to have your own mind, man. And then when people look at you, be like, well, damn, you do all this shit. What can I do? Well, you can do this. If you're good at that, like I said, it takes a skill. And we talk about it. If you notice, we delve into the typical talking points, but we evolve around back in the conversation what we were trying to build on. And even yesterday, I enjoyed the conversation with the CTE and the PTSD. Shouts out to the Wolf. He wanted me to do that on your stream, and I said, "Yeah, I was gonna do that. That was for him." And the brothers out there, and DS1. Shouts out to those brothers.
And because I'm looking at the AFC North, right? So the Browns are 7-7, the Steelers are 7-6, the Ravens are 8-6,
Browns,
the Bengals are 8-6, right? So if they was to do a playoff right now,
Patriots is 9-5. God damn, Belichick.
Belichick. They went on that winning streak.
That's that Belichick shit. That ain't Brady. I tried to tell my dad that. Shit,
Belichick system, man. Plus
that's that Parcells system. I'm telling you, it's the same shit.
He found his quarterback, man. Belichick, But you know,
like him in New York. Yo, trust me, the Patriots are hated in this city.
Oh man, Patriots are actually hated everywhere.
They hate it everywhere. It ain't just
I'm gonna tell you. Listen. There's two teams in the NFL that's hated. It's the Cowboys because of their fans, and it's the Patriots because of winning, right?
Of winning.
Yeah, right.
And here's the thing. I'll tell you a secret. They're America's favorite halftime team. And New England's a Boston team, right? Dallas is the old Western America of the, I would say, 19th century shit to, I would say, 20th century shit American. Because see, the Patriots go back to the 18th century days of founding America. Think about it. You know, the Revolutionary War, those colors. A lot of fans don't like that shit. They rather see a little bird, a little cute little monster, and some shit. Okay. Until you get teams that are traditional, they don't like teams like that. I'll give you an example. Spurs and the Bulls. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. People hate the Patriots because they cheat.
Huh?
They cheat. That's some cheating bastards.
Yeah, that too.
Thank you. Exactly.
What's up? Who you said?
He said they cheat.
Yeah, they cheat. They cheat.
I agree with that. Yeah.
But see, Odu was in the chat. He was saying he only look at the South. So I'm gonna just look at the NFC. The only conference with some competition, and we just looking at records, when you're talking about teams that's like 500, like above 500 for the most. If I look at the NFC, if you look at the NFC, is mainly it's actually the NFC West with the Cardinals at 10-4, the Rams 9-4, the 49ers at 8-6, and the Seahawks are 5-8. If you look at the NFC North, I mean, the Packers are 11-3, the Vikings are 7-7, the Bears are 4-10, and Detroit is trash. I'm not even gonna put the record out, but Detroit is trash.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But Detroit lost most of their games off of just being Detroit. Like they weren't supposed to beat my Ravens, but you know what I mean? Let's give out to our kicker, Mr. I'm gonna call him the golden leg, bro. That
You know what
nigga
they
got
call you know what they call Justin Tucker? They call him Legatron from when he kicked the field goal.
Bengals and Ravens
he
are
kicked
8
when he-
and 6. Oh wow.
Yeah.
When he
Yeah.
kicked the
But
fucking
we out
field
of the
goal.
playoffs though.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. So
No, we out of the playoffs after that last
So the
loss.
Titans is 9-5. God damn, my
Yeah,
dad's
so,
team
yo,
is winning.
y'all have a good night. I got to bounce. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Wacky.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all right, Waggy,
Yeah.
man. Appreciate you coming up here, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But before I do, yo, I owe Charles Faulkner an apology, man, because in another panel, I said some smart stuff about, Charles Faulkner. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So Charles know about it. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna give Charles Faulkner an apology because Charles is a cool dude. You know what I'm saying? Charles is a cool dude, regardless of what we agree or disagree in. Because Charles have done, based on what I hear, he has done great things for black males. So I owe him an apology. You know what I'm saying?
I accept it.
Yeah. Most
Waggy, did you watch that stream I sent you? So I didn't want to misquote that I misheard anything.
Yeah.
So
I watched a piece of that stream and I saw when that guy went out of pocket to your boy. And then he just and homeboy just kept going and going and going.
Mm-hmm.
As far as being out of pocket. But I seen like maybe I didn't see the whole thing. I saw maybe I guess about 75% of it.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw it.
No, I'm saying what I was mentioning was like when your name was mentioned, because I know I heard it and everybody else heard it, but I didn't want to misspeak or misspoke. If
he mentioned your name, but and he mentioned mine. So I destroyed him. I roasted him on yesterday about that. He tried coming to chat. That's a nigga. Get out of here.
What's up, J Dunn? Yeah. No problem.
I didn't hear that part yet where he said my name, but I'll listen some more. Yeah.
I was just
shouted him out. I shouted him out like a couple of weeks ago, man. So I don't know why he would just come out. But anyway, people are funny out here.
Yeah. He's jealous. He's mad because he saw Cerulean up here, and Cerulean told me the real deal was over Rashawn. Yeah, it's that too. He's mad because I big up Cerulean so much, and other guys get jealous because at least they're doing something. We all do something here to try to help the youth.
What is the point of being jealous? When you know what I liked about the Masters of the Universe when Skeletor when He-Man got his powers back and Skeletor faced off at the last episode. You know what he did? He crushed Skeletor's gauntlets, picked his ass up and threw him in the horizon. Said, "It ain't about you."
Yeah, that's right.
It ain't about you.
So
y'all
have a great night, man.
All right,
man.
All right, peace and shalom.
Hey, J Dunn, appreciate you coming through. And shout out to Nadia for sharing the stream. That's actually a woman in the chat knowing about some sports. You know what I mean? Knowing about some sports. And listen, and I like the comment that that J Dunn said is like they only they only track the NFC South. They don't know about the rest of it, but they want to be informed about everybody else. But yeah, I'm like just looking at the whole NFC, like overall, it's only the NFC North.
Appreciate you. Yeah.
I'm saying NFC North is the only ones like, God damn it. The Cowboys gonna get in the fucking God damn it, they're gonna get in the fucking playoffs and shit. These niggas is 10-4. Damn, everybody's way under 500. Shit. Washington is, they won game and they on a losing streak. The Eagles won I don't know who they got to play next. The Giants, they're like, they ain't even gonna get on it because the NFC East is so weak. You could be 8-8 getting in the
Yeah,
playoffs.
you get in the playoffs. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's weak
but
because
so
you know how it is. Yeah,
it's looking because it's gonna be what because the Packers by beating the Ravens, they got their playoff berth already.
yeah. You
Yeah,
know what's so
yeah.
funny? The Titans are winning, and my dad seems winning. He said, "Yeah, they're gonna lose the play, of course, but if they win, I won't be surprised. Like the next round, they're still losing the playoffs, but you know."
Tyrone up there listening from the clouds, typing in the hideout, second place, baby.
He tripping. Yeah. He's excited.
Yeah,
Well, the Cowboys, they can lose. I mean, I'm just saying, Washington's all right. See, you know what's so funny about the Washington and the Eagles teams historically?
Yeah.
They
Colts.
always had the Giants had 2,
Mhm.
but you know, the Giants, you know, after Eli, oh, that's over. You know, that franchise is gonna be.
You know what, man? The AFC, man, like it's this weird thing, man. The AFC, when it comes to the playoff hunt, I think for the last 20 years, they've always been tight. Like it's always been this.
That's usually the way it is. That's AFC period. Yeah. The NFC is so easy. That's because they got Brady over in the NFC South. The South is trash as usual. Remember Drew Brees when in his height of his career, it was always the Saints, not the Buccaneers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
it was always
the Falcons, when they do something, that's because they got 1 or 2 guys of stars. Like Shannon Sharp said, you gotta be that unique player that's gonna help them win. And it's always gonna be Green Bay in the North, NFC North. The second best is really, I will say the South. If you got the Saints and Buccaneers are winning, but the West is up and down. The West is always going to be trash. I'm sorry. I'm telling nobody say. 49ers was good back in the day. I give them that. Seahawks was straight. Rams was straight. Cardinals is just trash to me. I'm sorry. I just can't take that whole division seriously. The NFC North is okay. But the only problem I have with is those damn Vikings, those Packers, and those Bears and those Lions. I hate that whole division. I can't be a fan of none of that. Yeah. That's why I like the NFC East so much, because they're competitive, but it's always neck and neck, kind of like the AFC conference. You know how so weird about NFC East is? It's just like it. You know what I mean? Look at the size of the players. And then those players go to the AFC teams, you know what I mean, in trades. Or
me personally, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I understand why. Like the Cowboys don't need to be in the NFC East, man. They need to.
They should.
If you talk about like where like the team is located, like geographically, they would be either like you would put them pretty much. They should be either in the South or. Like you could kind of say West.
I'll say NFC South would fit them, because my issue with them, here's the problem. That's that American team shit with the Patriots and shit.
Yeah.
That's what kind of hurt them. It's I don't know how they create these divisions long term. I'm probably gonna do a history lesson on that, or NFL. I don't know if they have it online. I might have to find it somewhere, how they emerge. Yeah, I think I can do it on a wiki. They can find them or whatever. But those teams, I said in my dad's time growing up, he said there was such thing as the NFL League and the American Football League. Even though he's born in the 50s, he told me them stories. But when the merger came, right, in the 70s, right, what he saw as a kid, oh man, the Super Bowls came from the AFL. But when they merged that shit, he remember them Packers days growing up when people had their shirts off and it was cold outside, -degree weather, freezing and shit. You know, he looked at it as a kid. He never understood, but that's Green Bay. And I was trying to tell Auntie's ass, no one gives a fuck about Green Bay in real life. They care about the football team. Milwaukee's respected as a mob town. People forget them Irish. Yeah. Bombing people in hotels and shit. I saw a documentary of a mob guy, and it was bigging up Milwaukee and shit like that. That just lets you know it was a baseball town and a beer town.
Yeah.
Brewers. And people don't know that's just Milwaukee. Like people tell me all the time, if you ever visit Milwaukee, you know it's respect. That's why I call it Little Chicago for a reason. Green Bay is just like a secondhand stepchild, but the sports team, I give you that. No one fucks with Green Bay like that. I'm sorry, man. Niggas don't stay up there that long. They rather go to Milwaukee and Chicago, man. That's just the truth. I told a person from Milwaukee, I said, no, you're gonna cheer a Bulls team or the Bucks team. In your day, Don't give me no damn excuse because you're a fan of both teams. I hate to say that. I served a customer that was from Milwaukee. I said, you're a Bulls fan and a Bucks fan. Stop it. If the Bucks are playing, you're a Bucks fan. If your Bucks is out of playoffs, you're gonna worship Michael Jordan. Stop it. In that division, that Central Division, that was your competition. And the Pacers, they blew it with Reggie Miller, but he was their franchise player when he got drafted. I mean, he changed that standard. Pacers after that. Now prior ABA, they was great.
I think,
but what hurt them is, you got Reggie Miller.
I think Steven Jackson said it. He said, Steven Jackson said that Malice in the Palace thing
that hurt him too.
Yeah, he said with Reggie, he said, because I think he was doing he was talking on a podcast with Matt Barnes, and they was talking about the Malice in the Palace thing. They had Ron Artest up there, and they was talking
about James.
What went down, because I think it was the anniversary of the Malice in the Palace. What's going on, James? And they had that anniversary. They was talking about it, and I think Steven Jackson said, because he was on Indiana Pacers team, and he was saying that after that, because they was cooking up into that point, and he was like, Reggie retired after that season, I think, and he was like, Reggie was just done. Like he couldn't get back into it. You got to get up to was it preseason and the workouts and stuff, and he was just like, he's just done. Like he's just like, fuck it. Like what I'm saying. Like and me personally, when he said that, I had to go back and look. I said, yeah, that was actually his best chance of winning the title on the way out. Was that year they had the Malice.
I appreciate it, T Church. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But man, who up here now, man? Who we got? Is this Charles?
Let's go team. Let's go team. What's going on, man?
Assalamu alaikum. Nothing much. I was just watching WWE, the Big E, Bobby Lashley, teaming each other because they was being attacked by Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins. Because Bobby Lashley wanted to see if MVP going to go against Big E on his own. Look, it didn't happen. Bobby Lashley was watching. Next thing you know, they came out the crowd and attacked Bobby Lashley first, then Big E. Then think when Big E, I think MVP too, they got attacked and they was saving each other. I think Bobby Lashley has saved Big E, and Big E returned the favor.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't watched wrestling since never.
right.
Yeah, I remember Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, I remember Bobby Lashley.
I got to go back to when my son was watching it, and that's when he was like 12. He's 17 now. I was like, I mean, I don't even watch it over. I
talk about the old wrestling, but I haven't watched it. But that's what you was watching. I mean, that's cool. I ain't got no problem. Like wrestling.
No, I was like, I'm just happy. I'm just happy. Like, I think I did see Big E on one of those Hot 97 interviews. Because I know, what's his name? Rosenberg is a huge wrestling fan and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I know that. So I was watching it. He got a title. I think he was a champion. He was a heavy. I don't know which, because they split the titles back in the day. One was like the Universal Champion, and one was the WWE. Some shit. They got two championship belts.
Yeah, two championship belts. Yes, because Big E is the fourth black champion, because the third was Bobby Lashley. Before Bobby Lashley was Kofi Casey. Before Kofi Casey is The Rock. Even though The Rock is not 100% black, he's half because his father is Canadian. He's from Nova Scottish.
Rocky Johnson's black.
But his father's from Wales. His father's from Wales. He's a black guy from Wales. His mom's Samoan, so I know his background very well. Now his grandfather is a Samoan,
High Chief.
High Chief Peter Maivia.
He's actually like a real chief.
A real chief. He's a real chief. Yeah. I think he trained him. His dad trained him. And he told his story when his dad got defeated in a wrestling match, started crying as a kid. And it was supposed to happen. It was entertainment, trying to tell him, you know, his mom was entertainment. He used to told him that when he was growing up. I think he got married twice too. He got about 3 or 4 kids. I mean, 3 kids technically.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
his first wife, they
Danny.
brought the XFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought that.
That's
So
Danny.
so they got the XFL that Vince McMahon brought, like
Vince McMahon, yeah.
So they got the XFL. They brought it before the pandemic hit and stuff like that together.
Oh, Waggy's in Big J. He's in his homeboys. Yeah, he had a
So the other one, because his daughter, I know his daughter is actually his daughter's in the WWE. She's getting trained to be in the WWE now. That was the last thing that I heard. They was taking care of her, making sure she was straight.
Yeah.
So his oldest child, she's coming along, and I think what Sanaya or whatever her name is, that's his cousin or some shit like that. The other is Samoan chick, whatever, something like that. So yeah. So, but Ron Simmons was the first one though. He was actually the first black heavyweight champion.
Yeah, he was.
WCW. WCW.
Yeah, WCW.
I remember that. Yeah.
I remember that shit.
You don't get no credit, but people start coming around online. Yeah, Farouk, they giving them credit now because you start seeing people winning it. And I think Booker T, he won a couple of it 5 times in that WC, I remember. And then he tried to do it in WWE. That didn't work out. I remember that because I kind of stopped at 19. Yeah, he tried to.
It once. I think he got it. Because he won the King of the Ring. And then he got it. He got it once. He had the SmackDown one, right? The
SmackDown one championship,
which they didn't really. It was the championship, but it really wasn't the championship.
It was secondary. It was a heavyweight championship, but he didn't get the actual league like WWE championship. He didn't get that. No, he didn't get that.
Yeah, because I think
that's the biggest one with the spinning belt with John Z. Before it was a spinning belt. That belt, what Brock Lesnar had the Undisputed, that was the same belt. That belt itself is standard. The heavyweight championship was like secondary. I mean, they're world championships, by the way, so it don't really matter.
World championship.
Let me see what his championships was, because I gotta look it up because I want to make sure. So he got let me see WWC World Championships. World Wrestling, Harlem Heat, World Television, Harlem Heat Reunion, blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Let me see. World Championship Wrestling, World Television, Harlem Heat Reunion. Yeah. World Wrestling Federation, WrestleMania Appearance.
I knew Charles was going to come after my character. He said he threw him in the. That's, you know, I told you he loves He-Man. You noticed that, right?
Yeah. He said, it's not
I knew. Yeah.
I knew he was going to do that.
But no, that's what I love about Charles, man. He's honest. He said, I love my heroes. There you go. See?
Hold on, King Booker. Yeah, hold on. The King of the Ring thing. Conor Kurt Angle was unable to wrestle in the finals, were held to Judgment Day where Booker defeated Bobby Lashley. Upon winning the King of the Ring, Booker began wrestling as King Booker, JBL, blah, blah, blah. Let me see. Rey Mysterio for his world. Hold on. The next week, Booker in the Royal Rumble for his Great American Bash. Booker won the Battle Royal when defeating Rey Mysterio. Oh, he got it. He did. He did get the other title. He did get the other title, but he didn't have it for long though.
He didn't have it for long. I knew
it was. So it was.
I remember that. I probably
2007.
I remember he didn't have it for long. He didn't have it for long.
So he got both at one time. He got it both at one time. Yeah. Bobby.
He never got it.
Total nonstop wrestling. Pursuit and departure. Yeah, because he got drafted. So he went to Raw. Began a short feud with John Cena over the WWE Championship. Booker will wrestle WWE along with Bobby Lashley, Mick Foley, Randy Orton, and Vengeance, Knights of Champions, yada yada yada. And King Booker came to the ring using Triple H theme music, King of Kings, and using the video. King Booker declared that or Jerry Lawler could be known as the King. Yeah, the Booker. I'm just reading off this in the SummerSlam. And he was linked to the Signature Pharmacy, a company that thought the distribution form enhanced. He was suspended by the WWE for violating his wellness policy. He denied using the drugs and being a customer of Signature Pharmacy. Requested his and Sean May release from the WWE contract due to the pressure he had in WWE and being burnt out. Which, because
Burnt out?
this was What happened was because people don't know, right? Remember,
Mhm.
remember when the Acolyte Protection Agency, right? When it was
Yeah.
JBL and
Yeah.
Farouk, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then remember
Mhm.
when JBL started coming around and he started calling him he was like that millionaire jerk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to be like DiBiase. Yeah, he was known as Bradshaw for a while.
John Lakefield,
Yeah.
John Bradshaw Lakefield. Well,
That was
because that's
later
his real
on.
name.
That's his
That's his
real
real
name.
name, right? But
Name.
what actually
But he
happened
started
is,
out as Bradshaw, as an
yeah.
acolyte. Yeah.
So what actually happened is actually Booker T is actually Booker T is actually during that time when he was in the WWE, when he switched over when he was in WCW, he was actually a millionaire already because
Yeah.
he had a lot of businesses. People didn't know that, and he
Yeah, he
actually
did.
put
Yeah, he did.
JBL
He did.
and Ron Simmons on a lot of business opportunities, and actually JBL made a lot of money. So he ran with like Sir said. So that was his new moniker. But no, JBL actually was a millionaire. Like he
Yeah.
wasn't joking. That was actually his limo he would have come to the ring. That
Yeah.
was his
Yeah.
shit. Like
That's
Vince
his
ain't paying
shit.
for that shit. Vince is a cheap motherfucker. He ain't paying for shit.
Yeah.
Right. So Booker T, like this performance enhancing like steroid shit that they
Yeah.
talking about, Booker T, his signature pharmacy shit was actually helping Eddie Guerrero and these motherfuckers get weaned off of the HGH anabolic shit. It
Yeah.
was it was a steroid, but it was actually a wellness supplement steroid that was backed by the
Yeah.
FDA. So the problem is that the WWE already had their doctors and shit they was pumping through the insurance shit. So if you got these guys that's under WWE contracts, right? Then if they're
Mhm.
using this other substance, then what would happen is that the insurance would have to cover that substance versus the shit that's already internal in-house that Vince McMahon was using himself, yada yada. So that's why
Mhm.
Booker T said fuck it, because Booker T never used the shit himself, because Booker T never used steroids. He never did. You know what I'm saying? Because he already knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? Because it was Booker T and Sting, right? Never used steroids like
That's
that.
true.
Now,
They never did.
they never did.
They look natural. That's why they wrestled the way they do.
Yeah.
They were
And that's what,
strong. I mean, they
yeah.
wasn't puny. I
They
mean,
was
them
old
niggas,
school, like Ric
they old
Flair
school.
and them, like that
Ric
old school.
Flair never used it.
Yeah.
What's going on art
Yeah.
piece?
Yeah.
And the ones
But
that did, you would have
like
saw
Lex
it. Like,
Luger.
yeah.
Like
Now,
look at Lex
yeah.
Luger.
Look at
And
Lex Luger
he's
and Ultimate
skinny
Warrior.
now.
Yeah, he got he had
Accident.
leukemia or something.
Yeah,
He got
cancer.
something. He got
Yeah,
cancer, something like that. But Lex Luger was telling them about not because he was using steroids when he was in NWA and WCW and
WCW. Yeah, he was
and
steroid.
WWE.
He was
Yeah,
juicing. It was
he was
him,
juicing. He'll
Ultimate
tell you.
Warrior.
Yeah, all of them.
Hulk
Ultimate
Hogan
Warrior.
was.
Yep.
But the
Oh yeah,
one
that
that
racist
did
Macho
not,
shit.
Man. Macho
yeah,
Man.
Macho Man. The
Shit,
one that
Scott
didn't
Steiner.
juice. I hate to say the one that didn't juice that had that Samoan strength, half Samoan black. That was The Rock. I mean, you could see the Samoan genetics. I was like, yeah, he didn't take it. You can tell by his body. I was like, yeah. Now in Hollywood but in wrestling, no, he never did. But outside of wrestling, he took some in Hollywood. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's what I mean is so Booker T did all of that, and then that's when when they was doing the Tough Enough shit when they had the reality TV.
Yeah, I
show.
remember that show. The first one was cool, but the rest of it was just trash. I used to watch all that. Yeah,
because that's when they had like Booker T would be up there, and then it would be they have Stone Cold sometimes, and then they have Triple H come in every so often, right? And so, but that was an also way of getting Booker T out of the WWE because Triple H, according the Clique, right? Because remember, people keep forgetting that Triple H was a part of that clique with the
I
screw
said it
job.
right here.
Yeah,
I like Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the The Bushwhackers. Oh yeah, that's so
yeah,
true.
the old was
School. Old
yo,
school,
I
yeah.
was a Midnight Express guy. Like I was the tag
Midnight
team guy. I
Express
like
guy. Yeah.
Rock and Roll Express, the
Rock
Midnight
and Roll
Express,
Express is my favorite. I like
the
the Midnight
Fabulous
Express. Yeah.
Freebirds.
The
You know what I'm
Freebirds.
saying?
Yeah, those are my thing.
Michael
Yeah.
P.S. Hayes.
But did you
know
know
what I'm
the
saying?
Rock and Roll Express train New Jack? I love New Jack,
Yeah.
man. Even though he was a
New
hardcore
Jack.
tech. Yeah, yeah. Rest in
Yeah,
peace to him.
ECW.
Gangster. Yeah.
Yeah.
God rest his soul.
Sorry.
Thumbs away.
He gone, Char.
He's gone. Yeah, New Jack's gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to him. But he has a book. He has a book I think you can get out right now, talk about his life, and he died with that heart attack because he's a cocaine, addict. But he was the most honest wrestler the whole time. He was like your I want to say Tupac-ish or anything, but he was the most honest out of all the black wrestlers, and he'll tell you the truth. Vince didn't like him because he didn't flip. He did his own promos, his own all that stuff. And if you watch some of his old videos, go watch his old videos on YouTube. He'll tell you it's a business. But if you're not that guy, he kept his name until he was gone, and everybody else didn't do that. I mean, it's fucked up. But he roasted the shit out of a lot of wrestlers that couldn't wrestle. He'll tell you that straight up. And he admitted that he couldn't wrestle with natural strength. He just followed the ways of Terry Funk. Now, I like Terry Funk as a hardcore wrestler. I mean, there's a difference. But if you're a technical wrestler, like we said earlier in the stream with Charles and DeAndre was saying, that would be your Benoits and your Harts, your Owen Harts and all that. The Hart family, all that. Yeah, I always like Owen better than Brett. But Brett was my favorite too. Don't get me wrong. I like him better than Shawn Michaels. I can't stand Shawn Michaels, but
Shawn Michaels, like I'm gonna say this, man. Like, you know what? Like when they did that, what was it, Dude Love or something? They would do that little thing. Man, when he super kicked Marty Jannetty through that damn window.
Oh yeah.
That,
I remember that.
Yo,
that shit was funny.
It was funny, but everybody, when they showed the whole crowd, they had Gorilla Monsoon. Oh my God! Like Gorilla Monsoon. Yo, them old commentators made wrestling, man.
What it was, yeah, man.
Yo, they had Mean Gene Okerlund.
He said the Hardy Brothers. Yeah, I like the Hardy Brothers, but I didn't like it.
You know what?
I didn't care for Matt. Matt was trash, but Jeff was okay. He was his own.
No, you know why I didn't like him? Man. You know why I didn't like the Hardy Boys? You know why I didn't like them? Because they was crash test dummies, man. Like it was.
They were.
Yeah, it was like, Edge and Christian, they had technical skill, right? They had technical skill.
But you know, the Edge and Christian. Here's the thing. I like Edge, but Christian was fucking trash. I'm just saying it as realistic to compare to the Hardy Boys. Now, Christian, he was a good tag team. I'll give you that. But as a single wrestler, he was just terrible. Just terrible.
No, but the reason why I said that, right? The reason why I said it is
I agree with you. The technical wrestling part, yeah. I agree
if you look at these guys, right, and they came on a Stu Hart's Dungeon because they was Canadian and shit, right? So the reason why I say I like the Edge and Christian is because whenever
you hate shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you ever watch the tag team, right? There was always one that stood out more than the other one, right? Like if you watched let's see, like the Road Warriors, right?
Oh, I love the Road Warriors. Yeah,
you know what I mean? But I was an Animal guy more than Hawk. I didn't like Hawk. I like Animal.
You didn't like Hawk?
No, I didn't like Hawk, right? I like Animal, right? Because Animal just got shit done.
Oh yeah, he was the mule horse. Yeah,
Hawk. Was the one.
I mean, Hawk was he's a required taste. The trick with him is, and I mean, rest in peace to him. But you know what's so fucked up about him? He was different. Now he may not have done much, but he was so sneaky with his moves. Now he was dirty too.
Oh yeah,
he was something else. I was like, that dude was just. But I like the villainy in him. That's why I like Hawk better than Animal. Animal was cool. Don't get me wrong. Animal was beastly.
Yeah, like when they had the 4 horsemen, right?
Don't get me started with Taz.
No, I don't.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. What New Jack said to him in the interview. He said Taz is the pussy. If you watch that interview with New Jack, he'll tell you. Rob Van Dam slapped the shit out of him in the
Oh, yeah,
locker room.
Rob had
This is
that.
this is facts. This is fact. He couldn't do that shit to New Jack. You know why? He said, "I whoop your ass and I beat the shit out you," and that's facts because Jerome Young wouldn't play that bullshit. But the only person he would try it on, see, Taz is a white dude with a tan. That's all he was. And that, remember that sexual harassment shit? You know that sexual harassment shit he got charged with when he was crying like a bitch in the car? New Jack knew about it. They never tell it on wrestling television. You know why? Because Taz was protected by those white boys. See, before he had that tan, that orange, he was a white boy with red hair. He ain't from no Red Hook. And that motherfucker was from the burbs. And New Jack said that on the interview, and I'll tell you why. He was so soft. I could tell he was soft in the ring. All that shit, that neck, but he's copied that from Tyson. Until you slap the shit out of him as an announcer, as a wrestler, I knew he was soft, and you know why I couldn't stand that. I mean, first I fell for the bullshit as when I was young, but when I got older, I realized that dude was pussy. God damn.
Know, that was. But you know what? You know the funny part about it is like that's why I said it is just like it's certain guys like when I would watch the Four Horsemen.
Ty, I understand why you like Taz, and I respect that, you know, as a character, but as a person, no, he's soft, man. He ain't built like that. No.
Like you know, when I would watch the Four Horsemen, right? My guy was Arn Anderson.
Oh, Arn Anderson.
You know what I'm saying? Like Arn Anderson, like you know, because they didn't have many Four Horsemen, right?
Yeah.
But
they were villains. Flair, look at Ric Flair. I'm like, come on.
It was Ric Flair. It was like it was the classic villain, right? Like if you think of all of the villains back when we grew up, the the leader of the villains got to be flamboyant and in front of the camera, right? But he always got that right hand, solid, get shit done, motherfucker. Arn Anderson come in that motherfucker with that fucking back buster, nigga. It's over. Like Arn Anderson, look, he didn't even look like Arn Anderson didn't look like your prototypical wrestler, right? He had that dad bod, right? Arn Anderson get in there and get shit done. He fucking your ass up. He stomping your toes. He that dude where if you in a bar fighting 20 motherfuckers, you want to bring him with you. Like, you know, because he gets shit done, right? And that's like a lot of people like when I would watch, remember with like, you know, the Hart Foundation, right? I like Bret Hart as a single wrestler.
Yeah, a wrestler, Hart Foundation.
But when they was tag team, yo, give me Jim. Nigga, I like the nigga with the beard. Nigga laughing at the motherfucker.
Yeah, Jim was something else. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Stone Cold. Nigga. Oh yeah.
You know the reason why I like Owen, man, he was different. And he said, "I was not a nugget." He hated that. When they called him a nugget, I started laughing, man.
Yeah.
And he used to do pranks too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Listen, man. I you know what? Me personally, man. Ever since he was Hunter Hearst Helmsley walking around with Steven Regal and shit, Lord Steven Regal and shit. Niggas forgot about that part, right?
Yeah, I remember when he had those pants. Yeah,
with the
Hunter
pants.
Hearst Helmsley, but his real name is Paul Leskew, aka Triple H. Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
So
I like how he shaved his head though. That dude is cerebral as fuck. Like when I look back at it now, this dude be bullying people. Like, dude. Now he's a super villain.
Yeah, well, he a Vince McMahon. Like you gotta think about it, right? You gotta think about it.
That's Vince's favorite person, man.
Yeah, I'm like, shit, he the son-in-law, man. Because you know, he the son-in-law. He the son-in-law.
Stone Cold. I agree with you, Wanji. Yeah, Stone Cold was ruthless. Yeah, that's my nigga. You know what
Stone Cold was, man? Stone Cold was. You know why people love Stone Cold, right? On the other side of the game, is Stone Cold embodied everything the working white man wanted to do to their fucking boss at work.
Yes.
Because if you think about Stone Cold's like really rise, it was him fucking with Vince. Showing up with the beard truck, spraying his ass down.
Oh, that shit. He was my favorite. But you know, he stole that from Sandman, even though he came from WCW first, and then when they kicked him out, they went to ECW for a stint.
Yeah, he was studying Steve Austin.
He copied Sandman style with the beard bashing, and then I'm glad New Jack pointed out, which is true, and he gave him respect. But The Rock, all those niggas copied New Jack, all that brash talking, the promos thing, and he'll tell you, look, you copied from me, you niggas. I'm like, hey, I made y'all. Without New Jack, these wrestlers wouldn't have those promos like that. I mean, Vince wanted to control the nigga. You know what New Jack did? He said it didn't work. In 2004, he said, yeah, he did the tryout. And he said, you couldn't tell me what to do. And he said that in an interview. He said, "You couldn't tell me what to do." See, New Jack wanted to be the villain so bad because he's a super villain. What I like about him, this dude will headbutt and that Vic Grind shit with that fall, classic shit. And
you talking about when they fell from the top, nigga?
Yeah,
like
and
into
he
all
had
of them
4%
tables
eyesight.
and shit.
Yeah,
Nigga, that was the first ECW tape I saw.
Yeah,
Nigga,
yeah. You see that 4?
ECW.
Yeah, that 4% on his eye. The percentage of eye when I say the percentage on your eyes and shit. I said, "Damn." He said, "I can't see out of that eye." And he tell people that all the time. I said, "God damn." With that fall.
Was a neat Rowdy Piper, that white boy was doing
yeah, he was something. Yeah, he was wild. He was my favorite villain too. Yeah.
Rowdy, listen, man, listen. All right, there was 2 dudes, man. I was cool. There was 3 of them, right? There was Rick Rude, there was Rowdy, and there was Jake the Snake, man.
Oh, Jake the Snake was cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you like Ravishing Rick Rude? Oh, yeah, Rick Rude.
Because
he's one of my favorites. He's a technical wrestler.
I didn't like Rick Rude
at first when I was younger. I didn't like.
But when he went to WCW,
and he was the man.
Actually allowed to wrestle, like not just be some like eye candy for the women that came, because that's all he was, right? He was the eye candy, so the women could buy the tickets to go see him, right? But when he was in WCW, they let him wrestle him and the Ricky the Dragon Steamboat matches. Epic, man. And then people didn't even know, like when he was a part of the 4 Horsemen at that time. That was the only matches that they didn't get involved in. Like, you know how they would come and help nigga cheat.
Because they actually people gotta understand when he was ravishing Rick Rude with style. I didn't like that, but when he wrestled in WWF or known as WWE now, he was cold in WWE. People forget back in the day that dude was a beast. But in WCW, he's over the top. And the reason why it goes back to the days where he learned, and that dude is something else. I always like Rick Rude. He was probably better than Chris Benoit to me, but I can't stand Chris. Chris Benoit, that sucker ass motherfucker, killed his wife like that over some weak shit like that. Because like come on, bro, like that. I lost respect. Yeah, when he did.
He was already gone.
But Nancy, I knew she was cool with New Jack. I'm glad New Jack had that rant and he told the truth about it. She was gonna be who she was, and you could have had that resolved in the street, but knowing their little rage. Right, and that jawline syndrome, what we see in the manosphere, the dudes like Ben Walls running around here. That's the problem, man.
Yeah, like he's like they. I think I was watching one where I said, "Who was talking?" It was because I know Eddie's family was close to Benoit.
Yeah,
Benoit, they was close. They was real close since WCW, right?
Days and ECW days, yeah.
And I think Rey Mysterio said it because and he basically said it. He said Chris wasn't the same after I think he started doing that fucking headbutting shit, like the diving headbutt. Like when he went to WCW, WWE. Yeah,
and those chair shots was Cap, and I tell people that was Cap. He used his hand over that. New Jack said that was Cap. He always liked to get hit with those, and he used his hand to block his head. What hurt him was those steroids, those drugs, and that headbutting, like you said, Dre. He just went crazy.
He fucked his neck up. Yeah, he fucked his neck up bad. Because he would do the because that's what happened to Eddie when Eddie was doing his frog splash. When he
splashed his neck.
Eddie looked like a real Mexican in WCW, right? He looked like a square motel refrigerator, and then he came back looking like super ripped Mexican, like
super ripped Mexican. And he took those drugs too. But the quietest guy, I used to like him and Benoit. But when Eddie died, I kind of lost interest in all of wrestling. Like I always liked his style, and he reminds you a little bit of Rick Rude, but with the steroids. This dude on both leagues, and when he was in ECW, actually 3 when they emerged, this dude was something else. He was beastly with the hardcore matches. Actually, technical wrestling and the nice mix styles. Now the Holly so-called fake cousins. I always like hardcore Holly, but Crash is just a weirdo, man. I'm sorry, and he killed himself. He killed himself with his own vomit. That's how he died. But that's
Razor Remote, Razor Remote, nigga.
That's Scott Hall. You talking about Scott Hall?
You talking about the drug addict extraordinaire, nigga? Like nigga between
Scott
him
Hall,
and,
man.
him and X-Pac, nigga.
X-Pac, yeah.
Him and the
Yeah,
X-Pac,
to my X-Pac.
nigga.
You know the biggest drug head was New Jack, man. He knew all the drugs in ECW, and people know him and Sandman used to get high with that cocaine. And he tell you, y'all need to watch those interviews. He'll tell you he knew what everybody was taking. You know what the wrestlers told him, please don't tell on me. I was like, what the fuck? In the interview, when he said that, them niggas was scared.
Yeah,
They was about
but
to get
some
dipped. You
things,
know, yeah. New
You
Jack
gotta let
protected
New
their
Jack.
asses, man. Yeah, man.
well, I'm like the other thing is, man, is sometimes when you talking about certain shit, like I give you a perfect example, like Jordan in The Last Dance, right?
Yeah.
Nigga, you wasn't supposed to say all that. Like
Yeah.
it's certain shit like at a certain era you're not supposed to talk about. You're supposed to just say, yo, niggas, they wasn't really about winning. They was just more just, you know what I mean, partying, right? That's all you had to
Partying.
say. You leave it
Yeah.
at that, let everybody mind go. You ain't
Yeah,
supposed to give
and
like
New Jack was trying
details.
to tell him that. He said, yeah, they was doing drugs, but the thing was he didn't care because he knew wrestling was going to a sham. And after in his heyday, because he saw the evolution when it was changing, because the mixed martial arts was coming. But Vince tried to control this nigga, and I'm glad he stood up against him. And Vince did not like that. He said, man, I can't control this nigga. In a way, he couldn't control him. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but the
man.
thing is that, you know what I mean, the other problem is that you can't have, how should I say, it's like every time you was turning around, a wrestler was losing his shit, having a heart or dying of a heart attack.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? There's some
Yeah,
shit like
something is
that.
behind that.
Yeah, something's behind that. So you gotta have levels of fucking control at a certain time if you're trying to make $1 billion industry. Like, you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
get your public perception is fucked up. That's why you see motherfuckers getting suspended for like, yo, every time. Listen, man, if Randy Orton was born in the wrong era. Because every time Randy Orton is gone, that's because the nigga keep popping on weed and shit.
Yeah, Randy
Yeah,
Orton.
yeah.
You know, the
Randy
Orton
Orton don't give a
family.
fuck.
Let
He
me
don't
tell you
give a
something.
fuck.
The Orton family, much as I don't like the grandfather and the father, they was trash, but their grandson is the best. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
biased. That
Yeah,
dude
Randy Orton.
is a
Yeah.
big At first, I didn't like him at first, but then when over time he grew on me years later, and I'm like, even though when I was younger, but when I got into my teen years, I started liking that dude. That dude was a good villain. When he was with Triple H and Ric Flair, the evolution shit, he was the best out of all of them. Yeah, yeah. But Batista to me was overrated. I'm
Yeah, he
sorry to say
was.
that.
He
Yeah,
was.
he's
Yeah, he was
overrated.
overrated.
Overrated shit.
But because
Yeah, he's a powerhouse.
Yeah.
But you know, Vince that's Vince's stereotype thing that he loves, right? He loves that Hulk Hogan
The
powerhouse,
beastly steroid
looking
motherfuckers, yeah.
steroid.
But you know
smelling-
what he loved who win the most? He always loved those fucking Ortons. Now, especially Randy, because Randy was slick. Don't let him fool you. Just because
Yeah.
he does all those technical shit, Vince loved that shit too. He liked that, and he liked dudes that were barbaric with the sneaky shit. Randy was sneaky. You know, outside of him being good and bad, he played both sides. This dude knows how to play a villain. He will win matches you didn't see him hit with that RKO. Oh, it was over. He loved that shit. Vince loved that shit.
Yeah.
He paid that
Yo,
motherfucker a
and you know what?
contract.
The one thing I do, you listen, Randy, listen, man. Look, when they give people certain like Stone Cold, right? Like I'm gonna say it like this: what Randy Orton had, he had everything, and when I mean he had everything, he wasn't big, but he had the natural looking physique,
the height, the physique, all that
athleticism, right? Then what
Yeah.
Randy Orton also had, he had that Stone Cold mystique, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm
Vince
saying?
love that shit. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is about Vince loving specimens like him, Batista, and Triple H. I respect Vince in
And
that way.
John
I know.
Cena.
Yeah, John Cena too, but
John Cena
always
was like he didn't. I could tell Vince didn't necessarily like John
I
Cena.
don't think
John
he
Cena
cared about
was
the hip hop shit. Now
necessary.
the beginning of John Cena when he was with SmackDown, when I first saw him and he didn't have that shit against Kurt Angle. Yeah, he had some technical wrestling skills. He was trained and
Yeah,
everything.
he did.
And the first he didn't care for neither one of them two, but the one he liked the most was Randy because Randy was what Vince would like. That
because
particular
Raw
wrestler.
was like, if you on Raw, Vince like you, like, because that's his flagship. The SmackDown,
That's his flagship.
because people keep forgetting. Remember, SmackDown was named because of The Rock
With The
saying
Rock.
SmackDown.
And people forget SmackDown started out on Thursday nights too.
Yes, and The
People don't know
Rock,
that.
and that was a way for The Rock to push. That was the way for Vince to push The Rock over there because Triple H was complaining. Because remember, it was still the Click, right? It was still like remember it was still a DX, but it went from DX versus the Nation and the Undertaker had his group to it was DX
the
versus
Nation
The
of
Rock.
Domination was rip off of Smoky Mountain from New Jack and his partner Mustafa. They stole that from New Jack, and New Jack confirmed that. And the reason he said that, a lot of Farouk and them niggas idolized New Jack. I said that with what's his name, Cornette, and they know that they stole that. Yeah, and Vince had Jim Cornette later on because he knew New Jack. Here's the thing: he was trying to make New Jack the standard, what you would see in the WWE as a black wrestler, but he couldn't do it because New Jack was rebellious, right? So they had to get Farouk. They had to get Farouk and The Rock, the fake version of New Jack. You know why? Because they wanted the New Jack to play that part, right? New Jack memorized his shit. He had his own script. You couldn't tell him what to do. You can't control a nigga like that's rebellious. And he was very smart. He's tactile. But he controlled other wrestlers in the locker room, and they believed in him. No, they believed in him. And the funny thing was, they trusted him because he didn't spill out the beans. He held all the secrets, and they said, "How many people did drugs?" He said, "I named the names that you didn't think they did drugs. You wouldn't even believe me." And people just laughed at him and everything else. And when the stuff came out, Dre, all them niggas got exposed, man, by their own peoples. And he be laughing. And see, they hate New Jack because he tells it like it is, man. Rest in peace to him, man. That hardcore dude is a fool, man.
And also, I was about to say, like minutes ago that the Dudley Boys has stole New Jack's gimmick with the what was it?
Yeah. All in ECW, yeah. The Dudley Boys, to me, New Jack trained them, they asses, and then they didn't give him credit. He roasted the shit out of what's his name, the Black Dudley. He told Devon. Yeah, he said Devon is soft too. He said him and here's the thing. He said him and Taz are the softest in the roster, and a lot of them. And he could tell when people test their hands like Van Dam and all that. You know, he was saying that why they was soft because they ain't tough like that. They just all talk on in the ring, but in person they ain't built like that. He said that in the interview. He said those guys is pussy. He said both of them were. Even the white wrestlers. He said that he punked a lot of dudes. See, New Jack, he fought in the street. People forget he's from North Carolina. That dude is wild, man. And he saw his dad, saw his mom get stabbed back in the day in the 60s. And he tells that story. Yeah.
He did talk about that on
in the interview. Yeah, I watched his interviews. That dude was something else, man. I tell you, that nigga was wild, man. That fucked his head up. Yeah, he played football. That nigga was beastly, man. I try to tell you, New Jack was different. Vince wanted a nigga like that, quiet as kept. He tried to front on TV, but he wanted something like that. But Farouk ain't him. Yeah, that's why he didn't like Farouk as much. He didn't like Mark Henry. He wanted a New Jack so bad because see, The Rock was okay. He was half Samoan. He was okay with his grandfather and his daddy from Wales, right? That's a white thing. But when you have a guy like a nigga from North Carolina, because Vince is originally from North Carolina, he hates the South. Shouts out to Paul. What's his name?
Paul Londo?
No, Paul. What's his name? That damn, I just said it. That was cool with Rocket, Smoky Mountain. Jim Cornette. He said that. Yeah, he said that. He said about Vince, and he exposed Vince. Vince hates the South so much because he grew up in North Carolina as a broke trailer trash motherfucker, and then he moved to Connecticut to become a billionaire, whatever. You know, his corrupt shit.
That's kind of funny.
That's true. Because he hates the South. He hates the South. No, he hates the South.
The real reason he hates the South is because his dad used to beat his ass, like abuse the fuck out of him.
All that, yeah.
And
it's not only that. It's not only that. That's part of it. That's part of it. That's part of it. But not only that, it's the people in general because how they treated him and things like that, and how he grew up, and especially in North Carolina. North Carolina and the state I'm originally from, Tennessee. We treat people like shit sometimes. You know, Dre, you know this. Baltimore the same way. You know, a lot of times those are tough places to come out of. And I told this one guy, like, look, any state's tough. It depends on how you was raised, man. Tennessee had wrestling too, like y'all
Yeah,
did. But the
yep.
thing was, they banned it. They was killing motherfuckers, breaking their necks, slamming
Yep.
all wrong. We
the
did
Hardy
professional
Boys-
amateur. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
Crazy,
why. Like,
man.
if you think about it with the Hardy
Wow.
Boys, like, why you think I'm gonna say you like this, right? If you look at Edge and Christian, even when they was doing a tag team shit, right? Whenever the Hardy Boys was in a match, it was always some tables, ladders, and chairs.
Chairs match,
right?
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh
They
my.
came from that backyard wrestling shit, right? But when
It
you
all
get to
came
the
from
pros,
ECW
you ain't trying to
too,
do that
yeah.
no more. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
That's why that's why the Hardy Boys, that's why I call them crash test dummies. The same thing with AJ Styles, right?
Yeah, AJ
They
Styles
come
is
from that
different. Yeah.
independent loop, like, whatever,
Independent
right?
wrestling. Well,
Yeah.
people forget New Jack said it best in the interview. He was trained by the Rock and Roll Express that taught him that stuff in the independent circuit in Japan and things like
Yep.
that. He traveled all over.
Mhm.
This dude in Japan and professional, they kill you out there. They barbaric with their shit. Them Yakuza. Dre, you know this. Dre,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Those dudes die all the time. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying, when
Chick
he
just
said
died
that in
just
interview,
recently.
the
The
JPW,
Japanese
yeah.
chick. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know
And
that
those
chick,
power drivers, they be throwing on the mat, and I'm like, what the fuck?
because they got what it's called, like, it's three types of wrestling, right? The WWE style of wrestling, that's wrestling. Then they got what they call the hardcore, right? But it's still
Right.
got storyline. Then they got the shit where they kill you, where it's actually wrestling.
Yeah, like
It's
the
called
Abe
strong
Lincoln
style.
Strong
It's the
style.
strong
Strong
style
style.
wrestling. Like, yeah,
All
and that's
for
the
WWE.
yeah, so that's the three styles. And the thing that Sir's talking about when motherfuckers actually get hurt and shit. Remember when Muhammad Ali did that match against old dude
Yeah.
in Japan and shit?
Antonio Onoki.
Yeah, yeah. He's
Yeah,
strong
yeah.
style. No, that was an actual MMA match. Like they was actually hitting each other. That wasn't a
Yeah.
joke. That wasn't a joke. Like Ric Flair. The reason why Ric Flair get a lot of credit is because he would come to Japan and be a Neo Japan, but he be in a strong style of shit because he had to toughen himself up because he couldn't be like Hulk Hogan. So that's why, like, when Ric Flair does that weird shit where motherfucker throw his ass in the turnbuckle and he flips upside down, so he flip over. He used to
Yeah, on
run
purpose.
down the outside of the buckle and fall over in the ring and shit. That's strong style. He
That's
started
strong
doing
style.
that. Like, all right, remember when he was in NWA and then he
Yeah.
had the Great Muta come over and he had
Yeah.
all of them fucking belts. You don't even know where the fuck he got them belts from, right?
Yeah.
And the Great Muta didn't do much, but that motherfucker, like he'd kick a motherfucker in the head or some other shit or do some other crazy shit, right?
Mhm.
The reason why the Great Muta didn't last long in any other shit in Japan in the US is because he was actually kicking motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those strong style wrestlers are ex Shotokan karate motherfuckers. They actually,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So
They
they
don't
used to
last
take
long.
the
You remember
punishment.
Steve
Yeah.
Blackman? He didn't last long. He was
Yeah, because he
strong.
was
Yeah.
actually hitting
He was-
motherfuckers.
See, people don't understand. He was a hardcore wrestler, but he had that strong style. Now the strong
Yeah.
style would be like the
He came
Abe
back to
Lincoln
Japan, he
type.
was straight.
And people
Yeah.
say, how did Abe Lincoln wrestle? Well, when you slam somebody in the ground and when you actually street fight or wherever, natural wrestling, like I have a Native American teacher, they told me that they used to do that back in the day, especially where I come from.
Yep.
And they was slamming motherfuckers left and right up in Baltimore back in the day,
Yep.
old Baltimore. I'm talking about before there was niggas. More shit.
Yeah.
All the way through the states. They was slamming people left and right. Even in football, you can see certain moves is used, certain wrestling moves implemented in the sport of what you would call football today. Basketball, same thing with the agility, the running, even in boxing. But it's all for what they call it, martial arts, the whole styles, different styles, whatever they consider, all that shit, the wushu's, the wrestling, all that styles. They call that martial arts. See, martial art is a loose term. It's no such thing as a martial arts style. There's different styles of martial arts. You got wrestling, you got boxing, you got Muay Thai, you got wushu. We talked about this yesterday, and all these different styles that came from different cultures, right?
Yep.
And they've been around a long time, but they're deadly. But you got to be disciplined to train the right diet to go with them and things like that. But Dre knows it's the mixed martial arts. We just saw his Instagram showing lifting weights and non-lifting weights. If you do it in your mind, martial arts is a mental. You got to have that mental to make sure you can push those muscles around. They teach you the natural. They was teaching me that shit when I was young. You know, can you lift the rock? Yeah, go ahead, get the biggest rock to lift. Build your muscles right there. Then the weights is added.
Yep.
Real endurance. I mean, I'm talking about man shit, baby.
Yeah.
You know, I grew up around that in a state like that. But if you had football, same thing. Calisthenics, same thing.
Yeah.
They was teaching that shit in PE class. We was running up the stairs. They gave us weights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Run up the stairs, man. Like like Bob Sapp, right? Like Bob Sapp was supposed to come to the WWE like multiple times. Warren Sapp's cousin, right?
Yeah.
You know, he's a big ass dude. He's a cool dude. He's a big ass motherfucking nigga.
That's a big ass nigga. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they put him in K1 Pride before the UFC brought it. And K1, right? Now he makes his money doing strong style and wrestling and shit. You know what I mean? Like he plays the trope of the, you know what I mean, big ass dude that don't talk, have somebody else talking for him, and then he speaks some stupid Japanese and all that other shit, right? But he makes his money.
I remember him with the Vikings. You remember him?
Yeah,
is that Randall?
Vikings.
Is that Randall or Sapp?
Sapp.
Yeah.
Bob Sapp. Yeah. He
Bob
got hurt.
Sapp.
He tore his shit up. He got hurt.
Yeah, that's Bob Sapp. I remember Bob Sapp. That's a big motherfucker. And then and Randall, he used to play for him. I think he played the same team with Randall. Yeah.
Yeah. He played the same year Randall Cunningham came back when he was throwing all them passes to Randy Moss. So the thing
about the defensive guy, that Randall guy.
Randall L, right? Randall L?
No, his last name was Randall. I forget his first name.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he was on the other side. Yeah, he was on the other side. So the thing is the reason why he couldn't come to the WWE is because he only know how to do strong style, right? Mm-hmm. So if you used to slamming a Japanese dude that's about 200 some pounds and you're a big motherfucker, they could take that shit because they used to, you know what I mean, taking that shit because they used to be in Shotokan karate and getting slammed and shit, right? And then you go to WWE and the dude 300 pounds and it's John Randall, okay. And you slam a motherfucker.
Yeah, John Randall.
He up there talking about you done hurt his back and the nigga crying and shit. You like, nigga, what are you talking about? I throw this little Asian dude around and he chilling. And you 300 pounds, my dude. We about the same weight, and I'm tossing your ass up. And you
facts are word. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, PE socking people in the face.
Yeah, I love that shit. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Vonda?
What's going on, Vonda? How you doing? Yeah, man. So that's why he couldn't come because you know they don't just let you come into WWE. You got to go to training and all of this other shit. How they do it, yada yada. You know what I mean? Like people don't even know. Like Mark Henry. Him and The Rock was the first ones to go through that WWE training program. Like the shit that they got on the thing, because he did that thing with Vlad and shit and whatever. But the thing about Mark Henry is he even said it. Him and Vince had a problem because he ain't take no shit. He ain't give a fuck. Like he ain't take no shit. Like Mark Henry ain't take no shit from nobody. Like he just like, nigga, what? I lift 500 pounds. Like I toss your ass to fuck up somewhere. Like he was just one of them type of dudes. Yeah. Mark Henry will fuck you up. Like he said he done knocked out a lot of motherfuckers thinking, you know what I mean, thinking it ain't what it is. But he said, because he said The Rock lived with him after he had that thing where he was trying to for the CFL team, and he started
heard something about that.
Yeah. He said, him and The Rock, like The Rock lived with him for like 3 years. Even when he started getting hot, like when he started wearing the fucking Gucci shirts and all of that other shit, and he was being like the Rock, like when he broke off from the Nation, he started getting his fame. He still lived with Mark Henry. He still lived with him. Like he paid the rent. He said, yeah, Rock. He said, yeah, Rock. Me and Rock lived with each other. We drove, you know what I mean? Like we was on the road together. Like, yeah, me and him tight. Like we bros. Like his daughter, like that. I'm Unc. Like, yeah, Mark Henry, he said, yeah. But everybody talks
and
good
people
about
remember,
The Rock. Like,
yeah, people remember I think New Jack said it's the hotels back in the day. He used to say with Sandman and then Balls Mahoney, they was tight. And Balls, he said, that's a nasty motherfucker. Y'all didn't see that interview with New Jack. And if you can find out talking about Balls, and they had an argument afterwards when they got older, but when they was younger, he was used to picking his nose and shit, just nasty, and talking about the syringe. and the drugs he was doing. He said Balls were he said that's a nasty motherfucker. You know, Balls was dirty, you know, but he was a hardcore wrestler, but he was barbaric too. He wore some Mario, threw you around and stuff. Balls was a fool. You thought Mankind, you thought Mick Foley was nasty. That dude was nasty. Yeah. And that's what New Jack said. Rest in peace to him.
Listen, man, I don't give a fuck.
Yep.
Him getting tossed off the top of that goddamn cage, nigga.
Oh, that was
Greatest,
funny. Mankind,
other than that, nigga, that's nigga. You listen. Him getting tossed off the cage, him being loaded in the gurney, him coming back down the shit and getting thrown through the cage. Yeah, nigga, that right there was like, I think the Undertaker, old dude, was talking about it, and he was like, he said because him and Mick Foley are like real friends, like they like real
they
friends,
are.
like he said, and Stone Cold was like, he's like, man, that's some crazy, you know, because he had his own little podcast that he said, man, that's some crazy shit, and he was saying to himself is the Undertaker was saying, I had to figure out how I was going to literally tell this man's kids and his wife that I killed him in the ring. And then he came back and then he climbed back up by himself. And I said, man, you sure you want to do this? He said, go ahead and do it.
Salute Shatter Games.
And he said when he did it, remember when he threw him through the cage, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Undertaker said he threw him through the wrong part of the cage because there was a part of the cage that's supposed to break. So the part that he went through wasn't supposed to break.
Right.
But he broke it.
Yeah.
So what it means is he just got tossed off the motherfucking thing, right? Onto the ground, right? And then when he hit the table that went through, it was the wrong table.
Yeah.
It wasn't the right table. So the one that had the padding inside of it to catch him, he missed that motherfucker. He almost hit his head off of the railing and shit. That padded railing, he almost bounced the shit off of that, right? Because he went too far. Like the trajectory is too much. He went too far, right? So he just survived that scare, and then he threw him through the shit that didn't break apart. That's why he kind of hung up a little bit and he fell down and then attacks.
Yeah.
And that was like, and Vince said that shit ain't never happening again. Because they don't want an Owen Hart situation like it happened before.
Yeah, because Owen Hart, his brains was leaking out. That's what New Jack said. His brains was out leaking. That's what happened.
Yeah, that was Baltimore too.
I remember that. But when he was Cactus Jack with those barbed wires, I saw those old ECW matches, those old matches. He was it's actually the same character. It's just when he was Cactus Jack, he was something else. He stole that from Terry Funk. Yeah, Terry Funk and him, those matches of him bleeding like that. That's typical Mick Foley bullshit. You know, Cactus Jack and Mankind. When he was Mankind, he was funny, but when he was Cactus Jack, he was a nutcase.
Yeah,
he deserved what he get. You know.
Yeah, Cactus Jack, like the Cactus Jack thing. Because I remember ECW. I remember the man. I think the best match that I ever saw. The ECW, other than the thing with the up there on the scaffold with all them tables and shit, was the Terry Funk versus Sabu, and Sabu tore his goddamn tricep, and he was rapping.
Yeah, he said shit. With the barbed wire match. Let me tell you something. New Jack said that in an interview. If you watch that, he's cool with Sabu and Sandman. You know, they was tight. No, they was tight. They was tight, right? It was just like Mustafa, right? Because for Smoky Mountain, but he was cool with Sabu. Sabu taught him a lot when he came to ECW before they called it Extreme, right? This dude had a crazy man, and that's not the first time he had a stitch barbed wire like that. He did that like 3 or 4 times, even prior. Yeah, he's from India, but that dude is a nut. The reason why I like Sabu, he was technical too. This dude would beat the shit out you and toss a chair with barbed wire in your face. He loved them barbed wire matches. That's why I would never fight a dude like that that's nutty like that looks like a half Arab Indian, whatever what they call is Mumbai, India. It used to be called Bombay, India. Now, if you play Legends of Wrestling, the video game, right, on PlayStation 2, That motherfucker was crazy. Even
Yeah.
actually, if you saw him live on television or if you went to a live event, they try to tell you Sabu was a nut. He was a nut.
Yo.
He was worse than Mick Foley. You know,
Wow.
I would take him over Mick Foley any day. I'll say him and Terry Funk in a tag team match. And I used to play it on Legends of Wrestling in the wintertime in the 2000s. This dude took a flip, right? I was wrestling and one of the wrestlers was bleeding, right? I was the Von Erichs.
Yeah.
Boy, he tore their asses up in that game, and it was funny. But the Von Erichs was something else. That ain't their real names because it was named after that Fritz guy. That ain't his real name either, but the Von Erichs. But the Von Erichs, I loved them as a stable. There was a tag team, and Kerry and Kevin. They did the craziest technical flips in the 70s. If you really want to talk about wrestling, I used to read about them. Them dudes was barbaric too. Like all those wrestlers, they mimicked them. And they learn from their styles. Now, if you want to get into the Von Erichs and the Art Foundations, the Four Horsemen, that's wrestling, period. You know, outside of the Rock and Roll Express, all them.
Yo, that I remember, like, because when we was getting into it or whatever, right? Like with the wrestling, watching the wrestling, ECW. So I go to Japan like 2 years later. My man, like, yo, you in the wrestling? I was like, yeah, man, we got some free tickets. Go down to see the Japanese wrestling. I was like, all right, man, we go, because I used to, we used to get them tapes about Ric Flair over in Japan, New Japan Pro Wrestling. So we go down and see, right? We go down and see it. So it's strong style. He said, yo, this is strong style. Like, what's strong? I'm like, this is the first time I get introduced to strong style. He's like, yo, like table ladders and chairs and shit, ECW shit. I was like, oh, okay, all right, cool. So Ultimo Dragon comes out, right? Ultimo Dragon comes out, right? So they got the Lucha Libres out there. They got Ultimo Dragon, Juventud out there getting it, man. I'm talking about getting it. That shit is like fast-paced flips, everything technical, getting it, right? So Dean Malenko comes out there to challenge Ultimo Dragon, right? So I'm thinking, all right, they're going to do this like the next match. No, it's strong style wrestling. If a motherfucker challenge you accept the challenge, nigga, y'all wrestling right now. Like right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, right? So the dude goes in the back, he changes to give you a break, and then you come back out there, right? They got the ring girls come out with the thing and whatever. All right. So then that happens, right? So then you take a break, right? Go get your beer, you come back, you know what I mean? Yada yada. They just changed the fucking ring around. It's a barbed wire match. So I was like, who fucking fighting? Nigga, Sabu is walking down the motherfucking shit in the Tokyo Dome with goddamn Rob Van Dam. And fucking, it's the Great Muda, and it's another Japanese dude to come out that motherfucker, right? So he comes out that bitch, right? And then I see this motherfucker sitting on the side, right? And I'm like, who the fuck is? I'm like, I know who that is, but I don't think it's that person, right? And then I see that damn mask go off, and it was Vader, nigga. So it was fucking Vader with that Vader mask. I was like, this racist, Big Van Vader and shit. So this fucking racist ass motherfucker. I can't stand Vader, man. But
I hate Vader. Yeah.
But the mask was going on, but he was commentating this shit because Vader, that mask that he got, actually, he got it as a gift in Japan when he was doing strong style. Like, you know what I'm saying? When he was in between Rocky Mountain Wrestling, they were Jim Cornette Cornette
Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Yeah.
Jim Cornette was always the liaison between Japan and the wrestling in the States. Like he was always
and always in Canada and things like that. But I would say, he has a little racism in him. But you know, one thing I like about him, he's honest with it. But him and New Jack was cool. You know, the fucked up thing about it was he let New Jack be who he was in that league, and he knew there was racists in Tennessee, and that law I told you about that Sinines, and I talked about this more in older streams. This dude is something else. I'm telling you, he protected that nigga New Jack. I hate to say that. I have to give him respect on that. And then and they made up and it was cool. And they remember the times they fucked around and beat up motherfuckers. And it's so funny. And you know, the racism was high back in the 90s. He let that nigga get away with murder with every slur that he said about them rednecks down there. And they were mad at New Jack. He was a villain. He was something else. And that's why in ECW, that was his best league. WWF was trying to change that character and trying to make him like what you saw in Farouk, and then Vince McMahon couldn't control that thing. He realized we can't even tell him what to do. And he said in his childhood, when he started diving as a kid, his mom whooped his ass and he kept on doing it. He was hard-headed. He couldn't tell him what to do. He walked the beat of his own drum. Like I said, New Jack wasn't going for that bullshit. You know what Paul Heyman figued out? He said, okay. He said, give me the point. And he said, I can do such and such and such. And he went out there and did it. He started beating the hell out of people, but that's why a lot of people like New Jack. And he was the template for what you'll say like an Austin or a Sandman template. Every nigga stole that template. They said, I like New Jack. And they was studying that nigga, man. That's just like I said, man. If you study people long enough, that business, man, you're that imprint. But Vince tried to control that nigga so bad, boy. New Jack wasn't going. See, a lot of niggas, when they go to wrestling, you got to be this character that Vince wants. See, Vince is that type of owner. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. He has the most deaths and steroids in that business. And I don't care what nobody say. A lot of people died in that business way more than ECW. You only had one death. Outside of that, WWE is a joke because you got a lot of people die with steroids and other shit, stress and all that. WCW, you didn't have many deaths like that. And that shows you how
they didn't wrestle.
You understand. WCW, the reason you see a lot of deaths like that, they knew how to protect their wrestlers very well, and they watched them very well. ECW was no holds barred. Not everybody died like that. Even that strong style wrestling, they was okay with that mixed with the hardcore and all that. That was ECW. That was real old style wrestling. See, WWE was not. It was choreographed. It was dancing. That's that RVD shit. That's when people started using the anabolic roids, bouncing around with your balls in there, and just like all that shit.
The other problem with the other thing with NWA and WCW is they only really wrestle like 2 times a week.
Yeah.
With WWE WWF or whatever one you want to call them, the motherfuckers was wrestling every fucking night, or they was traveling to wrestle or all this other shit. Because if you listen to these dudes' stories, they was like, yeah, we was on the road and whatever, and we had to go over here and do this. But when you listen to the dudes from WCW or NWA, like they even said it. Who said it? Somebody was talking about Vince, right? He said if you call Kevin Nash, right? He said it. He said if you call down to the office of NWA and WCW and it was Friday after 3:00, you wouldn't get nobody because they was gone. You could call Vince McMahon at 1 a.m. if you got an idea. 3 in the motherfucking morning, no matter 7 days a week, he picking up the fucking phone. He eat, sleep, and breathe the business. He said, yo, they did that shit, and it was the weekend, you did your show, and you go about your business. He said, the only time they traveled, he said, Kevin Nash said this. He said he left when he went when he did the NWO thing at WCW, he felt like he was stealing money. But when he was at WWF and WWE, he felt like he never got paid enough, and it was slavery.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Vince took all the territories, and I think Jim Cornette said it best. And WCW, no, they wrestled and they traveled, but the thing was, it was like a Monday Night Nitro. I remember when Nitro first came out, it was better than Raw. Raw was a little overrated because that was for. Yeah, I love Nitro, and the reason I like Nitro, you had the talent. Raw was just boring, but Raw got good when they had the draft, but it's still boring today after I stopped watching it. But SmackDown was the thing. What's saving WWE was SmackDown, the other shit, and then they had shows like Velocity on Saturday. I used to watch it like every Saturday and all that, Saturday wrestling morning and down south in Tennessee, where I'm originally from. But I used to see that a lot. But Vince is very territorial. Now, Paul Heyman in the East Coast, ooh, they ruled that shit. And Vince will tell you, when ECW was around in the 90s, in the height of it, when they had New Jack, that was standard. Okay, that was strong wrestling. You had
the problem with Paul Heyman is
problem with Paul Heyman is he's a slime ball.
And what I mean by slime ball is the thing with Paul Heyman is Paul Heyman, Paul Heyman is good for the business when it comes to production and promotion. Paul Heyman is horrible when it comes to finances. And the problem
he never paid him. He never paid a dime or whatever.
Yeah.
But the only time he paid the top wrestlers, yeah, it's been New Jack, RVD, and others. But you know what's so fucked up though? When they mention that, if you watch, well, actually, New Jack has the best shoot on that. Talking about Paul Heyman, he knows he wasn't shit. He trusted Jim Cornette's money than his because Paul, what his problem was, he wanted to be the showman, but that show did not last long because of talent. Now you had Super Crazy, he was a Mexican, right? That was a foreign talent, and you had Sabu was their favorite. RVD was a ripoff of John Claude Van Damme. He was a ripoff of that. He stole that, and I think New Jack broke that down. That choreographed bullshit. That's what killed ECW. I mean, it was cool when you had the Rock and Roll Express. You had your Terry Funks. What's his name? Tracy Smothers. He called him the dirty white boy, which he was dirty. You know, that
Teddy
dude.
Long?
Yeah. And I'm talking about Tracy Smothers. Yeah, Tracy Smothers. He said, that dirty white boy. He said, and the way he said it is true. Yeah, he was a dirty white boy. He was filthy with his wrestling ring. and the way he beats up guys, and he was trained by those motherfuckers, but the way he tells it, that's the style of wrestling it was in. And even with the Rock and Roll Express, he's cool with. He said, them guys taught me everything, man. The business, the semi choreograph, and the promos. Now, everybody likes New Jacks with the promos, but when he hits you with those chairs and those graters and the knives and shit, and his forehead bleeding, that nigga was wild, you know what I mean? Because nobody couldn't handle him in WWE at the time in 04.
Yeah.
Because the early 2009, that was his. You know, Paul Heyman fucked that up. And when he went to XPW, oh shit, that nigga was just on fire. He got paid like it ain't nothing. Like I said, WWE just conquested everything. So you gotta blame Vince for that. He was watching ECW's greatness. All his talent is from ECW, not WCW. He didn't even tell you that. He said in an interview, he said, I like those guys better than WCW. Because these ECW guys, they give you some entertainment. When fans start screaming, that tables, ladders, and chairs match, that came from ECW. They stole that from ECW. Because the Dudley Boys, the reason the Dudley Boys is used to it, why people like them more than the other two, is because they're ECW guys. Okay. And people's brainwashed. The biggest pussy on that team was Devon and Bubba. They talk all that shit. They think they thought they was niggas, but they're not niggas. New Jack was the original nigga. New Jack was the original nigga through people in that was 600 pounds and tables and shit. Like, you gotta go back to the 90s when he first came. He had tag team championships, a few hardcore championships. He didn't care about no damn belt. He's want to whoop your ass, basically. But he was honest about it. He was honest about it. I'll tell you something why I like about him. This dude just didn't give a fuck. Now, he was a nigga from North Carolina, man. But yeah, man. But
that's what I'm saying. He's a but see, that's what I'm saying is that, you know, New Jack, and you know, the crazy part about it is, you know what I mean, New Jack, he did a lot. And, you know, and everybody knew what it was, like, far as, you know, wrestlers taking little thing or monikers or whatever from people that were like actors and stuff and replicating that same whole thing, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we all knew what it was, like, you know what I mean? And it was cool. Like Rob Van Dam, like, here's the thing about, you know what I mean? We knew when they came out with that shit before, like, ECW got popping. They already talked about how wrestling was faking the secrets of wrestling already. Like, they told they did a whole special on television, right? Thought that it was going to ruin wrestling, but the whole, because they did, I think somebody did a shoot on that, and they was talking about it, and they said that was actually he said nobody in wrestling licensed that shit. Like, nobody, like, not even Vince, nobody. And what they was actually trying to do, because there was too much shit going on in wrestling, too many wrestlers losing their shit, especially from the WWE or the WWF at the time, is they thought that would actually deter people to keep people from watching wrestling. Or
it didn't. It backfired.
Yeah,
but there was the truth about it. I don't tell you this. New Jack said there's a lot of snitches that do the shoots and tell them they secrets about the drugs. That's what hurt it. It wasn't just the wrestling; it was the drugs. New Jack held all the secrets. He never talked about who did the drugs. He said all of them did it, even your biggest stars that you like wrestling. He didn't even like talking to fans. They were so fucking annoying. They kept harassing with the emails. He said, can I spend a night with you, New Jack, and he hated those fucking emails. He said that in the shooting interview. If you watch his interviews on YouTube, he'll tell you he cannot stand that bullshit. He was annoyed by that. These are white fans. I ain't talking about black fans. I'm talking about white fans in general. He was tired of that bullshit. He was tired of that bullshit because he realized how fake it was. It was not just the moves itself, it was the promos. They wasn't really authentic, kind of like what you saw in boxing and you saw it in basketball. Like it's sad, man.
But the thing is but here's the thing, right? And this is the crazy part. Like, you know, and I watched a lot of his shoots, and he was saying that. I was like, nigga, you should have went to MMA. Shit, like you know what I mean? Like you are an actor, like you are acting. Like, yo, listen, you walk up to a fucking human being and hit him in the head with a steel chair the right way, nigga. They dying or they going to the hospital. They ain't supposed to get up. The match, you know, it's like sometimes when people do things, right, and I understand where he's coming from with it, and he might be mentioning it in a certain way, but a lot of times there comes a point of time where this is business. Like, you know, all of the talent was in ECW, and I agree with him. All of the good talent, like if you go trace it back, Rey Mysterio and all of that. But why did they leave? Right? Money. Because they weren't getting fucking paid. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what it is. Like, yo, and then he comes like, yes, he originated that shit. Right?
Yeah.
But that's the difference between like you said, being gifted and talented, right? And he had the gift of
I said that early in the stream. Yeah, it's true.
The thing that grates my nerves with the brother, right, is that for all of this gift and talent and this creativity that a lot of guys studied and took from him, right? Is that if he would have tempered that shit down just a little bit, he would have been more in the driver's seat to control his own shit the way he should see it and see fit. Like
the problem with him was he was stuck in his old ways, and I blame the Rock and Roll Express and Terry Funk. All those guys that are hardcore wrestlers, they're stuck in their old ways. If you notice in the shoots, they annoy me too, along with New Jack. And I scratch my head, and I understand why. It's that nostalgia. You know, that nostalgia, that time warping, that's not good because certain people see it different, Drake, because I agree with him half of it. He knew it was fake, but what bothered him though, the fans try to piss him off, like with the backyard wrestling. Now I agree with him on that. He said, dude, he said, I get paid to actual wrestle. Do it the right way. And he was pissed off at the fans trying to emulate these guys. That made him mad even worse. That really made him mad. It wasn't just what you're saying, Dre. I agree. He tells on himself in his shoot. That's why I respect New Jack. And the one thing he hated about the fans is the backyard wrestling. He said that's not what he's supposed to do. It's technique to do that shit. It's technique, man.
I get what he's saying, but the problem is you got the fucking Hardy Boys that came from that shit.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean. Like
he ain't like the Hardy Boys either. I don't blame him.
I don't want to blame him neither. And then you got these little kids getting hurt and shit, like you were saying. But the thing is that, you know, that's why they had to. You know, that's why I start seeing them damn commercials with the WWE. Basically giving those warnings and shit, like, hey, be responsible.
Be responsible. I remember that shit.
Don't try this at home. Like, these are paid professionals. Like because
it actually saved half of our generation. That's my age. It saved it, and that's why the sports world and wrestling and martial arts is finesse now. It's trash. People want that violence. They want that blood. You know, that Roman. The Roman times when people want to see blood, my dad said, that's what sports is. In a finesse way, they're trying to hide it. When the shit gets bad with the COVID shit, right? They want to see blood, man. They want that money. Man.
Yo, you know what? I was talking to Benny, right? Over on King to God, man. Shout out to King to God, man. And
Benny Chase?
I was over there talking to Benny Chase. And I was talking about this thing about how the rise of this thing, and I don't know if they invented this in Japan, but I went to one of these things, right? I forgot what they call it, man. You pay a fee to get in. We paid like $25, right? You put on these goggles and shit. They give you these coveralls, right? And these
Right.
gloves and shit. And you go in this room and it's a whole bunch of shit like TVs and shit. And you get to smash shit for 20 minutes till you get tired. Just go in there and just fuck shit up, right? In the room. Just smash shit, right? And I think we was at work one time and it was like we was getting this we was doing this tour. This is the first time I was in a tour office. You know what I'm saying? Like anytime I would ever actually like work with some artists before that, it was like, you know, I had my own shit, so I would be contracted. So I would show up to the venue while I do my part or whatever. But this was like major shit, so we had to be in the tour office. Like, you know, running, getting shit, you know, getting everything straight, you know what I mean, making sure the stage and lighting, driving up to the fucking dock, to the airport, making sure everything was on, you know what I mean, everything came in and it goes out, right? So after that, they decided to give, you know, like a congratulations company thing because it's a lot of stress. So we went in there for like 20 minutes, man. I didn't really want to do all that shit because I was like, what the fuck? But you go in there with like 3 people, they break it up. And man, we went in there. And I didn't feel that motherfucking relaxed after I done did that some shit like that since I was like wrestling or going to MMA or jujitsu practice, right? And that's people that stay active, right? Now you talking about the regular everyday, I might go to the gym a little bit, sweat, but them shit start being real popular in the States, man. Like, and they call it a smash room or whatever, right? And that's what and what I mean is that vicariously living through characters is a stress relief, but being able to just go unhinged in a little to get rid of that pressure and shit like that. People gonna need that shit, man. Because motherfuckers is snapping, like snapping. Like, I mean, just like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, like nigga, like it's a like you know what's crazy? The first time we heard about a school shooting, right? Like this is like 90 something, right? Like that shit was like now it's like, yo, it's another school shooting.
It's normal, yeah. That
It's normal.
Columbine,
That's
everybody
not
remembers
normal,
that Columbine. Yeah, that Columbine shooting, that was something else. I was like a child at the time.
Yo, that's like that shouldn't be normal, man. Like you remember when we was younger, you heard about car bombs in Northern Ireland and shit
Yeah,
like
and all
that,
that
right? You
shit,
like,
yeah.
damn, right? Now you don't hear about that shit. So if a
You know
car
what it
bomb
is?
happens, you be like, yo, what the fuck?
You know
know
what
what
it
I'm saying?
is? It's like Armageddon out here, man. I try to tell you,
Yeah.
you know, the anarchy. I'm gonna talk about that in the political streams. I'm gonna be tread lightly, but one is we're gonna use small examples, and they do exist. You'll hear about them. That's why that incelian problem is exists in the manosphere. I try to tell people, look, these dudes talking about the other shit, that's fucking your head up. Now I understand relationships is cool, but it's really like I hate to say quiet as kept is really 5-10% what men really think about, but 9 out of 10. Now if it's like 50-20, that's you got to blame certain individuals with these relationship markets. Shots to Todd City for saying this. If you do that as content on YouTube, your numbers go up. And it ain't just the women, it's just anything related. And I just saw Lapeef went live hours ago, right? I was watching a bullshit talk about the marriage shit. See that shit right there? Y'all don't give a fuck about marriage. You know what it is? Y'all just want to fuck around and fuck. And I'm sorry to say that, but you know, married people's cool. Don't get me wrong. Some married people, they cool. You can hang out with. You can hang with. It's just you can have a cordial conversation. Now I've seen this in the workplace, and people don't understand. No, it's how you act. It ain't about you being single and married. If the guy has kids, a single person is gonna know his place. What happens if he gets married one day? I tell people it can happen, motherfucker. She picks your ass, but if you are a stupid dude, like shouts out to that list that Dre found, I'm reading it myself. That's what you need, man. Like, hey, you know, but the thing is, it's internal. And I talked about this. Well, today's Tuesday, but 2 days ago with the Sunday Madness stream, man, we was talking about CTE and that and etiquette, internal shit, and Ronan just say, look, that conflict. If you're a conflict creator, hey, you know, and it sells, but you got weak dudes love
You know
talking
what?
about
I'm glad
the
you said
same
that,
shit.
bro.
Yeah,
Yo,
man.
shout out to Ronan, man. Hashtag, man, conflict
creators.
conflict creator versus content creator.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it is, man. Like
That's what it is. And
I
he's right. He says
so,
that in my vlog streams. I try to tell him, look,
shout out
that's
to
the
him,
truth.
man.
I agree with that. Yeah. And that's why I had a series called Evergreen versus Stagnating and Stagnation Content, man. If you like stagnant content, it sells. It's just like wrestling. Wrestling back then, the strong style was something. The Abe Lincoln type shit, whatever you want to call it, or martial art, that's cool.
The
But when they
catches,
start, but the choreographed shit, the RVD, the John Vlog, I understand why it's finesse, and we saw the finesse and the fakeness of it. But here's the thing: the promos killed it. When they kept talking, ooh, I lose interest.
Well, you know what? It's like like this. It's like how should I say it? Once they
I know they're acting, but
once they revealed the secrets, then they had to go more Hollywood with it, right?
Yeah.
But the other thing is I know why they were doing it, because the thing that made Vince McMahon money, and people don't even want to realize this, is when The Rock did the Scorpion King movie, people don't realize they got the WWE got a big chunk of that money off of his contract. Because it was The Rock. Then it was The Rock. If you look at it, it says The Rock on the movie. And then when he got his next role, when he was in The Mummy, and then when he did the Scorpion King, it was The Rock, because they wasn't going to do the Scorpion King by itself, but they went ahead and did it. And then he had his next movie. It was The Rock. It was Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and then you started seeing Dwayne Johnson. That means he was done with his contract with WWE. So that means that Vince wasn't getting the money off him. And then they started using remember old dude, Mr. Kennedy and shit. That dude was actually
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy. Yo, he could
Kennedy.
You know what? Everything you wanted the Hollies to be, that's who he was.
Yeah, the Hollies, they messed up, but see, Kennedy was a villain. One thing I liked about him, he did it right, and he had a nice move. I used to use him in one of my wrestling games I used to have, and this dude was hilarious. He no holds barred. Now that's what you would say a modern wrestler would look like. But what you got now, it's okay. But that AEW, I've never seen it in a while on TNT. Yeah, the all elite wrestling I've heard, and they try to go back to the days of old like WWE and like TNA shit.
Like TNA was good. You know what fucked up TNA?
It's that WCW shit and NWA shit.
No. You know what fucked TNA up? TNA was good. TNA, like
it is good.
They had the ring.
The 6-sided. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm gonna tell you what fucked it up. Sting was giving Jeff Hardy the keys, right?
Oh,
Jeff Hardy
I agree with
kept
that.
showing up high and drunk. Like it was one of them. They did a shoot on it, right?
I saw that.
Yeah, and Sting had to carry him through the whole match because he was high and drunk, and it was so bad, all the fans saw it, right? And what they did, to their credit, what they did was, instead of acting like it didn't happen, right? Sting embarrassed his ass in front of everybody the next time that they did it. Like the next time that they had the thing, they actually they made it real life like. So that's why, and then what happened was when TNA was trying to do some shit overseas, right? Vince McMahon was blocking their shit when they was in England, trying to get that shit. So they blocked one of their pay-per-views, like took the venue from them, right? So everybody heard about it. The whole wrestling community was like, now Vince, you're doing too much, right? Whatever, right? So then that's when you started getting the AEW, right? But what actually start fucking their asses up in the East, in the WWE, was the Lucha Underground shit. That's what start fucking their asses up, right? Because it's luchador wrestling, right? But it's black dudes wrestling, it's women wrestling. But here's the thing with Lucha Underground. It's a storyline. It's a storyline. It's like you watching a soap opera. It's wrestling. They actually do the wrestling matches, right? But the champion, the world champion, was a woman, right? Now, we probably like, how's the, they don't, lucha, because luchadors don't give a fuck. Don't matter if you're a man or a woman, you get that work. Like, so I was watching a match where they had like a fatal 4-way, and it was a female in the motherfucker, and she was catching super kicks to the head, the fucking, and she could wrestle just as good as the other dudes, right? The men in there and shit. So everybody watched Lucha Underground. I didn't know nothing about it until my mans put me on it. And we was up there, and we was up there. But I was like, yo, this shit is good. They do the story. It's like they do the storyline shit, and it's actual acting. Like it's actual, like they outside, they doing some shit. You know how they used to do the Monday Night Wars where they get attacked in the parking lot and all that shit. No, like these motherfuckers is actually outside, like regular
outside.
Yeah, but it's in Mexico, right? It's in Mexico. Like I think it's in TJ's, right? Where the thing at? It's close to the border. So they're actually running around
Tijuana,
Mexico doing this shit, right? In certain areas and shit, because everybody, wrestling is like boxing in Mexico, right? It's like you're a national hero walking around with that mask on, right? So these motherfuckers is running around doing shit. They got this shit where it's kind of like one dude is supposed to be a cartel guy and the other dude is supposed to be like over here. Like, they got this whole storyline going together. And then when they come to the ring, they wrestle it out. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Iron King and fucking King on Tekken and shit. It's like they model it like the old. What it is that I had to look it up. It's the old school lucha door wrestling back in the day and shit. It's like the old school Jaguar versus whatever, the old school shit where they build the storyline, get everybody involved. You know it's fake, but it's real because it's a superhero story, and then they just wrestle it out and shit in the ring and do that shit, right? So that's what's really on their ass, and the production quality is high. Like they got high production quality. It don't look like a regular wrestling match.
Yeah,
it looks like, what I mean? It's like the crowd's there, but the crowd isn't there. Where wrestlers break the fourth wall too fucking much.
Yeah,
right? With Lucha Underground, the crowd is there, but they don't break the fourth wall. You know what I mean? They just they walk to the ring and they don't even acknowledge the crowd is there. They just wrestle.
Yeah.
They don't be like slapping hands. Even if the guy is the hero, he's not supposed to let the crowd know that he knows that they're there. It's like theater. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's theater and shit like that. That's how they do it. Like, and it's a good thing for this younger generation, man. But far as wrestling, man, that's why I kind of had to pull back. Because I watched it with my son and stuff like that, and then I was watching it and I started noticing like, you pushing the females, you get more than the dudes, man. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Well, Dre, you know what time it is.
Man. But this is like, you know what I mean? Like, I understand, you want, you know what I mean? I get it, but I can't listen. I'm watching wrestling. The females that wrestle, right? The females that wrestle, they got maybe like 20 minutes of the whole goddamn Monday night Nitro or whatever the fuck it was. I'm watching this shit. The shit's on for 3 hours. It's like 90 minutes of female shit. The rest is the male shit. Like I'm looking at this shit, and it's like, and none of these chicks is like, they all are like pressed out of a fucking machine, except for like maybe when I was watching, it was like Ric Flair's daughter was there. Fucking Nia Jack and shit, and then even the girls, like if you had the black girls there, they was all pressed out of the same machine. They was like skinny with the titty, you know what I mean? You know how Vince like his bitches, man. You know how Vince like his bitches. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't no like whatever, right? Like it wasn't no like, even back in our day, man, when you had a Trish Stratus and Sable, they was
I remember
different
Sable
body
and Trish
types and
Stratus.
shit. You know what I mean? You didn't have a cookie cutter machine of all these anorexic, bulimic 1990 white bitches that was killing themselves or Phil Donahue and shit because they was throwing up food and shit. You know, trying to look like a fucking Beagle Boys jeans model. Yeah, man. But
yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's New Jack. That's dead.
New Jack.
Yeah. Rest in peace. Yeah, he was 58. He's about to be before his birthday, like 60 something. But yeah, that's the cocaine and the heart attack. He always had heart issues, but yeah, man.
Pro wrestler Jerome. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Jerome Young. Yeah, he wasn't playing. I might add this some to it. Hold on. Might keep that. Cause I like look at this shit like
Pro
this.
wrestler. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Pro wrestlers.
It's 58, 58, 58. Jerome on Tracing Board, Solomon Stipple, Freemasonry. I can't pronounce the Aura, Secret Society 58. All of us 58.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna go boom. Yeah.
Yeah, keep that.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You got yo, is yo, I don't know, man. It's just there's a lot of things like you know how you watch things when you were younger, man. It was a pastime. You get older, and then it's like,
Yeah.
I can't watch this shit. I can't watch this shit. Yeah, I can't watch it. Like, you know what I mean? But I know who, like, it's a good crowd. I think what killed me with wrestling was like when the Attitude Era was over with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what killed it. I tried
That's
to
what
hang
killed it.
around a little bit,
Yeah,
man.
try
But
to hang
when
around the Attitude Era. Yeah, it killed
when
it.
Shane McMahon brought WCW, that was kind of like, yo, when Sting didn't come, bro, I was done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, because I used to watch both, man. I used to watch, wrestling. If wrestling was on, man, I'm watching it. Like, I was more of a WCW NWA guy. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Because I knew that overall they had the better quality wrestlers. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it was because you had your technical, you had your shit, and then for the bigger wrestlers or the heavyweight guys, that's when your theatrics came in. You know what I mean? That's where your Ric Flairs and your Stings and yeah, you know what I mean?
Warriors and all that.
Yeah, your Ultimate Warriors. You knew
Savages.
because they can't. You know what I mean? That's why I used to that's why I love Bret Hart because he used to have to wrestle all of these big ass strong motherfuckers, right? So he had to
and
use
that's
his
the mission move, the
skill.
sharpshooter. Oh yeah, him and his brother. Yeah, technical wrestler.
Yeah,
I always like the technical wrestlers. They're different. This is why I like the Hart Foundation. I like several of them. The ones I like now, Edge was my favorite. But remember Gangrel when they had the Brood?
Yeah, Gangrel,
that was the best. That was the best stable right there. Gangrel was okay, but I always like Edge better than them three. Christian is just overrated because I realized he was a shit single wrestler. He was a good European champion, but once he got that world title, he let that shit go to his head. Dude, you ain't all that. You just fought guys that wasn't your speed. You know, you was a cruiserweight. Like, come on.
Well, he had to fight. Well, he had to fight the guys because remember that's when Edge got hurt, like his neck.
Yeah,
like his neck got fucked up. Like, so he had to fill in the space until he could find somebody else. And like my dude, like when they had I think they was trying to bring in Raven and shit, man.
Oh
like,
yeah, Raven was something else. Yeah, I always like Raven.
Terry Saturn, like
Terry Saturn.
Yeah, Terry Saturn.
Man, yeah,
like, he was a technical, but he was like my dude was like, yo, this tag team was vicious. It was Terry Saturn and Dean Malenko.
Oh, Dean Malenko.
Them motherfuckers was savage. Yep. I'm talking about
yeah.
Him,
Radicals with Benoit on it. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. You know what Dean Malenko tried to tell New Jack when he said wherever you do, he talked about the story with Vince McMahon in the training in 04, like trying to try out. He said, wherever you do, just don't talk to Vince. And then New Jack said, why? He said, why? He said, just don't do it. He told that story in the shoot and I started busting out laughing. I said, yeah, that sounds like Dean Malenko, typical ass Dean Malenko.
Yeah, because Dean Malenko didn't do a lot of talking, but
no, he was quiet.
But the thing about Dean Malenko, he knew New Jack, so you know, I mean, he was actually looking out for him. He's like, look, just don't talk to Vince. You straight
because he know how New Jack is so surreal. You can't control the nigga. You know that nigga's insane. You know, but Vince was trying to make him what Farouk was took his spot and tried to be like New Jack. It didn't work because the fans didn't fuck with Farouk long term. It's because the New Jack was he was still alive. You know, think about it. He was that nigga. But when The Rock came, they kind of have a balance. It was confused. I said, man, I still love New Jack. Everybody wanted to come to the big dance where Vince was. He wasn't gonna sell out like that. You know, I'm just sorry, man.
Yeah, I'm like
Yeah.
some people don't. Yeah, some people don't need to be in certain spaces, man. Like, and it's good. Like, it's like one of them things is like this, right? Like a lot of times, like the whole thing with Farouk, right? With the whole nation thing, right? Ron
Nation of
Simmons even
domination.
said it. Yeah, he said it. He didn't want to do it.
Yeah,
That was
He
the
didn't want to
Russo's
do it.
brothers idea. Yeah,
that
he didn't want to
blackity
do that.
black
Yeah,
shit.
he didn't want to do that
He didn't
because
want to do that.
because
The Rock did
remember,
the
like,
same thing.
huh?
The
What's
Rock
up?
did the exact same
Well,
thing. He didn't want to do it either.
no, yeah, none of them wanted to do it because they knew what it was about, right? What they was actually
Hey,
trying to do, it was the Russo brothers, right? Came up with that shit. So what actually happened was, like, Ron Simmons didn't want to do that shit because, for the simple fact of the matter is everybody would have been put in this trope, and they already knew the Russo brothers was working with the clique. Remember, this was D-Generation X. So,
Degeneration X.
and remember,
Yeah,
they ran shit. They, you know what I
yeah.
mean? This is after the
So the
school
Russo
drop.
brothers, I tell people all the time, they stole that from Jim Cornette when Smoky
Yep.
Mountain. If you go back to 1994, like I said, New Jack broke
Jim
it
Cornette
down.
hate the Russo
Yeah,
brothers. He hate their
yes.
ass.
You hate them. They
Woo!
stole everything from Cornette. See, Cornette with the Smoky Mountain with the gangsters. That's the gangsters in back in 94. That
Yeah.
Nation of Domination was a ripoff of the gangsters in 94. People don't know that in the Smoky Mountain before New Jack
Yeah,
came to
that's what New Jack
ECW.
was
And
talking
he
about.
said, yeah, that's
Yeah.
where it came from. And Vince knew that because
And
they wanted New Jack to be in that spot, quiet as it's kept. New Jack did not flip in 04. And it brings back
But
to my point.
but
The reason New Jack didn't make the tryout or he didn't participate, well, Vince didn't want him anyway, but see, Vince couldn't control him. For number one,
yeah,
he was trying to make him something that he ain't, like what you do to wrestlers that were already good in other places. That's what Vince trying to do. He was Hollywood in a way in wrestling. He was
Yeah.
trying to make him so finesse to the point as a technical wrestler. Yeah, New Jack had a little technical wrestler skills. He said, I can prove I can wrestle a little bit. He was trained by the Rock and Roll Express, but the thing was, New Jack did not want to do that. He just want to fuck shit up. Said fuck it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that's
Yeah,
That's
right.
the thing.
and everybody, you know what I mean. But that's what I'm saying is the reason why Ron Simmons and The Rock and all of them didn't want to do it is because you got to remember around that time frame, the Million Man March just happened.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right.
that
the
too.
main
And
man
then,
march.
and if you got
Yes,
these
sir.
niggas running around, right, doing that shit, then it puts a bad, because remember, Nation of Domination, Nation of Islam, they didn't want to do
Nation
it.
of Islam.
And and
I love the
all
Nation
of
of
them,
Islam.
but all of them, brother. But see, what was going to happen is, think about it like this, right? They get up there, they do that the Nation of Domination, right? Who was
Mhm.
the champion? I think it was Shawn Michaels at the time, right?
Yeah.
So you got these white boys, right? The Generation X, right? So you got the Generation X. Now, the Nation of Domination, basically, the civil rights shit is from what? Generation X is the new generation after the boomers, right? The civil rights shit is in the boomer shit. These are white boys. They ain't no niggas in the Generation X. Everybody know this. So all of the black people that's in that shit is like over here, and they running around doing this shit, running around with this radicalized nigga shit. It ain't no Martin Luther King, nothing like this. This motherfucker, white America was already scared of a million black niggas showing up in Washington, D.C. on command, wearing suits and being fucking, you know what I mean, being fucking, nationalized or whatever, right? So now you got this shit on television in your trope, right? Then you got Ron Simmons up there, right? Then you're going to have these niggas going after for the title. Of course, whoever gets the championship is the fan favorite. Now, Generation X, instead of being rebels to the cause, they become fan favorites because these niggas is on the onset, right? And then we all know what the Russos do when you have a group. That always have to be a defector in the group. And what did they do? They took the lightest nigga that wasn't fully black, which was The Rock, and caused everybody to turn on each other.
Yeah, that happens. And they did that. And Rock, that's how he became that singles guy. And they did that. He was a good heel. He was a good bad guy, but he wasn't a true, I hate to say it, he wasn't a true villain.
Yeah,
He
and
had
that,
in him.
and that
He was
wasn't
too
even.
soft and finesse. And I'll tell you what, Quaz is good. His villain days as a Nation of Domination, Quaz, he didn't want to do that. I think he said in several interviews, but it wasn't in him. Everybody else was with it. But when he left, that's when the acolytes and Bradshaw was already rich. Joined together. So, he formatted that group. That he actually led that group besides
Booker
Farouk.
T actually a lot of to be honest with you, Booker T,
Harlem Heat.
Yeah, Booker T. He took over the thing, the villain shit that the Rock didn't. The Rock couldn't.
That's
pull
why I
off,
like Booker
right?
T. Yeah,
Yeah,
Booker T and
did the
Stevie
heavy
Ray.
lifting.
Yeah, he did the heavy lifting. See,
Yeah,
the Rock
so-
couldn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that, and it was because people keep forgetting when the Rock came in, he wasn't trying to come in. See, okay, so the Rock and his dad wasn't cool, right? Like that was his dad. He loved his dad. He respected his dad, but his dad, like the Rock, was closer to Teddy Atlas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Teddy Atlas. He
so when
idolized Teddy Atlas. You know why? His
Yeah.
dad was straight.
His
The
dad
problem
was
with his dad, his style of wrestling was cool, but he was too finesse for Rock's taste. But when he got older, Teddy taught him everything, showed him the business and things like that. I mean, his dad did that, put Teddy in front of him in training. He learned all that stuff. Now he held it down when he was in football, but they knew he was going to wrestle. Vince knew because the bias of Teddy Atlas, Rocky Johnson, that fucking tag team when they won those championships. His grandfather on his mom's side. It's just like the Ordens. He's no different. He's just a lighter version of the Ordens of that family.
And the thing is when he came in, when he came in, they told him when he came in, people didn't like him because when he came in, remember he was Rocky Maivia.
Yeah, Rocky Maivia.
Yeah, so he came in on the Samoan side of the game, right?
That's why I didn't like him at first.
Because you already had, because you got to think about it, like him and Mark Henry came in at the same time. So you can't have two niggas coming in at the same time.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was. So he came in on the Samoan side of the game, and he had the whole tribal shit. Motherfuckers didn't like him because he was too much of a baby face. He was smiling too fucking much. They hated him, right?
Yeah.
So then, because what's the name gave it to him? Who was it? Old dude, Jim Ross.
Yeah,
Jim Ross. Yeah, Jim Ross told him change his shit to The Rock, right? You know what I mean? Rocky Johnson, like after his pops. He didn't want to do that shit.
He didn't want to do that Rocky Johnson shit. They just said The Rock. Now, The Rock made more sense. I like The Rock more than I did Rocky Maivia. Rocky Maivia was his granddaddy shit. His granddad was cool as a wrestler. But when I saw those films, it was trash. Quasi skip. I mean, there's some more wrestlers that were better than him. He just didn't, he was a good champ, but it wasn't impressive. You'll be so disgusted. You'd be like, no. But his dad, the Wales, the new Wales, England, yeah, he's the truth. Teddy Atlas. Was it Teddy or Tony? I think is one of his names, but
it's Tony.
It's Tony Atlas. My fault. Yeah, Tony Atlas. Tony Atlas was like a beast. And I saw some of his footage years ago. That dude was beastly, man. All he did was he threw people around. Rock learned a lot of his technique from him too. That's why he didn't care for his dad as much, and he learned from other wrestlers. And then Rock got so good later on. Outside, he left the Miami football team. So you remember the Ray Lewis days. Rock was something else. And
Rock was remember they had that brawl and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Rock was the one punching the nigga in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, he was big then. Like he was
huge.
Lineman. He was a defensive lineman. Like people, like he was huge. Nigga was like 280.
Clotheslining motherfuckers. Yeah. This is when they changed the rules later on. See, he came in there when niggas got clothesline.
Yeah. So he would because everybody shoots on this shit that happened with The Rock. Like, they talk about it. Like more people, even Stone Cold talks about it. Everybody talks about it. The Rock don't really talk about it, right? So he said when they changed it up, The Rock didn't want to do that shit. Ron Simmons had to actually break it down to him and pull him to the side. Like, you got to do this shit, right? So The Rock was like, nah, because, see, the thing about The Rock that a lot of people don't understand about him
is he was very conscious of like perception and effects that it did to the viewers, right?
Facts. He
How
knew. Yeah,
how
he
it
was
made
smart.
white people
Yeah.
look at black folk and all this other shit, right? He
He's
ain't want
very
no
well. His
part of that
dad,
shit.
yeah, his dad taught him that. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
Tony Atlas taught him
Atlas.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, taught him that. He had a team in his corner, but people don't know
I
that's
think the
because the
junkyard.
bias of his. Yeah, it was younger. It was a combination of that, but it was actually Tony and his father taught him that. And the problem was the bias of his granddad.
Yeah,
His granddad was but his dad and Tony was they was teaching him the actual game about professional wrestling and proper.
yeah,
And certain white people told him,
yeah,
he's very conscientious
yeah.
about
He said the
fans.
Undertaker.
And
Yeah,
Undertaker helped him. Undertaker actually taught him how to be a better heel at first, and then he ended up becoming a fan favorite anyway because people love him anyway. The fans are fickle. That's why you can't trust the fans. Like I said on YouTube, I told Kuda this one time. People in the chat are fucking fickle. See, trolls, you gotta study trolls. Now, real trolls, they don't dox people. They just do what I do. They take people's names and disrespect and just throw it right back at them. Now, these Trojan savages, what we see, what they did to Officer Faulkner, those are terrorists. Those are insurgent terrorists. That's all they are. And then you told on yourself and say, I work for the government. I'm like, nigga, that's a L. Quiet as a I don't know why these niggas don't understand. I'm glad I didn't type in that chat either. I didn't want to support that shit. And I'll tell you why I didn't want to, because a lot of niggas I knew that was in that chat, they was egging them on. Well, he done doxed all your asses too. With some type of
he got your information because you cash apping him.
Yeah.
Like,
See, I never cash apped him. I never cashed him. So he ain't got my information. He said, I don't know who this guy's. Well, you ain't in my channel box. Think about it. You're not in my live stream. Think about it. See, trolls know when you cash app. See, it's not about what you type in the chat. It's the money.
The money.
If you put the cash app or information, that's how they get you. See, email, that's nothing. That's nothing. They can get it, but they don't know your real name. You can change your name and have that little error face like they have in Watch Dogs. You can have equipment like that, but an actual cash app or a bank statement, it's done. They got you.
Because your cash app is verified through.
And they got your social security down. Yeah, Trey. Yeah.
I mean, and that's what I mean is, here's the funny thing about that, right? I was listening. Somebody said something. When I was watching I was listening to one of these wrestlers shoot, right? I forgot who it was.
Is it finally here?
Degenerate. Yeah, he said he finally showed up. So what I did was I was listening to one and they was talking about, like, remember, after they got kicked Farouk out of the Nation of Domination, right?
Right.
Because they already had him, because they was already working on building up the Undertaker thing. So Farouk, Ron Simmons was gonna give over the Nation to Rock, right? So they already worked that out, right? Because he was the old thing, he was the young lion, and then he can go over there and be with Bradshaw and do that shit. Because Farouk wasn't trying to do all that extra crazy shit. He had won his championship. He trying to get the retirement. You know what I mean? Get the pension roll out, right? So The Rock was actually, what people don't know is the Russos was trying to build a Louis Farrakhan-esque type character. He's supposed to start coming to the ring with suits on, and them niggas had bow ties on and shit like that, and like kind of dress them up with suspenders and shit like that, right? So The Rock was supposed to do that. Remember when The Rock starts showing up with them goddamn Louis Vuitton shirts or whatever, the silk shirts from Florida, but he had the dress shoes with the gators and shit.
And shit. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, if you remember this shit, right? You notice how The Rock started systematically separating himself to the point where you forgot that he was black.
Yeah, most people didn't look at him as black. Now, I looked at him as a black man, a Quiet as Kept, because in the South, whatever, he had his black fans. He was okay, but Quiet as Kept, the average fan, if he was on some coon shit or if he's a white person I went to school with, they didn't see him as black. They see him as a mixed guy or Samoan, which is technically he is mixed. It don't fucking matter.
Yeah.
But
Versace, it was a Versace.
Yeah,
the
Versace. But they looked at him as a Samoan, Quiet as Kept. And he even tells on himself anyway. Yeah, that's that mixed side coming out.
what the thing is that he did that on purpose, and Mark Henry said it, and the rest of the wrestlers shoot on it said it. He knew what the Russos was doing, so he didn't want that trope to be pushed on black folk. So what he did was he said, "Well, you're not going to use me as this trope for black folk. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something that." So what he did was he took. So The Rock literally did this. He started acting like Elvis, right? With that look, the eyebrow thing, right?
Yeah, he did
said,
that.
So he started doing the Elvis thing, but it was actually a homage to actual was the early James Brown and old dude fucking Little Richard.
Little Richard. He did the James Brown, Little Richard, and he did the Elvis. That was his moniker. Yeah. Before he came in, his hair was like a Samoan with a curly hair top. I remember. He didn't do the eyebrow. He always did. I hate to say this. In college, he didn't do that. When he was a heel, he actually did the eyebrow. I think he wanted to do that. He was just joking around in the locker room doing that. They say he was doing that prior to that. But when he did it, and he finally showed his true characters come out. Oh, when he did the eyebrow, that was a signature. They did put T-shirts on it. He killed that shit.
And then when he did the whole,
he killed it.
Yeah,
give him the
whole Brahma bullshit. And
Brahma bullshit. He's talking Brahma bull. That's because he's a Taurus. His birthday's in May, so his we got the same birthday. Quasi Skip. We got the same birthday.
So what he started
I'm a
doing.
Leo.
Yeah. So what he started doing, literally, if you think about it, right? Instead of them trying to do that, to like use him as this trope to go at the nation and basically fuck up pro-blackness and shit like that and all the sexual shit.
I respect him for that.
I was like, yo, I give you that.
The reason why I like The Rock so much, even though we had the same birthday, so funny about us born on that lucky number. We don't give two shits. We play the balance game. Like we don't give a fuck what you say about us. That's why I laugh at little TP. I say, you odd number niggas is funny. I mean, third is cold. In the chat and everybody else, but me, I just wait till you hang yourself and then slip in the darkness. You up out of there.
Third be having me cracking up, man.
Yeah, Third's funny. He's hilarious.
Funny as hell,
Gino's funny with his other tropes too. But me, I just go in there and just say one word and just dip. I'm like, all right. And he say, I can't believe this nigga said that.
Yo, I got a question for you, man. What do y'all think of this nigga? This self-defense nigga.
Who?
You know the one that be doing them self-defense thing like on YouTube, telling you to like knock a nigga gut away. You know who I'm talking about. He be on Instagram sometimes.
Yeah. He's funny.
He's like, you know what I mean? Like everybody like this nigga gonna get you killed.
Yeah, he's gonna get you killed. Hell yeah. I mean, Ronan, when he talked about that 2 days ago with the martial arts, oh my God. Yeah. Make him shit on himself. Yeah, nobody's not gonna do that. That's some weak nigga that was big. He said that. I saw the replay of that stream. I died, man.
Did you see this? This is a Willie D from the Ghetto Boys. I watched this the other day. He said some of y'all owe the self-defense trainer an apology. Man gets his pistol taken and the clip emptied on him.
Oh shit.
I guess.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go on mute. Hold on.
Yeah.
Wow. So they wanted to build the Louis Farrakhan persona.
Yeah. That's what they was going to do with The Rock. Like, because remember when they flipped it over, right? Like Rock took over and Farouk got pushed out. And then Farouk was getting jumped. And then they literally, that time when they pushed him out. And then I think The Rock was the Intercontinental champion at the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Then what happened was they wanted them to come to the ring wearing like, just like the bow ties and the suits and shit. And The Rock was going to be the leader and shit. And he was going to be on this whole, the white man is the devil and all this other stuff. And then that would have made them automatic heels because they was already booing the nation. Remember, they was like praising DX, right? So basically you starting this little mini race war in the WWE and shit. You know what I mean? And and you notice as soon as Farouk got pushed out like that, the Nation of Domination basically dissolved because The Rock just went on his own shit. He started doing the eyebrow thing. He started doing all the other shit. He started coming out and cutting his own promos by himself.
Wow.
Yeah,
In
because
the
he
Raw,
wasn't trying to do that. He wasn't. Yeah, that was the whole plan by the Russos. Because when they write a storyline in a script, it's approved by Vince, but the wrestlers know how it's going to go and end. Sometimes it changes from week to week, but
That's
they
some
know what it's
crazy
going
ass
to happen.
shit, Dre. I put it in
yeah.
the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Willie
Yeah,
D
I don't
ain't
even
shit.
watch.
Boy. Willie D ain't
I don't even
shit.
watch you like that, but he is hilarious though. Don't get me wrong.
He is,
Yeah, I'm gonna get him.
yeah, he be
Yeah,
telling you what the fuck, man. He was telling
yeah,
you.
he be
The
telling you the truth.
the
Oh,
Raw,
by the way, I saw. Go ahead, go team. My fault. Go ahead.
well, Lewis said The Rock replaced Ahmed Johnson. Already know
Ahmed
because
Johnson. Oh, I remember him. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
he was wild,
because
man. I always like Ahmed. Yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. No,
because
yeah.
um what happened was when Ahmed Johnson joined the nation, this is before my 8th birthday.
yeah.
He only stayed with the nation for like a few weeks and he got injured.
Yeah.
And I heard an interview from Godfather that about Ahmed Johnson, that he had tried to help Ahmed Johnson, but he didn't want their help. And the reason why they want him out the nation because he wouldn't fit in. And it's kind of funny because he can't fit in and he's black like y'all. Like that's a
Well,
sign of colorism.
no. What it was is this was the thing, right? Ahmed Johnson and Lewis is right. Ahmed couldn't wrestle. What Ahmed Johnson was there for
Oh,
was actually to beat up Van Vader. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you what happened, right? So remember,
okay.
remember when Ahmed Johnson came around, right? Because Lex Luger did the whole slam that was around the world.
What's
You know what I mean? When he
respect to
slammed
you, information man.
Yokozuna, right? You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean on
remember
that
that.
thing. But Yokozuna helped fucking Lex Luger slam him, right?
Yeah.
Ahmed Johnson
Yeah.
didn't need no help when he slammed him. He power slammed him during a wrestling match. It wasn't no like standing from whatever.
Yeah, he had a
right?
signature move called the Power
The
River
Pearl River
Plunge.
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 Yeah, the
Yeah.
Pearl
Yeah,
River
but and he
plunge.
did a spine buster on them
Yeah,
cats.
yeah, yeah.
He did.
But it was called
Spine
the
But
buster.
he had a move called the Power River Plunge. I know what it
Pearl
was.
River plunge.
It was a unique
Oh,
slam
you
or
mean the
move.
Tiger Bomb?
Yeah.
Tiger Driver?
Yeah.
It was something. Yeah, it was something.
It's something like that, but
In
he called it the
Japan, they
Power
call it
River
Tiger
Plunge.
Driver. They
Yeah.
call it
Yeah.
Tiger Driver.
So
It's a
with
Tiger
the
Driver. Yeah. That was a vicious move. I was like, God damn. That
so
nigga
the
was,
problem
woo.
is that Van Vader was always hurting motherfuckers, especially like
Yeah.
the minority wrestlers when he would wrestle them, right? So
Mhm.
so everybody knew Van Vader was racist, right? So what the Russos was trying to do was bring back that. Remember, Ron Simmons won his title in WCW or NWA or whatever from Vader, and then Vader went to the WWE or the WWF because he was pissed, right? So the Russos was trying to get that going again, right? And they had this whole thing with Van Vader, the big ass fucking redneck white dude is just hurting niggas. That's what they was basically running. That's what they was basically writing, right?
And
So what happened was Jim Ross, right? Jim Ross, remember he comes from the school with Bobby Heenan and old dude over there, Harley Race, right? Because Harley Race
Yeah, I remember
used to be Vader's manager, right? He used to be his manager. He wanted to taught Ric Flair and all that, right? But the problem is Harley Race wasn't racist, right?
Yeah.
And he already knew Vader had a problem, and Harley Race is the one. They kind of did the screw job on Vader because they let Vader think that he was going to win, so Vader wouldn't hurt Ron Simmons during the match, right? And then the ref, you know what I mean, and then you know what I mean. So they kind of did the screw job to Vader, right? Because you know who's going to win or lose. So anyway, and Vader contract was up anyway, so just like the Bret Hart shit. So what happened was
Montreal screw job. Yeah, I remember.
So Vader heard what was going to happen, right? He was ready to do it, right? but then I think somebody said the Undertaker heard him say he was, when he finally get his hand on Ron, he gonna put him out of wrestling. So then you see Ahmed Johnson popping up. Ahmed Johnson popping up, and then him and Vader go at it, and he actually hurt Vader. Like when he Pearl River plunged him, he fucked his ass up on the steel steps, and then you didn't see Vader no more. Vader was out of wrestling.
He was
That's
out
all.
of wrestling.
Yeah. So the reason Ahmed was only there really to get Vader out of wrestling, and for Vince to basically say there ain't gonna be no more open racism in wrestling. Period. That was just that was. And he wasn't supposed to stay around anyway. He was just a hired hitman, basically. That's
he was a hired hitman. But see, Ahmed Johnson, he wasn't gonna stay that long anyway. He was that, and he had decent skills. But what hurt him was he just didn't last long. It's just like the Steve Blackman shit, you know, with the martial arts we talked about earlier. It's a certain style you just can't fit in. Yeah.
They got like personality. You need personality to last in the wrestling business. Think about this. You remember Kane, the guy that used to play many.
Talking about Glenn Jacobs, yeah.
When he first played, I forgot what the first wrestling act he played, but the one I remember was when he played the dentist.
And then I remember the dentist.
And there was an interview done with the Undertaker, and guy told him personally that he taught the Undertaker, said, "Listen, you need an actual character for you to even stay long in this business." So lo and behold, he took the route of the supernatural route in late '96, going on 1997 when they were
Isaac Yankee.
But I'll tell you the history about that. New Jack broke it down. That came from Kevin Nash. When Kevin and Scott Hall went to WCW, here's the thing, and they got pissed at Vince. This is about money. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm gonna break it down to you.
Yeah, for money.
It's just money, but here's the thing. They was begging Vince for more money, right? Kevin and Razor Ramon, known as Scott Hall, they said, "Fuck you, Vince. We're gonna go to WCW." He said, "Fine, I'm gonna replace you." And this is what Vince does. I'll get somebody you can dress you up the same shit. And he said this in the interview. You can go research New Jack saying this.
I saw the
the whole thing. But I'm breaking down how Kane came about. Okay. Glenn Jacobs replaced Kevin Nash. And the reason he did that, dress him up like that, he said, I can get anybody else. Vince was trying to make an example out of their ass. And what he did was he said, come here, Glenn, put the fucking clothes on and the mask. That's where you get Kane come in. And the reason he did that is because of Kevin Nash went sideways at Vince. Vince said, okay, fine, go ahead. And you know what he did? He found a guy, like you said, Glenn Jacobs. And the reason he did that because
was in the WWE, they took a seat so we could think what we could do with you. You get me?
Yeah, and it was that.
And like you understand, well, Undertaker, because he's already in the supernatural route.
Yeah. Undertaker, he was already built up. That was Mark.
Undertaker was already built up.
He's already built up. We're talking about Kane here now. Glenn Jacobs. You got to understand that came from Kevin Nash. When Kevin Nash wanted more money and Razor Ramon and Scott Hall, they wanted to go to WCW. Here's the thing, Vince wasn't paying, right? Yeah, so they left. Vince didn't care. You know what Vince did? Like you said, Chaos, he grabbed Glenn Jacobs. It was more than that. He talked to him. And see, New Jack broke it down, right? See, he studied the WWE shit because a lot of motherfuckers read scripts. He don't. He's just a natural with it, right? And what it come to find out why Glenn Jacobs wore that mask, that was to show you, Vince, to show you, I can get another wrestler too to replace your ass. And he used what? He used Glenn Jacobs. He put that fucking mask, pretended that fake sibling shit with Undertaker, right?
Worked. Wonderful.
And it worked. And you know what the fans did? At first they didn't like Kane, but over time he aged well. And the sad part about it, you know, he lasted for some years and things like that. And after that, he just disappeared and all that shit. Yeah. But Undertaker still lasts
because he was running because he was running for mayor.
Yeah, that too, the politics. Yeah. But I'm just saying Undertaker lasts on, the reason being because he's been around a long time. Paramount.
He finally retired. He finally
retired, but you know, he lasted a long time. I'm just saying,
and he was
one of my favorites. But Chaos, you're right. That it's just one of those business, man. Yeah. Like, hey, you got to make it.
No, I will say this. Vince was right up until the NWO.
Yeah.
He was right up
Until the
until that
NWO.
part.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I was saying once they had NWO, he didn't care, but he had to use that excuse to get Kane around that time.
Yeah.
But he was still right long term. Now, short term, he wasn't right. Long term, he was right. I'll tell you why. Because Kane and Undertaker last on NWO was straight. In WCW, what hurt WCW, they didn't maintain it. But when Vince started using the NWO shit and engulfed that shit, it helped him. He actually took the W. It really he didn't took no L. He said, "All right, I'm Vince." But when he wanted to participate in that shit, he did it better than Eric Bischoff. Eric Bischoff fucked up and said, "Damn, motherfucker, he
problem,
just got you."
Well, the problem was, and everybody even said it. Even Kevin Nash said
And
it.
remember, Eric Bischoff was done by WCW.
Yeah.
Turn around before the last 10 years. And he had the money to, but it was already sold.
It was. But the problem, here was the problem. Here was the bigger problem. There was like 3 problems. Everybody even said it. All of them said it, right? Booker T even said it. Kevin Nash said it. Kevin Nash said the prisoners was running the insane asylum.
Yeah.
They had too much power. And what it was is they had too much power, but here was the problem was, right? Because remember, he was a part of the clique. That was the clique was the Generation X. It was Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, X-Pac. It was fucking Triple H, Shawn
They
Michaels.
called him 6 at one time, and then became X-Pac.
You know what I'm saying?
6.
Yeah. So and it was old dude, the Road Dogg, and Mr. Ass.
Which
right?
was Jesse James before he changed to Road Dogg.
So they had too much. Yeah. They had too much control with the Russos, right? So, and then remember Ted, Tom Warner or the guy that owned the TNT thing, right? They just got that NBA contract when they was doing NBA on TNT, right? So that paid them more. So the wrestling wasn't really, and they had all the other shit that was going on the cable network. But if you think about it, they didn't really care because it was just running itself. Like it was just a machine that was running itself. It wasn't like with Vince. And see, sometimes we talk about like New Jack, right? Talk about can't be controlled. That's cool when you got one motherfucker like that. But when you got Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, all these motherfuckers got this over here. Then you got the original WCW people where you got Sting, you got Booker T, you got Ric Flair, you got all of this. That's cool when you're looking at it as a person. But the problem is that you still got Kevin Nash pissed off about his Vinny Vegas thing and how Ted Turner. There you go. Ted Turner,
yeah.
You understand? So when you sit up there and do all of that, right? When you do all of that, and we know Kevin Nash is petty. He'll tell you he petty, right?
Oh, he's super petty.
And then and then you got all of this. Then you got Diamond Dallas Page. You got fucking Booker T. You got like all of this other stuff. You got the Steiners because people don't realize is that a lot of those guys, those top guys in WCW, they got paid, but they had stake in the company.
Yeah.
So they had stocks and shares in the company. So they was a part of the board of directors.
That is a problem.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's a big problem. You know that you pay have stock ownership in the company.
Well, you gotta understand the Steiner brothers, they were like the top, but Scott was the best.
Like
I mean, but his brother Rick was good too as a tag team. But you gotta remember they came from the WWF day / WWE, and I forgot I liked them as a tag team, Dre. Like they're better than the Road Warriors. The way Scott did it, the way he used power jars and those suplex before he got bigger. This dude was a beast. He knew how to wrestle technically and amateur wrestle like Kurt Angle. And he was a big replacement of Kurt Angle later on in the years because Vince wanted someone like that as Olympic gold medals. I said, man, something else.
He was, but I will say this, like, because I remember before Scott came back with the Big Papa Pump thing or whatever, right? And people don't know the reason why he came back like that because he had to get steroid shots in his back. Scott Steiner. Right? Before that, Scott Steiner, he was big, but he wasn't like that because
he wasn't always big. He was built right, but when he got extra big,
because his back, his Like he was in the gym working
See
out
him
on his
now?
recovery. Huh? But,
You see
yeah,
him
he
now?
got, he got that.
Now
He got
he's
that
kind of
shit.
he trimmed
He
he
like a
trimmed down
Pokemon,
now.
dude.
Yeah,
Look at
well, he
Pokemon.
had to, but the problem is that like everybody looking at his chest, but Kofi Kingston got the same problem. It's a deformation. It's not like, you know what I mean? That's some shit where it's just some shit that
You
just
sure it's
happened over
Kofi or you
time.
talking about Biggie?
Both of them. Scott Steiner got the same shit. Like if you
Scott
look at his
Steiner had the
pec pull
same
on one
shit.
side,
Yeah,
yeah, he's got
one
the same
side.
shit
Yeah,
that
he's
Kofi
got the
Kingston
same
got.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Well,
Like
you know,
you know what I
Kofi
mean?
Kingston is a skinny dude. You talking about Biggie, right?
Yeah. But I'm talking about
Yeah.
his chest, the deformation in his chest. Everybody
The
thought
formation chase.
that
Yeah.
deformation
Yeah,
of
I
Scott
saw
Steiner's
that
chest.
with Kofi.
Yeah, everybody thought that the formation of Scott Steiner's chest was because of steroid use. No, it's just the thing that happens because Kofi Kingston got the same problem.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
facts.
yeah. It's just because remember Kofi got hurt, and then Kofi was gone, and then he came back, and then he used to wear shirts and shit, and then he had his shit off, and you would see that shit happening. Actually, the other dude got that. Izzy Azalea had that shit happen to him.
True.
You know what I mean? In the UFC and shit, the style bending. He got it fixed though. He went and got like the surgery to kind of push it back together and shit like that. But
Yeah.
it does happen over time when you overwork one muscle or one side of your body and your pec, and you pulling your pec too much or some shit like that.
Yeah, because
Especially
to balance
yeah,
somebody.
and the way you know it is when Scott used to do those Frankensteiners, but he wouldn't go all the way through like Rey Mysterio would do. He would go, he would land on one side. It would be a roll on one side of his body.
Yeah, he
Kofi would do the
one
same
side.
shit with that Frankenstein.
Yeah.
He would land on
Frankensteiner.
one side of his body, and you would see that pec pull because it's like it's like a quick contraction. It's a quick extension. Yeah, like
But when he was younger, he did it effortlessly, like the way he did as a tag team, and he did it with just up in the air, middle of the ring. And people don't know he was most athletic than his brother. His brother was just sloppy and out of shape and all that. But the
his brother
other
was
brother
always drunk. His brother was always, to be honest,
that's what
with
held
you,
him back. But when he became a singles wrestler in WCW and left the Steiner brothers, he was barbaric with his arms, the way he threw you around the ring. It was him, it was Ric Flair and him in WCW and Sting and other wrestlers I like. And I cannot stand Hogan. I'm sorry. He's
you know what?
me.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was never a Hulk Hogan guy.
Me neither.
I can't stand him. Like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I lost respect with the dude.
With Hulk Hogan, not even before that shit that came out about him being, I didn't give a fuck about that shit. But
I didn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, I didn't care
I
about
didn't
that
care
shit.
about that. I didn't care about that. Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like my thing is this. Like my thing is this with Hulk Hogan is it was like, all right. Remember when him and Macho Man Randy Savage was going at it?
Yeah.
Right? I was always rooting for Macho Man. Like I always rooted for Macho Man, man. He had the bitch, nigga. He had the swag, nigga. He came out there with the shit on. Like, yo, Macho Man was the Ric Flair of the WWF. That's who Macho Man was. And they would always give it to this bitch ass motherfucker, man. I was like, man, I can't stand this nigga hair missing, nigga. Yo, Macho Man diving across the ring. Like, yo, the only person I used to look, Macho Man, Jimmy Fly, Superfly Snooker, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, like who was the other dude? Coco Beware. They did my man all kind of dirty, right? He was nice too, right? Yeah. The problem is Vince like them super brolic steroid ass muscle bound motherfuckers, man. And he would always give the technical wrestlers shit. He would always give them.
He did it on purpose.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what? When Ultimate Warrior whole coked up, roided ass ran to the ring and picked that nigga, I was happy. I was cheering.
I like Ultimate Warrior too. That's why I like him and Sting when they was a tag team. Oh my god, see, people don't understand. Both of them, they lift weights, but him and Sting as a tag team. Oh man, with the face paint. Woo, back in the day, I'm talking about the original Sting with the red, white, and blue before he went to the black and white. Now Sting has still got it, but Sting. One thing about his experience in the shoots, he'll tell you, I fought everybody in that ring. He didn't even care. It was him and Undertaker when they had their characters. That was wrestling to me in a kid way, in a teenage way. That was wrestling to me in style. If you want to talk about choreograph mixed with technical wrestling, them two right there, yeah.
Did he wrestle the Undertaker?
No,
One time
he did.
I don't think he. I think in training, yes,
Rhodes.
but not
By
in.
Rollins.
But not in.
He got injured by Rollins. They were going to let it happen, but he got injured by Rollins.
Yeah, he got injured. Yeah, they were supposed to wrestle, but in training, they did train against each other. He told stories about Undertaker, and that's a dream match.
Undertaker even said it before he retired. He was, you know what? He was actually he said
he regret not wrestling Sting. Yeah, well, that's a dream match.
But no, he said that like when Sting got injured by Seth Rollins.
Yep.
He went in the office, the Vince's office, because you know they say there's only certain people that can walk in the Vince McMahon office. Undertaker can walk in his office.
Of course.
Stone Cold can walk in his office.
The Rock.
He said the Rock can walk in there, but the Rock don't fuck with Vince. He don't fuck with him. He actually talks to Jim Ross, and Jim Ross relays the message to Vince. The Rock don't fuck with Vince like
that.
Damn.
That's not
he don't fuck
That's
with
true.
Vince like that.
Yeah, he don't fuck with Vince like that.
He don't fuck with and the reason why the Rock don't fuck with Vince is because soon as Jim Ross caught that like stroke and shit, Vince was trying to get rid of his ass. Right? And that's the reason why the Rock don't fuck with Vince. Like he used to, like, let's put it like this. A lot of this shit, like Shawn Michaels and them got blamed for trying to stop the Rock's rise, but he just had the crowd so much. But it was actually Vince McMahon didn't want the Rock to rise up like that. Like that's why the Rock, if you notice that time when the Rock was in the WWE, he was actually wrestling more than everybody else when you talk about your top wrestlers. Like he was doing Vince was trying to burn him out. Like that's what he was actually
trying to burn him out. He was trying to burn him out.
He was trying to burn him out.
Once you're able to get a certain notoriety with the crowd, it's very hard to burn extinguish that.
No. He was gonna get burned out. I'll tell you a secret. The Rock, when he came in, Vince wanted him as a villain. The problem with the Rock was they didn't want another Tony Atlas. They didn't want another Tony Atlas and his dad mix. He was like a combination of them two. And here's the thing, they didn't want him to dominate too much. The sad part, he's biased. Now, Steve Austin, he cares, but I don't think he wants to see Austin like that. That's why he got Triple H. Think about it.
He didn't want Steve Austin because and the thing is that The Rock was, okay, this was the thing about The Rock. And he did his on-screen persona or whatever or in the ring, right? But The Rock would never... everybody says it. He's like, look, you wrestle. He said the safest person to ever wrestle that carry you through a fucking match is Dwayne. Dwayne ain't gonna hurt you. Dwayne ain't gonna put you in a bad situation. He's gonna show up. He's like, even the old dude, the Giant, right? The Big Show, right?
Big Show, right? Big Show.
Because remember the Rock, remember the Big Show came over from WCW, right?
Yeah.
He said they had his big 7-foot ass on the plane, you know what I mean, like sitting, on the plane, but it was in the goddamn coach. He said, man, the Rock came from business class, like, man, you too big to be sitting. Man, go ahead and take my seat. And he switched seats with him. He said, he's like, you need something, he got you, right? So he had the locker room. Everybody knew what was going on. Vince had his favorites. The problem is that he was trying to run the Rock through. Now, remember when he finally got Brock, right? When he finally got Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Remember that wrestling match between The Rock and Brock, right?
That's classic to me.
2003?
Yeah, right.
So, I like both of them. That was a
But
classic.
did you see the afterwards? Did you see the after part of that, right? When The Rock got up and was like, man, he whipped my ass, yada, 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 right? And then, everybody laughed and he said, but listen, I got to go, y'all. I'm sorry. I love y'all. I'll be back, yada, 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 right? Then if you notice right after that, Brock Lesnar was talking about going to the UFC, right? Yeah. Okay. The reason why the Brock Lesnar went to the UFC is because The Rock told Brock You know what I'm saying? Don't trust Vince because
McMahon.
he's
He put a
going to
bug in his
try
ear.
to.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said he
That
going
was
to
in
try
that
to
was
push
in
up his
papers,
weight.
and when they found out, and like they
Mhm.
they didn't come out with it, but it was
Yeah.
several sources I found out when I got older. You know, when I was like
Mhm.
in my 20s, when I left that shit, and I realized what, and they'll start doing these damn shoots, right? And he even
Yeah.
said it. He put a bug in his ear, and Vince kind of not forgave The Rock about that. You know,
Nah.
Rock always. He couldn't stand Vince because of the history of the deaths, and there's a lot of reasons he
Yeah.
can't stand Vince. He ain't gonna tell you the real truth. He
How
has the
treated
most deaths.
Owens.
He has the most deaths in the company. And New Jack confirmed this, which is true because a lot
Yeah.
of wrestlers do die on the Vince with those drugs or a combination of bad training and things like that. That's why you don't see Test anymore. Remember Test, the big guy, the muscle
Yeah.
bound
Yeah.
dude?
Yeah,
Yeah, he died. He
Test got
died
committed
under
suicide.
Vince, man.
Got
Yeah,
committed
that's why
suicide.
Vince keeps apologizing to people like, look, we can't control how people die and things like that. And his image is fucked up. You know what's
Real.
saving him is these newer wrestlers and that choreograph shit, that finesse wrestling you see on TV today.
And
You know,
Triple
that's
H
what's
being
saving
the
him.
fucking
Yeah, Triple H.
COO.
Yeah, that's his boy. You know, that's his
Yeah.
son-in-law.
And he's married to
Yeah.
his daughter, so he better.
Yeah,
marry
exactly.
CEO.
That's
Because-
what
Once Vince
he's
retires,
okay with that.
I think Russell's gonna move
Well, he ain't got
very
no
well.
choice. He got no
Once he
choice.
really, it's done. When Vince is really done, I give him like another 5 years. at
Yeah.
least.
Well, see, that's
80s.
the other thing about like, and the crazy thing about
And
Brock,
WWE
right?
still exists. You know what I'm saying?
And
Because
this
right
was
now,
and like Brock Lesnar can go in there. Like, remember that time when the Undertaker did his thing when him and Brock was going at it, and the Undertaker did his sit up shit, and Brock didn't do the patent he's supposed to, like, go back and like Brock didn't do the patent like he's supposed. Oh, he's up, and Brock start laughing in his face, right? Brock is a petty motherfucker, right? And I think somebody, Stone Cold was shooting on it one time because he was at the office, right? And he was talking to Vince. And, he was talking like, he's talking to Vince and shit. And then Brock walks in, right? And Brock walks
about
in.
the stressful schedule. I kind of
No, Brock just don't give a fuck, man. Brock walks, because he did it to Dana White too. He said, "I fight whenever I feel like fighting."
Brock's weird like that. Yeah,
Brock don't give a fuck, man.
He don't
Brock
give a fuck. He's from
walks in.
South Dakota. People don't
Yeah, they
understand.
don't give
He's
a
from that. Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
actually,
He's a
Brock
country
Brothers
boy.
from Minnesota. He's really from Minnesota.
Yeah,
No, he's
but
from
he lives in South
Dakota.
Yeah. But he lives back up. But see, so Brock walks in the office with Stone Cold's dad, and he stands up, right? And because this is the first time he actually ran into Brock, right? So Paul old dude Paul Heyman's running behind him and shit, right? Running behind him, right? And he's like, "Yo, Brock, right? Calm down, right?" And then Brock walks in and he sees Stone Cold, and Stone Cold stands up like, "How the fuck you doing?" And Brock was like, he said, Stone Cold said Brock looked at him and then turned around and looked at Vince, right? And Stone Cold said, he said that was the first time in his life that it was okay to receive disrespect. And I was, Stone Cold just going to tell you how it is, right? So he was like, "That's a big son bitch." He said, "That's a big son bitch." Like he said, and so he was saying him and Vince started talking, and he basically, it wasn't Vince talking, it was Vince doing a lot of listening, and it was Brock doing a lot of
He's
demand.
born in South Dakota. He went to school in Minnesota.
Yeah,
he's originally from
he
South
went to
Dakota.
University,
He has that
Minnesota.
attitude of a South Dakota person.
That makes sense.
The reason why he has that attitude, that's how he was raised. He's a country boy. He acts like I don't want to say he acts like a derelict Negro, but that's his attitude. But he gets it done. Like he could play the bad guy and the good guy at the same time, and he just cracks you. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he didn't give
Him
a fuck
and Kurt Angle, those matches are better than The Rock's. I'm gonna tell you
yes,
why. I
because those
love those
expressed
matches, and I get happy. Now The Rock, that's kind of boring. They're very similar, but it's a respectful rivalry. But when they used to, I heard when they came back, they tag team, they did something. Boy, shit.
Yeah.
And Rock actually helped his fucking career in a way and just give him his spot. And then after a while, he went to UFC eventually, but Dana White's trash. He's just like a Paul Heyman version in mixed martial arts. I mean, he ran that shit to the ground. I mean, it was cool back in the day when UFC was something with the Gracies and all that. Yeah. And to the bullshit is just,
No, I'm saying I'm like, you gotta look at it like this is that, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. he's a wrestler, right? He's a collegiate wrestler. Like dude's an all-American collegiate wrestler. He didn't go to the Olympics. He went to try out for the Vikings. I think he almost made the team, or he did, or whatever, right? But I think he got hurt, so he couldn't. He just said fuck it, right? So Brock, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody didn't think he could actually hack it in the UFC, and he was beating motherfuckers' asses, like literally, right? Even that dude, Overeem, you know what I mean? That Dutch dude Overeem and shit, right? That knocked him out. Well, he popped on fucking like
Brock saved his money.
on roids and shit. Yeah, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing is, right? The thing is about Brock is that, and even the Undertaker said it. Remember when the Undertaker
Brian
came back?
Pillman? Oh man, y'all talking about
but he was in WCW when that happened, when he died. But when remember when the Undertaker changed his shit up a little
he used
bit,
to be in
right?
WWF too. Brian Pillman.
When the Undertaker changed his shit up, when he started riding
the motorcycle,
and then he put the MMA gloves on, right? He even said the reason he did that because of Brock, right? Is because, you know what I'm saying, the reason he started doing the shit. Remember, Undertaker started using those he started using he started doing the tap out thing, right? He started the arm bar. The arm bar.
He did the arm bar, but remember that move? He went from a tombstone power driver because they was trying to ban that. And here's the thing: he went to the power slam and the power bombs. That was a sick
last ride.
Yeah, last ride. Yeah,
And
he wanted to do that so bad.
Hell's Gate.
Hell's Gate was the thing.
He did the Hell's Gate, but that last ride, that was his signature. And the reason he did it, he felt like, okay, I need my whole strength. He was using his whole strength with that moniker. But when he went back to the dark side, what he originally started as, he was even colder with that. And I'll tell you why. That was him. You couldn't stop him. That thing was stiff. He was blocking like immovable objects. That dude was 6'10", bouncing around on the top rope and just body you. I was like, God, he smothered the shit out of you.
Especially old school.
I used to like the Undertaker, man. He was one of my favorites. He was one of my favorite fan favorites. He was one of my favorite villains too. He was both. He didn't give a fuck.
Well, and that's what I mean is like, you know, and he even said it on Stone Cold thing. He said people don't
triangle
know.
choke. I remember. Yeah.
So he said people don't know that Brock helped him out a lot, especially when Brock came back from the UFC. He said motherfuckers was scared. He said it. Motherfuckers was scared shitless of Brock. Once he came back from the UFC and he won a goddamn fucking like title and shit, because he said this wrestling is wrestling, but that's actually fighting. You prize fighting is a different thing, right? Because everybody remember how crazy Ken Shamrock was, how fucking Steve Blackman was, and motherfuckers was scared of Kurt Angle. Because Kurt Angle could actually wrestle. You know, it's a different. It's
he
different.
Wrestled amateur wrestling. You know, he just adapted to professional wrestling. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when
Ken Shamrock, he was okay. I liked him as a wrestler, but as a mixed martial artist, he was just trash. I mean, he was decent.
You didn't see him fight like in Japan. Like
I seen some footage of him. He was cold. He was cold, but I'm talking about UFC. I'm just saying, like in UFC, it kind of like the matches. I didn't understand. Like he lose a lot. You know, I saw his wins. Don't get me wrong. In Japan,
the reason he lost. Well, I'm gonna say like this. Like you gotta like realize is that the rules started to change for safety reasons. Like when Ken Shamrock and his brother came in the UFC, it was anything goes. You can hit a motherfucker in the back of the head. It was actually real Valley too, though. Like you know what I mean? You just can't kick a motherfucker in the crotch and poke him in the eyes and do small joint.
He was hardcore with it. Yeah.
So the dirt, that's actual real fighting though. Like real Valley too though is you could kick it in the nuts. You better watch. You better wear a cup, then motherfucker. Like, but you know what I mean, because you know what I mean, martial arts is like, you know what I mean, like is nigga, you on the battlefield, nigga, ain't dirty, nigga, you trying to live. So it's like, you know, people don't get that. There ain't no honor in that shit. Ain't no referees out there. Like, you know what I mean? The referee is God.
You fight to kill, man. Yeah.
God
but
is the dirt.
But that's the thing, man. I'm like, I see why he
Yeah,
lost a
Ken
lot with the
Shamrock and
finesse shit.
Pickles.
Yeah, and I said to myself, I
Mhm.
said, you was cold back in the day in Japan. He
Yeah.
always talked about them stories. Like, yeah, but you getting your ass kicked in modern day mixed martial arts, and they laughing at you, man. Like he was cold. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
He
it's the
had some good
rules.
masters.
It was
It's
the
the
rules.
rules.
It was
Yeah.
the thing about mixed martial arts. The rules of mixed martial arts now was built around the Gracie style, like
Yeah.
certain things, right? Like here's certain things you can't do in modern day mixed martial arts. You can't open palm slap nobody.
Yeah.
You can't do that, right? Then if you look at the gloves are oversized. If you like, it was certain moves that you would do in mixed martial arts in the early part of the UFC when they start getting the gloves and having a uniform, right? Like when I
Yeah.
mean you wear the tights and shit like that, right? It was
Yeah.
certain things that you could do where you would have a grip. Now you got oversized. The gloves are oversized. They used to come down like just above the knuckle, right?
Mhm.
Like going, like going where your finger bends. Now they kind
Yeah.
of go over with a finger. They always go all the way up to where you
Yeah,
can
all
just
the
see
way
the
up.
fingertips, right? So now you don't have that grip like you need to, right? Most jujitsu moves you got a gi on when you practice.
Yeah,
So
true.
now you done took like 20% of the jujitsu moves. Well, you took 40% of the submissions out of jujitsu if you use it, right? So then remember, Ken Shamrock and his brother, right, used to
All right, man.
use those leg guards.
All right.
All
Hey,
right.
I'm about to crash out because I want to fall asleep on the while I'm on the paddle because I have a history of doing that.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
man.
All right,
Got it.
man. Appreciate you, man.
All right, bro.
All right. Walaikum salam. Later.
All right, peace.
All
Yo,
right. Peace.
so if you remember in the UFC, he couldn't use those leg guards, right?
Mhm.
Like remember those leg pads that he used to use all the time? He used to have them in WWF when he was wrestling, but he used to have them leg guards, right?
Yeah.
You notice when every time Ken Shamrock would lose, he would always get kicked in the legs. The only person that actually really fucked him up, was actually Randy Couture because he was a pure fucking
Oh,
grappler.
he's a purist. He's
Yeah,
a purist. Yeah,
he's
Randy
a pure
Couture.
grappler, right?
Yeah, he's a purist.
So Ken Shamrock did pankration, right? So when he gets to the UFC, you got dudes that just Muay Thai, Taekwondo motherfuckers,
Yeah.
right? Like, you know what I mean? Like that. So he was losing, but if you look at how he lost, it was the leg kicks first. He can't grapple you or grab you if he ain't got no legs, right? So, and it evolved. Like, it's just like anything, man. It evolved with the times. He missed the bus. And he should have retired when he was supposed to. Like when he was supposed to retire. Like it was the same thing with Tito Ortiz and old dude, the Iceman.
Iceman. Yeah.
Old dude that was
Chuck
knocking motherfuckers
Liddell.
out. Chuck Liddell, right? Same thing happened with Rampage. Rampage in Japan, killing motherfuckers, right?
Yeah.
You
Rampage
know who's the
Jackson. Yeah.
motherfucker that got better with time and actually the changes helped their ass out? It was actually Anderson Silva. Because when Anderson Silva was in Japan, he was getting his ass beat. He was getting fucked up, right? And it wasn't that he always had people thought because he's Brazilian, it was because he was getting knocked out. No, he was getting tapped out.
He getting
He
tapped
wasn't
out.
good. Like people don't know Anderson Silva's jiu-jitsu isn't that good. He was a better striker. Like he was a way better striker. Like, he's like that didn't surprise me when he was doing that celebrity boxing match. And he won. What's up?
What's going on?
The UFC, because the real changes, but they really don't want to. They're trying to get away from people just angling people using like holds and grip techniques and shit like that. They're just trying to focus on general striking. Even the striking in the UFC is weird though. It's like they don't even the punches have no like oomph behind them. Like they don't really establish base.
Yeah. We missed all of that, man. It's
You
like
missed all of that. You was boring.
Yeah.
It's like R2D2 over here.
Yeah.
I'll figure my computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who that?
That's Pookie Truth. That's BGS's
Oh, okay.
pupil. That's his student. That's his pupil on his side.
Oh,
of
okay.
the,
I was okay.
yeah.
Because I didn't.
Yeah, I see him. I see him over at Art of New Style. I saw him in the
I was
chat.
like,
Yeah,
I could hear something what he was saying.
yeah. He follows BGS. And I saw BGS in the chat. I saw him in the last live stream. Yeah, that's his pupil. That's the guy to be on Art of New Style's panels. That's the younger guy. Yeah.
Because
and Nino talks to him. You know, Coffee.
Yeah.
He talks.
Coffee. Yeah. No. I was like, I was catching a little bit. I was like, yo, is it me that he's doing? Like, is it me?
No, he sounded like R2D2 for a minute.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck?
Me. I thought it was just me. I was like,
no, I thought it was me too, but I said no.
Yeah.
I'm on my dynamic USB right now, so I'm good. I've been talking to y'all for like 7 hours, you know.
Yeah, man. You know, that shit was crazy, man. Like, I was, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I say mixed martial arts to me is like, it's just like boxing. Remember the bare knuckle? They trying to bring that shit back, but they ain't gonna last.
That ain't coming back.
You gonna last.
No one kill nobody. You won't last.
No, did you see the shit that they doing in Europe and Russia, where they got motherfuckers like dressing up like the night shit in the ring?
Yeah,
they got the shields and the blunted weapons, and they like hitting each other. I'm like, it looked like when I first saw it looked crazy, but then it actually looked like they got to the point where Lewis tripping. Walmart Connect. I'm done. So he said the Walmart internet connection.
Yo, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Don't be talking shit to me. Ain't no Walmart internet connection. I'm using the same mic. It's not my mic. Shut your ass up, Louis. Little motherfucker talking shit in the chat. But I was saying about the UFC. I was saying about the UFC, like the reason why they really doing that, they oversizing because I mean them shits look. It's just, man, we ain't even gonna talk about that. But the reason why the main reason why they're even making the sizes of the gloves bigger is because they want to get away from people like trying to mangle motherfuckers and mangle people limbs and all this other shit using grip. They really just trying to focus on striking, but it's still like kind of garbage though. Like the boxing,
yeah, it is.
Even with the boxing, like I be telling people all the time, those motherfuckers can't get boxed. They would get knocked the fuck out. Like
it's like finesse.
If Floyd Mayweather learned some decent groundwork and he was somehow, if he was able to harden his shins through like Muay Thai training, like he got in there with John Jones and them, got trained because he could get trained by the right people. He knows those people. So people act like he couldn't do it. If he were able to do that, I mean, I'm talking even now. Like he might be able to knock out the champion of a lot of these top contenders, if not their champions, in his respective weight class. Because I mean, who would be able to stand up to his striking? Who would be able to even hit him?
I would say this. I would say this, and this is just
it
me.
Depends.
I would say this.
I would say like the scrubs. And I give you the scrubs of UFC. Yeah, he can beat them, but there's always someone better than you. He realizes too, because he's not dumb. You have to understand. Floyd doesn't want to risk getting his ass killed out there. You know, because old boxing he wouldn't last. Trust me. Sugar Ray Robinson would destroy him. The original Sugar Man. When I saw those old films, like the way he
talking about old boxing.
No, I'm just using that as a comparison. If he was around that time, it'd be nice to see that. But Floyd, you got to understand, in modern boxing, when he came around, I remember this growing up too. He was good until he switched his defense, and I understand why he did that with the shell. He kept deflecting shit. That's why he lasts long. That style of defense, I hate to say it, it works. I mean, that classic defense, it don't really work that well. You can still get hit and get your face busted up with the gloves, no matter if you're using bare knuckle or whatever. It's a technique. But what he said was best, even though I don't care if he used steroids or not in his hand, it don't matter. He had defense. I don't care what he does. The dude always finds some way to escape the shit.
And that may make him the greatest of all time.
Yeah, to certain people, you know. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, people look at him as the greatest right now. Yeah, in a way. Now, if he takes a loss, he still be great. I tell people, look, 2 or 3 losses, he's fine. Like he wants to fit in where the guys with I would say like 10 losses or 4 or 3 or 1. He wants to have a record like that, but deep down, I don't think he wants to do that because he has a certain strategy. Like, look, I don't want to be that guy.
I'll give you an example. where it's in the styles too. It's not just skill at times, because sometimes you
Yeah,
got
it's a
two
style
guys that are
too. Yeah.
two guys that are equally matched up, but one guy could win very quickly for one reason. Like, you ever see those fights where it's two like Hall of Fame level fighters, but one of the motherfuckers gets knocked out in the second round, and then they fight another time, and then they
Hitman
go all the way.
Hearns.
They go
Right.
all the way to the 12th round, and then the dude that fucking got knocked out, he ends up knocking the other person out. So it's
Yeah.
to a certain extent, like, and if you think about it like this, you think about it like, think about the Deontay Wilder thing. Like, when you go back to that fight with him and Tyson Fury, like, with the style he was using, I mean, on paper, he should be able, with his attributes and what he's able to do athletically, he should be able to beat a person like Tyson Fury, especially since we've seen multiple times he was able to knock him down. But ultimately, because of the style he uses, he won't be able to beat Tyson Fury. But perhaps someone with a similar body type, with a similar level of athleticism, using a different style, like maybe say instead of like a knockout artist, a one punch knockout artist style, a brawling style, instead of that, maybe someone who was lighter on their toes with the same similar type of body could and perhaps dominate the fuck out of Tyson Fury very quickly.
Well, the thing with Deontay Wilder is this, and I'm gonna tell you what his problem is. The problem is he was surrounded by yes men. And the reason why I say like this is this. Deontay Wilder is built like Muhammad Ali in his prime. Cassius Clay, before he became Muhammad Ali, when he won the title, right? But he's got George Foreman power.
That's all it is. Yeah.
You know
He's a one-trick pony. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is if I got a guy that tall, that lean,
and he's 6'7", he's that big and long arms.
George Foreman's trick only failed one time. You gotta remember that.
Well, no, but I mean, but that's what I mean is that
that's one time. But when he came back in his 40s, I believe. Oh man, he was something else.
He was something else. But what I mean is
he was strong in his young days, dude. No, he was violent with that fro. He was a killer.
He was a murderer.
Yeah,
he was a murderer.
He destroyed Joe Frazier. When I saw him, he made him bounce. My dad was laughing at the time when he was younger in the 70s. He told me them stories growing up. Made that nigga bounce his head, man. I was like, God,
he did. Damn. You see how he made the nigga bounce? Made the nigga bounce from how hard he hit him, nigga.
Yeah, but Ali wore that strength down.
He did. He had to, but he had to because if he didn't wear him down, he'd have got knocked the fuck out. Let's keep it real. Ali was the only one that could do that. If you put prime George Foreman against prime Mike Tyson going to sleep.
No, prime Mike Tyson ain't going to sleep. Tyson ain't going to sleep, bro.
He'll lay him out.
No, he won't. No, he won't. Because I'm gonna tell you this, right? Listen, here's the thing. Ali beat Foreman mentally. He was fucking with it.
That's it.
Yeah, but listen, but that's what I'm trying to tell you, right? Okay, let me tell you about this. Is the thing about Mike Tyson, right? Mike Tyson had Customato. After Customato died, right? Now, if you say Mike Tyson after cuss, yes. If you say Mike Tyson with cuss, hell no. Even everybody will tell you that, right? Larry Holmes will even tell you. Yeah, Mike Tyson with Customato.
But you have to understand, Mike's trainer trained Jake LaMotta, Floyd Patterson, that peekaboo style. Hell no, because George Foreman was one-dimensional as hell too. He can even tell you, quiet as kept in the interview. If he gets hit with the chin with Mike Tyson, it's over. That chin shot will put you to sleep. And I hate to say it, in boxing, it's technique. Like I said, it's always technique. No, the reason why the reason why Ali beat Foreman, I'll tell you a secret. It's mental and everything, but he wear him down. But see, Foreman was getting tired. He had no stamina. Ali had stamina. He was a speed boxer. And the reason why you have a speed boxer wearing down a power boxer, number one, he's on the ropes. He's wearing you down and get you out of your mind, because he had to learn that. When he lost against Ali, he had to relearn how to properly box, man. Like, he was just brawling. That's all he was doing. Now, if he was a bully fighter like a Joe Frazier, he wasn't away with that.
He wasn't brawling. He was using old-fashioned boxing techniques. He was using
brawling, old-fashioned boxing techniques.
Not brawling. No, not brawling. Hand traps, hand guard extensions, to fill out and fill out punches and block punches that way with his arms extended. They were old and slow techniques that were really bad against a mobile fighter, and he
But
didn't
the
change his
thing
style.
was his defense was
Defense, yes,
his
was
defense
shitty.
was cross. Yeah, it was a cross defense. And
We
when he
crossed.
started out like that, yeah, and it hurt him over time. Now at first it was not noticeable, but when he fought Ali, Ali picked him apart. He said, "You know
He
what? I'm gonna
did.
wear this motherfucker down." And he did it in a climate like that in Zaire. When I saw that foot, I was like, "Damn, how did he beat him like that?" And
Body
here's the
shots,
other.
body
yeah,
shot, kidney shots from a exposed crossguard. That's why you don't use that
yeah,
shit. You got to use a
yeah.
Philly shell, and then you
You have
cover the
to
whole body.
you have to use the classic. It was good at the time.
Yeah,
Most people use the shell. That goes in any weight class. Heavyweight
shell.
division, you use the classic 9 out of 10 because if you're that big, you can handle those shots. Now, if you're like
I mean,
a
if you're
light,
a little man going up there, you better use a Philly. I don't know what the fuck wrong with
yeah,
you.
yeah. But I'm just saying,
You
like a light heavyweight and on down, yeah, they use the shell. The reason why is speed, and sometimes it's
Speed up.
balance. If you're a balanced boxer like Bernard Hopkins, yeah, you better use the shell. Now, if you know how to use both defense, like the classic and the shell, oh, you're doing something. You're doing
Yeah,
something.
and
It's
then the other,
technique end of the day.
then the other thing is that
Mhm.
you got to think about the location, right?
Yeah.
First of all, Muhammad Ali was already in Zaire for a while, so he got
Yeah.
accustomed to the climate. Foreman came over like a month.
Yeah, he
before
wasn't
he was
used to
about
that.
to
That's
fight.
why he lost
You know what
too.
I'm saying? So it was all set up
See,
because
his
you got to
stamina
think
was
about it.
zapped.
Because they didn't think the fight was going. They kept putting out like the fight might happen, it might not happen,
Yeah.
because the whole thing. But Ali, they knew it was. Listen, it was a commutative trap, right? It was like people don't really understand certain things. Here's another reason why Floyd wins, right? You win Vegas,
Mhm.
right? Now, everybody when you train in Vegas is the desert, it's hot. But Floyd, he wakes up and he goes to training camp at 9 o'clock at night until 5, 6 in the morning. And he's got it always 105 degrees in the
Mhm.
gym. Now,
And
check
down there in
this
Vegas.
in Vegas, but here's the thing. Someone asked him, Floyd, why you always training like late at night? He said, because I fight at night. I work at night. So why would I be training during the day or work like I'm working during the day when I work at night? That don't make sense. So my body clock
Mhm.
would be fucked up. I'm a dude that worked in the military, so I work those swing shifts and shit. But when I got on a night schedule, I'm good at nighttime. You know what I mean? Prize
Mhm.
fighters fight at night underneath the lights, right? Your
Mhm.
vision is a certain way at night. Your body accumulate at night. So if you got a boxer that's used to fighting early in the card in the afternoon, or down in Mexico when or they always fighting like outside in this daylight, there's a whole different ball game of fighting at night, right?
True.
Because it takes longer for you to warm up because it's not as hot. But your body's used to going to sleep. Now you're forcing your body to do something that's not normally done. He's already in
Yeah.
his hometown. He kicking it. You visiting. You about to get your ass kicked, right?
And
And
you got
then
y'all got to remember. You got to remember this also. I mean, he wasn't the contender for no reason. It wasn't like he was just getting to decisions. He wasn't. These fights weren't going to decisions. They weren't going past the 5th round. And usually they weren't going past the 2nd round. To be honest,
Yeah.
he was just murdering people. He was
and that's
just
what I
killing
said
people
is
in the ring.
Yeah, he was a knockout artist. They will
He
call
was-
that a knockout artist.
Bro, this is my thing about Mike Tyson though. Even Mike Tyson said, I think when after Castamano left, but when it would have still been considered his prime because it was after Cuss died, but still wouldn't consider his prime. He still had most of his strategy. Even he said he was afraid of fighting old George Foreman and Evander Holyfield, who beat Mike Tyson. Not I guess after prison. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
give you that after prison, but he still beat him. He beat him, and he said Evander
Yeah.
Holyfield said out of all the people he fought, and Evander Holyfield fought Riddick Bowe,
Mhm.
he fought Mike Tyson, he fought. We ain't gonna do all that. You already know the people. So he said out of all the people he fought, he said the hardest person, the hardest hitter that he ever faced was George Foreman, old George Foreman. Old George
Yeah.
Foreman.
Yeah.
Not even
That's
young
George
George
Foreman.
Foreman.
But
George Foreman would have ran
the
over.
thing with Evander Holyfield, he was a cruiserweight, but he understood Tyson's weakness during the Olympic days. See, they was cool. Now Tyson fought guys that were like they wasn't used to that, right? And they was good, but they wasn't him.
Evander
You know what I'm
is-
saying? He wasn't afraid. He played the character, but once he fought someone that can match him, a balanced boxer that had a little speed and a little power, Evander knew what to do to Tyson. He wore him down and beat the brakes off of him twice, and he bit his ear. And they said it was a shark bite. I'll never forget this. I was like 8 years old at the time in the 90s. Yeah. When he bit his ear, right? He bit his ear.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah.
I'll never forget. And I remember I was young at the time in the 90s. I'm in the 30s. I can tell you better than anybody. When they said it was a shark bite, he bit his ear. Now, Evander wanted to bite his ear back. Now, I saw an interview. They was cool again. It was hushing. They was laughing about it, and they remember that moment. Man, it was some hood shit when they was on. But it was some funny shit when he said that, like Evander, like, yeah, but now you see where he's at now, so you know he ain't.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is that, and this is why I said that. This is why I say it's Foreman would have lost to Tyson with Cuss is because everybody Tyson really destroyed and knocked out was taller than him, really taller than him.
Yeah.
See, you keep forgetting how Tyson knocked people out.
Yeah,
Liver
Tyson
blow,
was like 5'11".
None of them were built like George Foreman.
No, it was a couple of them built like George Foreman.
They couldn't hit like George Foreman. They couldn't hit like him.
It doesn't matter if you can. Listen, you keep forgetting something about Cuss Tyson. Cuss D'Amato Tyson was a whole different beast, right? Remember, Mike Tyson. Listen, when Cuss D'Amato died, that's when you start really hearing Mike Tyson talk.
Mike didn't talk back then.
Mike didn't talk because Cuss didn't let him talk. Cuss was Mike Tyson's brains. Like Cuss, he said it. Mike Tyson said it. Cuss used psychology on him. If Cuss told Mike to go kill somebody, he'd kill him. Remember, Cuss had Mike ever since he was like 12, 13, 14. Tyson was in prison fighting grown-ass men. See, that's why I said is, yes, Foreman will probably knock Tyson out after Cuss. Pre-Cuss, nobody want no problems. Even Foreman told you he didn't want to fight Mike Tyson.
Tyson when he was quiet like that.
Yeah, nobody wanted part of Mike.
I'll give you example.
Mike Tyson was a problem.
I'll give you example.
That was old, Mike. That was old George Foreman. I'm talking about prime.
But you gotta.
No. George Foreman said it. He said
it in
himself.
His
prime, he would never want to fight a Mike Tyson. That's a different dude. Like he said after Cuss, Mike, I'll fight Mike, but before Cuss,
hell no.
No, Cuss, Mike would cuss, and people listen, man. Everybody says this, man, hands down. Even listen. People keep forgetting why Mike Tyson fought Larry Holmes.
Yeah.
He beat Larry Holmes up because what Larry Holmes did to Muhammad Ali. And Muhammad Ali came in the ring, and after he beat up Larry Holmes, he said, I did it for you, champ. That's what type of dude Mike was, man. Like, so it's like this right here. George Foreman was nice. That's why I said about old dude, right? Deontay Wilder is an Ali type with George Foreman power. If I was his trainer, I would have had him fight like the Klitschko brothers.
Yeah,
you say that again? You said all day. You said okay, so he the best of both worlds, basically.
But they only
Ali type.
Yes,
they don't use some. That's what I'm saying. They only. I agree with you on that shit. They only utilize one side of it, and he really don't have a body for that. He don't have the thickness for that, and that would ruin. That's gonna ruin what he already got. He needs to be mobile, and I'm telling you, like, bro, you just got all he got to do is just. He would have to just up his punch count by probably like 50 punches, probably. Give me 50 solid ones, 60%, bro. Ain't nobody. Come on now.
The problem with him is, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is, right? Here's the problem with Deontay Wilder, right? Remember, boxers, real pure boxers that you get like that, like Tyson Fury is a pure boxer, right? So you got to go back to when they was fighting. Tyson Fury was fighting when he was a teenager. You know what I mean? All of Ali was fighting when he was a teenager. Mike Tyson was fighting when he was a teenager. Your super great heavyweights was fighting as a teenager. A lot
Even
of these
your featherweights back in the day, like Sugar Ray
they-
Robinson,
like-
was fighting as teenagers. And here's the secret: he was a featherweight at first, and then he later on was a light heavyweight. He had killed a white person in the ring back in the day because there was no holds barred back then. And the white folks kind of let it go. They said, "Fuck it." They tried to tell him, "Don't worry about it." They try to tell him, they try to tell him. They said, "Don't worry about it, Ray. Fuck it." You know, they don't give a fuck about that fighter, and they paid him. So back then was rough. But Cuss back then when he had Jake LaMotta off the streets when he was 19, similar to Mike Tyson, same psychology. He built that motherfucker to be what he was until he got beat by Sugar Ray Robinson like 5 times. Now he beat Sugar Ray Robinson 1 time. Now the most of the footage, I'm just saying, like the footages you didn't get to see his prime. You saw pictures of it, and I saw a documentary of this too. You never got to see Ray's footage, and there's a reason for that because they didn't have enough tape record you to see that. You know, that's how it was. But you know, the same with Cuss. Now he did what Floyd Patterson, another pupil, same thing. You saw what happened. So yeah, man, Mike was Mike, man. Okay, did
all right, man. But look, George, he said he gotta take a call, but look.
All right, peace, Dre.
Deontay gotta look. I don't know what the fuck. I'm hella mad at that nigga. And I know you seen Woodley sold Deontay sold all my black niggas sold, man. Now all our brothers out here getting knocked the fuck out, looking sorry and shit. You see about Tyron Woodley's dumbass? He got laid the fuck out, flatlined.
Yeah,
I mean, that nigga look. That nigga Woodley hit a what was that? The Nate Robinson. Basically look like that nigga, bro. And I'm just like Deontay Wilder, dumbass, getting knocked out. I was just like, bro, I was so fucking mad, bro. I was like, how the fuck you get 2 knockdowns and lose? Like, and then he abandoned his strategy from the first round when he was dominating, bro. I was like, nigga, just do that. Don't even move. Just keep doing that, nigga. Just keep doing that 1-2, nigga, for the whole fight. Yeah. That's all he had to do, bro. Tyson Fury cannot block that shit, bro. He can't.
Yeah.
And it don't even matter because it's punch count. And the way he was throwing it, he was stretching so far. He was keeping that nigga so far on the outside, and he was stepping right back to the middle. That's perfect, nigga. What the hell? And then he went right back to that bullshit, man. I was so mad when I seen this dumbass nigga put his arm out again and widen his stance, bro. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, you
like,
can't teach
it.
Yeah,
people
man,
like you can't teach him. He's on.
Yeah, you can't teach that. That's just the way it is. But man, I'm about to shut this down. I've been over like 7 hours.
Damn. Okay, for sure.
Yeah, man. All right, y'all. Appreciate everybody came through. Dre, Officer Charles, and the young man Truth. Everybody that came through. Shouts out to everybody that came through. Yeah, that's, you got to brace your independent thinking. We had a good discussion tonight, and this is early in the morning. I'm about to go to sleep. With that, it's 3:32 Eastern time. So wherever y'all at, I'm about to sign off. So with that, I want to say peace, Great Skull, and I'm out.